Did you ever hear the tragedy of JustARobot aka Ja? I hope not. It's not a story that's in the mainstream, it's a YouTube cautionary tale. JustARobot was an art commentary commentator who believed himself to be so powerful and so wise that he could use his channel to influence the internet in believing the self-admitted groomer, Synnibear, was innocent. He had such a knowledge of the art commentary community that he believed himself to have already achieved this with another creator by the name of Hopeless Peaches, supposedly preventing her career destruction. Defending the art commentary community in this matter is questionable because a lot of his creators have committed acts many would consider to be immoral. Ja became so confident, the only thing he was afraid of was losing his reputation, which eventually, of course, he did. Unfortunately, he gave a guy called Kumo his entire video defending the self-admitted groomer Synnibear. Then, Kumo released the video before Ja had finished it. Ironic. He could prevent others' career destruction, but not his own. Welcome to the third and final part of the JustARobot saga, the part that actually talks about Ja. The other two parts are not necessary to watch because I will give context when it's required, although feel free, the VIII and Synnibear videos are interesting stories in their own right. There are just so many fucking glup shitters involved in this drama that I felt the need to cover a couple of them in their own videos, primarily so I wouldn't be as fucking lost attempting to cover this topic. But trust me, it has all been building to this very video. So, without further ado, let me introduce you to JustARobot.
If there's one thing I want you to take away from this video, is that this is a cautionary tale of what not to do on the internet.
Alright, so JustARobot's smallest channel with 94,000 subscribers was actually the first of his two channels to be made, specifically in 2013, with his first upload being in 2015. Ja's main channel, which is nearing on 200,000 subscribers, was created in the same year, 2015. However, he first uploaded on it 2 years later in 2017. From what I can tell, he's always made commentary videos on everything from other creators to popular culture and general media, always accompanied by this robot character to represent him. This eventually brought him to a very similar circumstance to myself, that being talking about the various degenerates and freaks of the art commentary community, although he seemingly had a bit of a different approach to me. Specifically, he looked at their various dramas and attempted to find an overlooked angle from which he could defend them from criticism, or at least from my perspective, that's what it looked like he was doing when it mattered most. As mentioned, he had done this with another YouTuber by the name of Hopeless Peaches and most infamously Synnibear03, which is what I'll primarily be focusing on within this video. For those of you who did not watch my other videos, essentially Synnibear was exposed for sending a comic which depicted rape to a minor, among other things which I'll expand upon throughout the rest of this video. Jack, aka Birdie, aka Lucifer, aka Damaged Coder 669, or Synnibear's roommate at the time, proceeded to jump on the drama and released a video and a shitload of tweets which got the situation a huge amount of attention. Unfortunately for Birdie though, if you even take one glance at his history, I think you'll come to agree with me in believing that he is by far the most depraved individual involved in this drama. Either way, Synnibear had released a video in September of 2024 in which she admitted to and apologized for being a groomer. Birdie then shortly released that aforementioned video talking about it, which is seemingly what caught the attention of Ja. Ja then began researching the situation and working on a video covering it, which led to him reaching out to Synnibear for her perspective. Ja, from what I can tell, kind of began crushing on Synnibear, or at least became extraordinarily sympathetic to her side, and so his video became super biased towards defending her. As I mentioned in the introduction, a pretty much complete draft copy of this video ended up getting in the hands of another guy by the name of Kumo, who ended up posting the video to his roughly 500 subscriber channel before Ja had made up his mind on whether or not he wanted to publish it. This led to Ja claiming that he, and I quote, felt that there was no turning back and uploaded the version that he had. I will explain how all of that occurred later, but to be honest with you, despite Ja's insistence otherwise, I do not think the video would have changed very much between draft and release had Ja been left to his own devices instead of being rushed by Kumo preemptively releasing it. But that's something that I'll expand upon throughout the rest of this video. So, without further ado, let's watch the now deleted Ja Synnibear video because I do have a copy of it.
Another person in the ArtCC has been outed as a bad person. Gee, that's surprisingly new. In other news, there's gonna be a sunrise tomorrow morning. That being said, this situation might not be as cut and dry as you once thought. Unlike everyone else who rushed out their video on Synni, I actually reached out to her, and she agreed to do an interview with me. Just like with the Pyrocynical drama, the Spoctor drama from 2016, and the Hopeless Peaches drama, there was something about the Synnibear situation that didn't feel right. I'll give you two options. You can take the blue pill and just believe the mainstream opinion about Synni, or you can take the red pill, and I can show you just how deep this rabbit hole goes.
That clip has lived in my brain for almost a fucking year now, but there's just so much to break down in that statement alone. But Ja does expand upon each point individually, so let's approach them one by one as he does.
There are 2 docs that compiled all the evidence of what Synni did. The first one has 111 pages. Sure, it's long, but it's mostly just screenshots.
From personal experience, Ja, those documents are definitely long as fuck and are a truly grueling task to sift through, but I guess he is used to watching art commentary community videos and those aren't any less convoluted.
Now some of you may be asking, how old was Synni when this all happened? She was 20, about to turn 21. Like her birthday was right around the corner. The 14-year-old also made their own doc, and it's, oh god, 188 pages long. But it's almost entirely just made up of screenshots, so it's not as long as it may seem at first. Now some of you might say that these screenshots are out of context, or maybe the messages are fake. After all, Discord is one of the easiest websites to use to fake messages. I mean, it's happened to me before, so it might have happened to Synni.
Oh wow, would you look at that? The guy who featured in this video is another art commentary commentator by the name of Lyle Convoy. Yes, this is a real photo of him. That fucking lionhead lives in my nightmares. I'll expand upon him later in this video, but I at least wanted to establish his presence in the drama. Ja then goes on to subtitle Synnibear's admission word for word and then goes on to state this.
And I'm suffering from my choices.
On the one hand, I am happy she admitted to it so fast, but on the other hand, she groomed a minor! I could go over the proof in the doc, but the drama seems like it's already over. Proof of what she did came out, her roommate talked about it, making the situation blow up, and she admitted to it.
Yeah, we already know where this is going, but I just thought it was absurd how Ja was laying out several completely reasonable points for why Synnibear is pretty indefensible, yet of course the video is an hour and a half long, so clearly there were not reasonable enough points in Ja's eyes.
Everybody, including Synni, seems to be in agreement that she's a groomer. The only one defending Synni at all is a Kumo. And let's be honest here, he's a guy who everybody hates, so if anything, he probably made the situation even worse for her. The guy is an absolute contrarian, and many people consider him to be a troll. Clearly, he's just doing this to stir up drama.
Damn, first mention of Kumo and Ja is already beefing with him. As will be established later, he's not wrong about Kumo being both disliked and untrustworthy, which is why it's even more insane to me that Ja went down this warpath. Like, if the only other person who agrees with your side of things is genuinely a bloodthirsty lunatic, I'll explain later, who's screaming into the void, surely that would strike up some amount of reflection, right? But alas, I suppose, not enough reflection for Ja in this instance.
But as I was working on my Synni video, I kept on going back and changing a lot of things about it. And once I finished my video on Synni and looked at all the evidence I had lined up, it just didn't feel like a good video to me. I got that same feeling I had during the Pyro drama, the Hopeless Peaches drama, and the Spoctor drama.
Throughout Ja's Synnibear video, well, really, the entire drama, he repeatedly leans on the fact that Pyrocynical got off practically scot-free from his own Ivory allegations. I mean, disregarding the fact that Pyrocynical honestly did deserve far more criticism or consequences at the time, especially considering the amount of backlash that Turkey Tom got for misreporting some facts in the situation, which seems a hell of a lot less immoral than what Pyro did. These two situations are hardly even comparable. Despite that, Ja brings it up an actually fucking absurd amount throughout this video.
Synni did 100% speak inappropriately around minors. But know who else did that? Pyro. Pyrocynical Pyro.
I am looking to cover Pyro's allegations in a future video, but if you are at all interested for answers on why Pyro was more deserving of criticism, especially considering he was likely aware of Ancient Reality being in contact with the 14-year-old French girl Pyro knew, well, then I'm gonna direct you to Toastify's video. Even if you for whatever reason had no issues with Pyrocynical's communications with Ivory, Pyro at minimum didn't report Ancient Reality, when, as far as I'm concerned, there is a next to 0% chance he wasn't aware of the child exploitation of the 14-year-old French girl. Again, I have my own personal beliefs why that is the case, and I will expand upon them in a future video. However, the point is, Ja should not be looking at the Pyrocynical drama as a gold standard example of how a drama is overblown or how a creator can bring themselves back from the brink of annihilation. That drama simply was not as cut and dry as Ja paints it out to be, and I'm sure he's well aware of that being the case, considering how uncertain he sounds when he's talking about how he could be in the wrong right before the interview with Synnibear that takes up the latter half of the video.
Who knows, maybe I'm the one in the wrong. But after seeing what happened in the Spoctor, the Peaches, and the Pyro dramas, I just think we should be at least a little bit more skeptical.
Yeah, you're definitely wrong, buddy. Either way, the other dramas that he refers to, that being the Hopeless Peaches and Spoctor drama, are seemingly also not as cut dry as Ja paints them out to be. Now, I haven't gone full in depth in these situations and I've only watched a couple videos, so correct me if I'm wrong, wrong, but I think these situations being here is not only notable, but adds a whole nother layer of comedy to the situation. For starters, Hopeless Peaches was involved in that whole Creepshow art situation, which, yeah, fuck explaining that, that's a whole nother video in itself, but from what I've gathered, Creepshow art fucked over Hopeless Peaches in some manner, which led to her career destruction. Hopeless Peaches then went on to, I guess, redeem herself with people like Jar defending her, and as he insists in the Synnibear video, proving that she was innocent. Hopeless Peaches, however, then got exposed for something else directly after, which Jar ended up making a video about. Exposed for what, you may be wondering? Well, to be honest, I frankly don't have any idea. For one, I don't really care. The subject of this video is Jar and his dramas, and two, the art commentary community videos covering it are confusing as fuck, and I cannot be fucked deciphering them when it's not really relevant for this video. What is of note to us though is that Jar insists, even in this video in which he's criticizing Hopeless Peaches, that his videos defending Hopeless Peaches aged well, so he clearly doesn't regret them.
Now, some of you may say that my videos defending Peaches have aged poorly, to which I have to ask, how?
Now, when it comes to the Sparkler drama, again, that really does need a video of its own to break down, but essentially it's relevant because Jar has a long history with the dude and he cannot help himself but bring it up constantly. To summarize a bit, early in Sparkler's career, he received pedophile allegations that very nearly destroyed his career, until a YouTuber by the name of Ponder Sprocket, who is also very relevant later in Jar's story, came along and made a video defending him. This then led to a bunch of other YouTubers, including Jar himself, creating their own Sparkler defense videos, which culminated in Sparkler mostly beating the pedophile allegations. With beating the allegations, however, Sparkler developed a sort of immunity to criticism, or at least a sense of it, and began going off the rails, doing deranged shit and making videos about various people, including the aforementioned Hopeless Peaches. One of the deranged things that Sparkler decided to do was create a DICE support group with Birdie as a moderator. For context, DICE was an online community, shall I say, that was based around getting children to harm themselves and do other depraved shit, and Birdie had been a member of it for a short period of time. That's something that I wasn't even aware of when I was making my Birdie video, as some of you mentioned in the comments, which is completely my bad, and so thank you for pointing that out. Regardless, there is a lot more stuff that Sparkler got up to, which, as I said, would require a video of its own to cover. However, what's especially notable to us is the aforementioned video about Hopeless Peaches. Before Hopeless Peaches had been redeemed publicly by Jar and the whole host of other creators, Sparkler released a video in which he pretty much just bullied Hopeless Peaches about random irrelevant shit. As an example, Sparkler used this art for the thumbnail of the video, which is the art that Hopeless Peaches used when they were talking about their sexual assault. Additionally, when Sparkler was criticizing Hopeless Peaches for being bad in relationships, he had the art up on screen, which, yeah, is pretty reprehensible. It was later revealed in leaked DMs that Sparkler didn't even have an issue with Hopeless Peaches. She was just hated by the public at the time due to the shit with the Creepshow art, and so he decided to go with the public narrative. Hopeless Peaches and my sleep paralysis demon, Lio Convoy, subsequently got in a call with Sparkler and confronted him about the dog shit video he had made. This didn't go down particularly well for Sparkler, and so combined with all the other dramas he was involved in, he decided to leave the internet. Jar himself then made a video about this situation with an individual by the name of Doodletones, which, oh wow, would you look at that, is someone else that Jar ended up criticizing only a year later. It appears to be a lot of controversy in the art commentary community, almost cannibalistic. I mean, I can't say shit, I'm a drama YouTuber, so I'm sure my time to be criticized will come. However, it is absurd to me how not a single one of these glup shittos is controversy free, no matter how small their channel may be. Speaking of controversy, Jar would go on to make a sort of retrospective video on Sparkler. However, he would make an EDP cupcake joke in the thumbnail, which drew the ire of another YouTuber by the name of Melly Malware. That, however, is a story for 3.5 hours from now though. So what is the relevance of all of these characters right now? Well, as mentioned, Jar brings them up incessantly, and as I'll establish over the course of the video, this is not exclusive to the Synnibear situation. He does this all the time. The dramas that these people were involved in and Jar inserted himself in were what forged this man. Or should I say robot. Additionally, there's the point that I think this stuff with Hopeless Peaches is probably the most notable example of Jar simping for an individual with a blonde girl profile picture before Synnibear. Okay, I'm joking, but only partly, to be honest.
As for me claiming that Synni's avatar, along with the avatars of other people, are attractive, yeah, of course they are. They're artistically pleasing to look at. If someone has an attractive avatar, that does not mean I want to get with them. That is absolutely ridiculous and silly. I can't even believe I'm having this conversation right now. This is such a weird and bizarre thing for people to focus in on.
Why the fuck are you talking about that OCs being attractive then? You really are just putting yourself in the situation, Jar. That's an excerpt from his most recent video talking about the situation, which I will talk about later in the video. Bro. Can you stop fucking with the green screen, you little shit? In this instance, Ja made 5 videos defending Hopeless Peaches from various pieces of criticism from all over the internet. However, before it could truly backfire on him, he ended up releasing a 36-minute long video talking about how she was, quote, rotten to the core.
As many of you are well aware, I haven't talked about ArtCC drama on this channel in quite a while, ever since I made my second video on Spocter. I avoided talking about the ArtCC dramas because ArtCC people tend to be a bit backstabby. It doesn't matter how many times you shout them out, defend them in a drama, or anything else. To them, you're just another potential target for them to make a video on. Helping someone in the ArtCC is like nursing a snake back to health. It doesn't matter what you do for a snake, it's still gonna bite ya, as it injects its venom into you. Anytime I have ever helped anyone in the ArtCC, I kept them at arm's length because I know all too well that they are snakes.
Interesting. Maybe we should have put that advice into use in the Synnibear situation. Didn't really seem like he was trying to keep Synnibear at arm's length when he was helping her out, but we'll get back onto that momentarily. As mentioned, much like with Pyrocynical, Ja repeatedly mentions this Hopeless Peaches situation throughout his Synnibear video.
I've gone against the mainstream art commentary community opinion lots of times. I did it in the Peaches drama, Hopeless Peaches, Hopeless Peaches, Hopeless Peaches, 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 Hopeless Peaches. And since Hopeless Peaches, anyways, I'm gonna go tell a bunch of people your race is behind your back. Oh, this sounds great, Peaches.
I mean, it does seem to me as if he is outright saying that the Hopeless Peaches situation was a part of his motivation to make the Synnibear video a defense of Synnibear. I need to put like green screen on my bed or something so he can just like chill in the corner. Just for context, the first 3 or so minutes of Ja's Hopeless Peaches criticism video is him insisting that his older videos defending Hopeless Peaches did not age poorly and they were still valid. The validity of those older videos is not what is of note to me though. I personally interpret this as Ja developing what I can only describe as some kind of savior complex or just more generally arrogance from the Hopeless Peaches situation. So instead of armchair diagnosing him, I asked him about it and here's what he had to say. I recall you saying that you developed a hero complex. Would you say that's the case, or would you sustain that statement rather?
I mean, I do want to save people and help people. My dream job as a kid was to be a firefighter, but nowadays I don't think people, at least most people, are worth saving. You can look this up if you want, but a guy saved a baby from falling to their death, and the mother of the child actually sued the guy because apparently like one of the baby's arms were broken and the guy didn't pitch in for the medical stuff, even though he like saved the kid's fucking life. And she still sued him over it. And I was just like, yeah, you hear, and this is just one of many examples. Well, no good deed goes unpunished.
I mean, I've heard that phrase, but are you saying that that guy shouldn't have saved the baby?
No, he should have.
Okay.
He should have, but for his own, but like, like he saved the baby, but he was still punished for it. He had to go through all these like legal fees, and now the mother is getting countersued, and all of this nonsense is happening just because a guy did the right thing. Like, absolutely, the guy did the right thing. You should absolutely save people if you have the opportunity to, but...
Oh, yeah. That's a given.
Yeah,
I was just fucking with you a little bit. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, I got in contact with Ja and he was kind enough to participate in an interview. In fact, I didn't even ask him for one. I just reached out to him and then he offered one. He's the first creator I've made a video on that's even responded to my messages, let alone agreed to an interview. So truly mad respect to him for that. My video may be talking about his various fuck-ups and controversies, but I truly don't think he's a terrible person like Pirate Software or more relevantly Birdie, for example. I just think he's definitely a bit freaky and he's just definitely a bit freaky and has made some actually absurd and condemnable decisions which made quite possibly the most entertaining drama I've ever witnessed, and so I had to share it with you. Oh, and I have to say that as much as I don't believe he is wholly malicious, especially after talking to him for a bit, I do believe he is manipulative. Although I'd be fine with him continuing to make content as long as it isn't about stuff that has victims involved or just stakes really. So realistically, no drama content for Ja, although I don't know if he's capable of that considering his recent performance, as I will get into. Oh, what? Anyway, before I finally get back to Ja's Synnibear video, I thought I should mention that Ja requested I shout out his friend's GoFundMe. She is trying to raise 10K to save her mother's business, and so I've linked it down below. Oh, and if Ja's using this video to advertise, I might as well throw in an ad of my own. You're a really big fan of my cat Nugget. Well, I am too, which is why I got this boat made to honor the little fella. I have a couple homies who run a business called Offbeat Boats, which makes this gangster-ass kaiju shirt, as well as the Nugget boat, which of course could be one of their products. So if you'd be interested in acquiring a Nugget boat from a range of several colors, the boats don't just come in pink, feel free to let me know in the comments or message the Offbeat Boats Instagram account and they'd be happy to start stocking it. Otherwise, if you just want the kaiju shirt or one of their other boats, navigate on down to the link in my description and use code CRUST for a discount on it. Of course, there's also channel memberships if you want to be a big dog and support me, as well as get thanked at the end of my videos. Regardless, when Synnibear removed her admission video, this is the point at which Jar's spidey senses began tingling, and so, according to his video, he reached out to Synnibear, and just in the way that he describes the impact of that conversation, I think it is very telling.
Then I noticed she took down her apology video, and I decided to reach out to her because I just felt so uneasy. And after I interviewed her, which I will play at the end of this video, I realized that Synni and all of you were lied to. I've gone against the mainstream art commentary community opinion lots of times. I did it in the Peaches drama, the Antunes drama, and the Toby drama. Granted, the last one didn't go so well for me, but the other two went pretty well. I know 100% that I'm going to get a lot of backlash for making this video, but someone with a sizable audience needs to say something. The first big red flag to me was how quickly Synni admitted to grooming. When it comes to groomers, they never do that. Cosmodor didn't do that, EDP didn't do that. In fact, there's not one single groomer that I can think of that has ever done that. The only person that I can think of who admitted to being a groomer before Synni was Spoctor, but he was innocent.
Okay, brother, just because people don't generally confess and they can potentially be pressured into confessing doesn't mean that if someone confesses, they didn't commit the act. It's such backwards logic. He reiterates this point several times throughout the video and it never becomes any less invalid. The main thing of note to me though is how he was describing his prediction of how the ACC would react to his video. I mean, disregarding the fact that he underestimated the backlash to an almost comical degree, it's clear to see that he felt some sort of responsibility to be a big creator going against the grain and defending Synnibear. Jar then goes on to mention Birdie's Synnibear video and how terrible that was, stating that it was a part of his motivation to defend Synnibear because of how popular it was at the time. While I will agree with Jar that Birdie's video was terrible, I cover it in my Birdie video by the way, it doesn't mean that Synnibear is suddenly completely guilt-free.
Some of you may bring up that Jack and Synni were best friends, and it would be in denial about what their friend did. The thing is though, Jack is very, very autistic. Like, I can't be the only one who thinks it's weird that Synni allegedly groomed a 14-year-old, and Jack somehow makes it about itself and gets $10,000 in donations.
Yeah, I don't know what the relevance of the autism point is. I could say the same about you, Jar, but sure, it is bizarre how Birdie managed to scrounge together 10K from the fans from that whole debacle.
Now I want to make this 100% crystal clear. Synni did 100% speak inappropriately around minors. But know who else did that? Pyro.
Recently, to those who are unaware, I've been accused of grooming a 15-year-old boy when I was 19. This document is disingenuous, manipulative, and it fails to include so much of my original statement. This document makes, like, insane assumptions based on limited and broken evidence. It's not hard to dismantle it, it's just annoying that I have to be the one to do it. These conversations never led to any nudes being exchanged. It was just purely fantasy garbage.
Well, to be honest, I'd pick you up, hug you while rubbing you against my huge, sweaty moobs, then kiss your cheeks, telling you how much I loved you, and then kiss you on the lips and let out a hard, long belch into your mouth.
I mean, yeah, we shared some fat furry art, we had some weird fantasy roleplay, but there was no sexual interest. There were no nudes exchanged. His name, his appearance, it wasn't important to me.
Wait a second there, Jar. The Synni situation and the Pyro situation are completely different. I mean, after all, Pyro didn't know Ivory's age.
I think you need to see the next clip after this one.
When Ivory linked me his Twitter profile, the age in bio says 16. This is something I acknowledged in my Reddit post. In retrospect, I never should have continued the furry stuff with him once I learnt of his age. If it helps for context, because we're being so open here, I'm straight, IRL, like, I have no interest in guys. This is just purely like a weird fantasy, and it does not carry over into the real world whatsoever.
And last I checked, we pretty much all forgave him.
Alright, so he brings up a pretty decent criticism of Pyro, and instead of taking it as exactly that, a criticism, he somehow makes it a defense of Synnibear. It's honestly impressive mental gymnastics, or processing gymnastics, but what's really relevant is what Just says directly afterwards.
Synni is a coomer, a gooner, but not a groomer.
These words are like this drama's catchphrase or something. You know, the third person to release a document on Synnibear said something extraordinarily similar back in the document, and trust me, it will definitely come up again as this video goes on. Jar just put his own little freaky spin on it, I guess, by adding Kumo and Guna, which are both words that are also relevant later.
Grooming requires intent and a desire to get with someone. Synni did neither. If you want to get with a 14-year-old, you have to be a pedo. Now Synni makes a lot of Coomer art, so there must be evidence of her drawing Shota, Lolly, or Cub, right?
I mean, she was sending art of a 15-year-old's OC boy raping another OC by the name of Nightmare Sands to 15, 16-year-olds, and that's not even accounting for her 13-plus Discord server in which she sent gore and fetish art to. I'm not going to get into the specifics of the definition of grooming or anything, because I don't need to. I feel like it's pretty transparently fucked, regardless of whether you'd call it grooming or not.
I mean, the signs were there in public for years. Just take a look at her channel. There are tons of videos where she would make suggestive animations of a minor character from My Little Pony. By that I mean Scootaloo isn't a minor character from My Little Pony, but that she's a minor character. She's underage. That's the point I'm trying to make. Okay, this is cut and dry. She's guilty. But the fact of the matter is, she made those animations when she was a minor herself. A lot of these inappropriate animations of Scootaloo are over 7 years old. Synni just turned 21, so back then she would have been 14. Maybe this is just me, but I don't believe 14-year-olds who drew inappropriate pictures of characters around their age should be cancelled years later when they are an adult.
So he constructed that entire point about Scootaloo being an underage character and then instantly dismantled his own point by talking about the fact that Synnibear was underage at the time. Yeah, hello. Ja, are we forgetting something here? I don't think anyone was criticizing those Scootaloo videos. I honestly didn't even know Scootaloo was an underage character until rewatching that Ja segment. I'm pretty sure the cancellation was based around those inappropriate conversations with minors, as Dr. Diddy Speck would put it.
If that's the case, a lot of you minors watching this video better go scrub your deviant arts. The problem with this is that this is not the art CC, it's the animation meme community. Stuff like this is absolutely normalized in this community. If you're gonna cancel Synni for this, then you better cancel everybody else in the animation meme community.
Yeah, this reminds me of that point that Birdie made.
The main argument that ranters use is that it was illegal for me to draw porn at 12 years old. I'm sorry, but have you ever met a 12-year-old that hasn't drawn porn? If that were illegal, we'd live in some sort of dystopian society where anyone under the age of 18 would be locked up.
Just actually such a demented thing to say, but I suppose it is a testament to how normalized this depraved shit is within the art community. Yes, it's fucked up if a child draws NSFW art because they obviously didn't choose to do that of their own accord. They either got exposed to it from the internet, someone who should realistically have prison time, or more likely a combination of both of those factors. The child shouldn't be punished for this when they grow up because it's not their fault that they were victimized. The problem is when they grow up and continue to perpetuate the cycle by exposing minors to fucked up content.
You can have a problem with this. Hell, you can demand that these videos are age restricted, but you can't just cancel Synni for this and give everybody else a free pass.
And we're not giving them a free pass. That's why I personally have made videos on Birdie, Synnibear, and Noxtaku. All of them have done this in some capacity, but there's only so much time in the world, and you don't want your claims to be unsubstantiated. I'm 100% sure John knows this, by the way, because he himself makes videos. I'm just explaining it because Ja's point is fucking nonsensical. And it's not the only nonsensical point Ja makes, which he should be able to know is wrong considering he's a fucking content creator. But I'll bring up that second point later when we're talking about his leaked messages.
Plus, a lot of this stuff is no more inappropriate than things I've seen in animes like Fairy Tail and Naruto. Never forget what you were like when you were a kid. You enjoyed Misty when she was in her bikini, you enjoyed Naruto when he did his sexy jutsu, and you enjoyed when Fairy Tail just did a whole bunch of stuff.
Bro, what the fuck do you mean think about you were like when you were a kid? When I was a kid, I was playing Halo, Oblivion, and the fucking Ratatouille movie game, not fucking gooning. This just seems like a massive self-report considering he's naming a bunch of really niche moments. Like, sure, I've heard of Pokemon and Naruto, but I ain't ever watched them, and I've never seen those scenes referenced anywhere online, nor do I have any fucking idea what Fairy Tail is.
Hell, judging by the view counts these videos got, I would go as far as to say that people encouraged her her to keep doing stuff like this. So if she grew up with people constantly encouraging her to make animations like the one she's made, then it stands to reason that she would do the same when she grew up.
But Ja, that's not the only allegation in the doc. There's plenty of other stuff as well.
I hear what you're saying, so let's look at that doc even more. Now granted, the old stuff she did wasn't that bad.
It's not that bad. What the fuck is bad to you, John? Did he even read those documents?
Sure, making a 17-year-old uncomfortable when you're 19 isn't good, but it's not pedo stuff in my book. I'm one of those people who defended Call Me Carson, so I can't say she should be kicked off the internet for doing the same. If you would like to know the story between her and the 17-year-old minor, well basically she sent a bunch of inappropriate messages to the minor. She sent a non-con comic to the minor who was 2 years younger than her. The comic included an F&F character by the name of Boy, who was graping Nightmare Sand supposedly for the punishment of molesting children. Lovely. Oh, and by the way, to make everything worse, the OC by the name of Boy was created by a minor.
Ooh, that's bad.
The minor called out Synni for this, and she apologized and made a promise that she would never ever do something like this again.
That's good.
Now, none of this stuff is wholesome Christian family fun, but it's not that bad.
So he clearly has read the beginning of the documents, or is at least aware of some of the earlier Synnibear drama, and he still insists it's not that bad. Like, even if you only read the first document, Synni wasn't just sexualizing the 15-year-old Sock.Clip's OC boy when she was 2 years older than him. She continued sexualizing the OC well after Sock.Clip had asked her to stop into adulthood, and as mentioned, had drawn Boy raping Nightmare Sands and then sent that out to minors. That sounds pretty fucking bad to me, Ja. Don't worry, Ja claims it was not that bad one more time, but not before he makes this questionable argument.
If people don't want you to put their OCs in not safe for work situations, you should respect their wishes. But if you draw your OC as a hot anime girl or a big buff man, you should expect people to draw them in not safe for work situations. Personally, guys, just draw not safe for work of me.
Bro, what the fuck? I know we're talking about drawings here, but that sounds like the most cookie-cutter victim-blaming argument there is. Like, it was her fault for wearing that type shit. Regardless of that point, his overarching argument here, despite his questionable subpoints and presentation, is not wholly deranged. He's basically saying that just because further allegations were released on Synnibear, it doesn't mean that people should retroactively deem her earlier allegations true or fucked up, considering the art community at large forgave Synnibear for the Sock.Clip stuff at the time. The issue is, again though, this is not what the document was focused on. It was focused on the fact that Synnibear was continuing to send this NSFW art to minors well after the Sock.Clip stuff had all gone down. But anyway, as promised, that third clip of Ja saying it's not that bad again, because I think it demonstrates that he's well aware of this.
What Synni did was bad, but it's not pedophilic, and she did receive backlash for it. Personally, the biggest problem I have is that she said she would never ever do this again, and she did. However, people are also more forgiving about this stuff when it's over the internet. Me hitting on a 17-year-old in real life is different than me hitting on a 17-year-old over the internet. After all, I can see the 17-year-old in real life, but on the internet, I can't see what they look like. On the internet, I hear someone talking to me. In real life, I see a minor in front of me. Granted, I'm a lot older than Synni. If I'm talking to a 17-year-old, yeah, I'm gonna get a lot more crap for it.
So why are you making this video defending her if you are well aware of the fact that she continued this behavior even after apologizing for it?
But the thing is, as far as I'm aware, Synni wasn't hitting on this 17-year-old. She was just cooming with them.
How does that make it any better? Like, no, sir, no, you got it fucked up. Synni wasn't hitting on a minor. She was just trying to sexually please herself in a conversation with a minor. Like, that might honestly be worse. What are you talking about? At one point you said Synni wasn't trying to hit on a minor. She was just gooning with a minor. How does that make it any better exactly? What is the...
It does. It really doesn't. It really doesn't. She's like, I think the only thing that makes it better is that, like, her intent, she's just so unbelievably retarded.
She would also post gore and say inappropriate things where minors as young as 14 were present. Sure, this isn't good, but it's nothing that would get you that much backlash. Personally speaking, I went on Live Leak a lot as a kid, and I saw some very gory stuff. Also, in the animation meme community, gore and bloodshed is just common. So once again, your hatred shouldn't be placed on Synni, but the entire animation meme community as a whole.
Don't you worry, Ja, I at least have, because having that depravity normalized in a community full of children is fucked up, but as I established before, one video at a time, buddy. Just because there isn't enough time before the heat death of the universe to cover all the depraved shit that has gone down in the art community doesn't mean that Synnibear should be excused for sending NSFW art to fucking children, bro.
Like the fact that people are freaking out going, oh, think of the children, just makes me laugh so hard. If you guys are canceling Synni for this, then why isn't Jack getting any hate? Look at the end of its video on Synni. His avatar along with her avatar are stripping while being on poles, and this video wasn't age restricted. Oh, so many minors were exposed to this.
I have absolutely no idea why he's saying that in such a condescending manner. That is actually such a reasonable point to make, and that animation is cursed as fuck. Also, yeah, it was bizarre to me that Birdie, or Jack as Jar is calling him, was not receiving criticism. That's partly why I covered him in a video myself. Ain't it interesting how the only reasonable points Jar makes in the video are the ones he is making fun of? Jar truly managed to cook up something special here.
But then you have things that are a little bit worse, like her saying to a 13-year-old that she's looking for a not safe for work chatbot to talk to because she's horny. Maybe this is just me, but I don't think you need to be telling 15, 14, and 13-year-olds that you're horny.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not just playing this part so I can agree with them. It is unfortunately relevant in the next chapter, so keep it in mind, but either way.
I skimmed over the doc because most of the stuff I saw in it was small potatoes compared to the accusation I heard about her grooming a 14-year-old. Then, when I finally got to the end of the shorter doc, I found out that the bigger and longer doc was the one about the grooming.
So yes, he at least claims that he's read through the first document. It also kind of sounds like he's writing and recording his script on first read-through of the document, which I can't help but find conceptually funny considering the result.
Now I want to make this clear. I do not believe Synni is a pedo. She more than likely would have done this with anyone regardless of age. The 14-year-old who made the doc even thinks that this is the case. She was being irresponsible by talking to the 14-year-old this way, but I don't think she was doing it to get with the 14-year-old.
Okay man, just because you may not be a pedo doesn't mean you need to throw your career in the fire. She still exchanged sexual messages and images with a minor.
Also, I'm gonna be real here. The idea that people are saying Synni is a groomer but not a pedo is absolutely silly.
I don't want to hurt anyone. I don't want this pattern to repeat itself. I want to be better. Nothing I do will ever make this right, but I want to make sure it never happens again.
This is wildly irresponsible. It's an optics nightmare, and I don't know why she did this, especially when she made the promise that she wouldn't do this again.
Every second of this video is insane. Why is he talking about admitting to grooming being an optics nightmare? I think it's an issue for a few reasons more than optics. Also, fuck, again, bro should be listening to his own advice. The actual optics nightmare was clearly this video because it caused the absolute collapse of his YouTube career. Moving on, Jar raises the extraordinarily questionable point that one of the minors initiated the sexual messages with Synni. However, thankfully, immediately states this afterwards.
Now I know what some of you are gonna say.
Well, we're not saying she groomed a 14-year-old to get with them. She just groomed a 14-year-old to be more comfortable with conversations like this so she could coom.
Don't get me wrong, I thought that at first, but it turns out that the minor was the one being inappropriate first, and she kept on pestering Synni to talk about stuff like this. Yes, Synni should not have engaged with this minor. She was the adult in this situation, and what she did was incredibly irresponsible. It also makes her look really sus.
And then of course he yet again invokes the pyrocynical drama, which is immediately followed by him condescendingly talking about the concept of someone being uncomfortable with the art that Synni was sending to minors, which was then followed by him saying it's not bad again.
But then again, Pyro, when he was an adult, sent a lot of inflation stuff to a minor. He got backlash for what he did, but he did beat the grooming allegations. But what about the inappropriate pictures, like her sitting on a pile of sand corpses while hugging boy? Is hugging porn now or something? There's also pictures of her in boy and bunny outfits. Woo, so scandalous. None of this stuff is actually hardcore corn. It's just softcore corn.
What the fuck does he mean it's not hardcore? I mean softcore, as Jar would describe it, is still bad enough to send to a minor as is.
For those of you who do not know what softcore corn is, well, think of it like the sexy jutsu from Naruto. Sure, it's a bit risque, but under the law it would not be considered hardcore corn.
Okay man, this is the second time he's brought up Naruto, and I think it was the same scene as well last time. This has gotta be a fucking self-report. Either way, he finally addresses the fact that Synni sent the rape comics to minors.
This kept on escalating until Synni, she sent the same not safe for work essaying comic to this minor. And requested this Spiner to draw even more corn of the character of Boy and Nightmare Sans. From the censoring job, it looks like a few parts of this comic would have been legally classified as hardcore corn. The absolute worst thing Synni sent was this picture of Boy fingering her avatar.
It's kind of crazy to me that it took 27 minutes to even address this shit in a video defending Synnibear 03 from her grooming allegations, but sure man, you do you.
However, it should be noted that the doc maker was not the one who censored this out. It was actually Synni herself. When I first saw this, I thought, yeah, Synni's guilty. But when I found out that she censored the worst parts of this comic herself, it made her look far less guilty than I was previously led to believe.
She vaguely censored a couple of the images, so that makes it okay. I really don't know what Jar is talking about here. I mean, for one, the images on screen that are used to censor the art were added by Jar himself and not Synnibear. The minimal censoring Synnibear did not leave much room for the imagination, and she was sending that stuff direct to a minors. The next 3 or so minutes are Jar yet again questioning how Pyro got a free pass and Synnibear didn't, and then he goes on to state this in regards to the supposed death threats that Buddy claimed to get from Synnibear.
First of all, it's sad that people are flipping out over this and taking it so seriously. People have said they're going to kill me on Xbox Live lots of times, and I've done the same. Me and my roommate jokingly say we are going to kill one another all the time.
I get what you're saying, Jar, but all the time you and your roommate are constantly threatening to kill each other? That sounds fucking deranged even if you're both joking, but whatever. Jar goes on to address the supposed sexual assault that Birdie accused Synni of.
Oh no. She said she would kill Jack because it was accusing her of SAing, because it rescinded its consent, which is something you can't do.
Whoa, you're gonna have to clarify what exactly you mean by that, Senor Robot.
Kind of seems weird that Jack rescinded his consent at the absolute perfect time. Sorry, but if you give me or anyone consent, you can't just take it away months later. You can give your consent when something is happening or about to happen, but not months after the fact. I can't believe I have to explain this, but apparently I did. Also, me and my roommate touch one another's asses all the time. It's a form of bonding with guys. If Professor Dreadlock decided to take away his consent months after the fact and painted me as a groomer, I would put him 6 feet under.
Oh, right. Yeah, that's what you meant, of course. I mean, that's mostly a reasonable take, but I don't personally participate in the ass touching for bonding, but you do you, Jar. He then goes on to make a bunch of fair criticisms of Birdie and then hits us with a wombo combo by bringing up Pyrocynical and comparing Synnibear to Hopeless Peaches again.
Much like Hopeless Peaches, Synni rushed her response to everything, and it was not a good response at all. It did change a few minds, but for the most part, it increased the backlash she got.
I'm definitely using that soundbite later when we get to Jar's response.
This response would have worked if she made it without apologizing beforehand, and before Jack made its video, but at this point the mob is too riled up to listen to her.
Yeah, nah, I don't know about that one, Jar. Yeah, the situation wouldn't have got as much attention overall if it wasn't for Synnibear and Birdie's videos, but that doesn't mean that Synnibear would have just gotten away with it if she didn't release a video admitting to being a groomer. Even in the instance where the art community forgave her, which, yeah, now that I think about it, isn't that unlikely considering how much they supported Birdie, Synnibear is still a fucked individual who sent fucking rape comics and a picture of a vibrator to minors. The most apt comparison that comes to mind right now is the Buddha engineer shit. Like, yeah, sure, it was proven not to be illegal, but the guy was still fucking lying about being an engineer for over a decade. And the other shit, of course. Watch my video for reference. Regardless, what's notable to me is that almost directly after Jar makes this point, he goes on to state that he was personally advising Synnibear and that her releasing a response video went against his advice.
She needed to treat this like how Pyro treated his video, or how Peaches handled her second video, but she made it as if it was just another video, and that's not a good thing. When you hear the call with me and her, you will see that she did not take my advice on how to go about this.
Just to be honest, since around when I began working on this video, I have been talking to Jar and giving him what I would consider advice. Mostly because he just keeps giving me a bunch of embarrassing information and I don't know how else to respond. One thing that has not changed since this development though is the fucking conclusions I make in this video. I get it, Jar, it's hard to leave a motherfucker out to dry when they're in a difficult situation. I mean, I personally wouldn't hold any qualms of doing so when speaking in regards to Synnibear, but if you want to give the self-admitted groomer advice, maybe do so without detrimentally affecting your fucking expose video. Especially when we actually get to looking through his conversation with Synnibear, I think you'll come to agree with me in believing that this is the most most definitionally compromised shit I've ever witnessed. Bro, I had one conversation and switched the fuck up. Regardless, Ja then surprisingly brings up an actually great point.
One thing that really shocked me about this whole drama is the amount of people treating this like it's Synni versus Jack.
Yeah, Ja, I do agree, that was fucking ridiculous. Although, as I established in my Birdie video, that was mostly down to Birdie's readiness to hop on the drama and release a video that can both control the narrative and scammed his audience of $10,000 using a GoFundMe. Obviously, the situation was a lot less black and white than it was painted out to be, which Ja comically acknowledges in this video. On that note, another detail that Ja revealed in his response, which I'll talk about later, is that this was apparently not his first Synnibear draft video, with the first one being critical of Synnibear. However, he never released it because it was also apparently way too pro-Birdie.
Now I know that some of you are gonna call me a liar, because the second draft of my Synni video was already fully edited. However, the first draft of my Synni video, which was more negative towards her, was also fully edited as well. It should be noted that I was not happy with that draft of the video as well. I was on Jack's, aka Birdie's side way too much in it.
Interesting when you juxtapose that with this statement from the Synnibear draft that we're currently breaking down.
Guys, Jack is a person with autism and BPD, and they grew up getting bashed by the entire internet, which more than likely had an effect on its development. Oh, and also they go by it pronouns, which is not a normal thing, even by trans standards. I'm just gonna go out on a limb here and say that it's best not to take it at its word and give it over $10,000 in 3 days.
I can understand flipping opinions when you become a bit more informed, but this drastically, my first draft of a video pretty closely resembles the final one in pretty much every circumstance. It's really only mistakes or details that I missed that get removed, adjusted, or added, not the fucking fundamental message of the video.
By the way, I'm going off topic for this, but if anyone is going to try to make the allegation that I'm simping for Synni, I'm not the one giving people $10,000.
Yeah, but you did irreparably damage your career for Synnibear, which, to be perfectly honest, definitely cost you a lot more than 10K, but hey, live and learn, right? Anyway, Ja then goes on to invoke Hopeless Peaches again, interestingly referring to him as a blonde girl.
I recall people saying poor Creepshow art during the Peaches drama. That drama involved a woman with black and orange hair getting thousands of dollars for going after a blonde girl for things that were mostly false, but a few things were true. But the things that were true were blown way out of proportion. And now the same thing is happening again, almost the exact same way. Talk about deja vu.
And then he goes on to make one of the most confidently incorrect statements of the video.
After looking over everything in more depth than 99% of people talking about this, I can safely say that this drama was blown up to a level that it had no business getting to. I love how people would try to debunk me on Twitter by sending me the doc they didn't read. I think the irony was lost on them. The commentary community's coverage of this entire drama was absolutely gross. You guys really need to stop spreading what is currently the popular opinion without looking into things deeper. Face the facts, Synni already quote-unquote admitted to it. You weren't making videos on her to spread the word around, you were just doing it to get a quick buck. You weren't concerned about the safety of minors, you were concerned about getting clout. You guys should have learned your lesson from the Peaches drama, the Spoctor drama, the Dream and John Swan drama, the Pyrocynical drama, and more. But you people keep making the same mistake of jumping on a bandwagon too fast over and over again.
No, Ja, I can guarantee you after covering both Synnibear and Birdie for a collective 2 hours that the public opinion was, yes, incorrect about Birdie initially, but most definitely correct about Synnibear.
Some of you may say that what she did was wrong enough for you to never watch her again. If that is how you feel, then that's okay. But don't make up stuff like, she sent nudes to a minor, she's a pedo, or she groomed someone, because none of that is true. I've checked multiple different definitions for grooming. What Synni did doesn't fit any of them. Sure, what she did is what a lot of groomers do when they start grooming, but they tend to escalate things, and she didn't escalate things for 6 months. Or, who knows, maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. Maybe I don't actually know what grooming is.
Okay, but just because it doesn't fit one of your Google definitions of grooming, that doesn't mean it's not still bad. That doesn't explain why you'd make an entire video defending her.
I know the ArtCC is more than likely going to try to use this video against me. They are going to paint me as someone who is okay with degenerate stuff being shown to kids, or that I'm defending a groomer. Both things that aren't true, as I've proven in this video.
Yeah, seems like this video got a bit bigger than Ja expected, because it wasn't just the ACC that ended up using this video against him. Hi. I just love how confidently he says both things that aren't true, as I've proven in this video. Like, nobody, you've done everything but that.
I said what Synni did wasn't okay, and I show that she isn't a groomer. What Synni did was wrong. What she did was irresponsible. However, whatever punishment you think she deserves, I believe she already got it.
Mission successful then, right? If Jared finished the video here and just wrapped it up with an outro, I don't think I'd be stood here in front of you talking about it. I don't even think I know who he is. I mean, don't get me wrong, the video still would have been terrible and I would have disagreed with probably about 90% of what he said, but I don't think it would have blown up to the scale it ended up reaching. No, it's this next segment in the following interview that I believe truly gave this story the kick it needed to reach the heights of drama and turmoil I will be laying out for the rest of this video.
Now, if you are one of the people who made a video on Synni and you disagree with things I'm saying in this video, then let's have a debate. It just seems a little strange to me to make a video on someone without reaching out to them. Oh wait, you guys already did that. I, along with Kumo, were the only two who reached out. I know a lot of people won't watch this video, so if you are going to disagree with me, please put #pineapple-soda in your comment. All one word, by the way. If you don't, then I know you were too scared to have your opinion challenged. I've made videos on predators before, and I've uploaded more than one video bashing cuties. I've won almost every single drama I've been in, even when I was on the losing side. I'm sure people are gonna say I'm reviving the drama, or that I'm doing this for money or something. But even if that is true, it doesn't debunk anything I'm saying. People will more than likely bring up the Toby drama, but last time I checked, every single video covering my Toby video is gone. Every last one of them. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little scared of the backlash I'll get from uploading this video. Both my roommate and my girlfriend try to talk me out of uploading it. They think I'm right, but they don't want to see me fight for so long and so hard like I did in the Peaches drama. By the way, Peaches is someone that became a bad person after everything I did for them. So I don't know if Synni will end up the same way or not, but I have to do what I think is right. Who knows, maybe I'm the one in the wrong, but I still feel like I have to do this. A lot of people could have done this video better than me, and hopefully they will, now that I've shown them the ropes. But if I am in the right, the next time something like this happens, can you guys please not say,
Ja, you were right about every other drama, but this time you're wrong,
before my video even comes out. That being said, I am not confident that this video will go over well once I upload it.
Thanks for showing me the ropes, man. Maybe you should have listened to the advice of your girlfriend and that roommate you bond with by touching each other's ass. I just had to let that clip play out a bit because it's honestly perfection, just a fucking wild amount of foreshadowing. For starters, #pineapple-soda, the phrase that Jas said people should comment if they wanted to debate him, would end up being the title of the video Kumo used when he uploaded the Synnibear draft to his channel early. The next point I find comical is the "I've won every drama I've been in, even when I'm on the losing side" rant. I mean, other than the fact that he clearly didn't win this one, he's making these extremely overconfident statements in a 2 or so long minute run, only to immediately follow it with apprehension and uncertainty. He's worrying that he's wrong while insisting that he's right, committing to the phrase "fake it till you make it," I guess. You gotta make up your mind, man. Are you confident in the video's conclusions and points, or are you apprehensive as to how they'll be received? Either way, before Jaren starts the Synni interview, which I will cover in the next chapter, Jar goes on to bring this commentary segment full circle by stating this.
In many ways, this is like all the big dramas that have ever happened in the commentary community all at once. Just like Spoctor, Synni admitted to it. Just like Peaches, she made a bad first response. And just like Pyro, people painted her as a groomer when she wasn't one. Fortunately, or unfortunately, depending on how you look at it, this drama has now gotten so big that people outside the ArtCC are talking about it. And a lot of non-ArtCC people don't think that she's a groomer. Who knows, maybe I'm the one in the wrong. But after seeing what happened in the Spoctor, the Peaches, and the Pyro dramas, I just think we should be at least a little bit more skeptical. Please do not take my word for this. Do your own research and look into these documents a little bit more carefully.
Oh, I did, Jar, and I seemingly looked into them a lot deeper than you did, but that's besides the point. It's about time that we looked into that interview, or as I would prefer to call it, awkward conversation between Jar and Synnibear.
Like, here's the thing, I'm way more sexist than I'm racist.
I don't know how else to describe this conversation other than comparing it to some kind of found footage horror film. It just doesn't feel like our eyes were meant to lay upon this media. I have no idea why so much of it was included in the video, draft or not. The interview consists of, from what I can tell, Jar flirting with Synnibear while she awkwardly tries to navigate the conversation, either unaware of the flirting or intentionally overlooking it because she desperately wanted some sort of out for her career implosion. Jar insists to this day, in fact I think it's normally one of the first things he brings up when he's defending himself, that he was not flirting with Synnibear and it was a baseless rumor. I'm inclined to disagree, but I will let you decide for yourself. Here's how the conversation starts.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yeah.
Okay, so first thing I want to ask you, how are you feeling right now?
Kinda dead inside.
That sounds about right. Like, you seem like you've been through quite a bit of a roller coaster lately.
Alright, nothing too crazy yet, although I do want to point out that for an interview talking to a self-admitted groomer, I feel like asking how they're feeling is a bit of an odd choice for an opening question, but I get it, he's building rapport. Just bear in mind that according to Ja, this conversation was what motivated him to make the second draft in which he was defensive as Synnibear instead of critical.
So, here's my first question, if you don't mind if I begin. Do you mind if I begin?
Am I being recorded?
Ja, what am I looking at here, buddy? Is this a casting couch?
Actually, sure, I'll ask that. Would you be okay if I record you?
I guess it should be fine.
That felt wrong to watch. I honestly cannot put my finger on why. They then go on to talk about Synnibear's situation for a bit, and then Ja goes on to state this.
So here's my first question. I looked at the first doc. Like, I desperately looked all over the first doc. I don't see any grooming going.
Stupid.
Oh yeah. Like, oh, Synni had her avatar in sexual poses, and I was like, yeah. Have you not seen Naruto or any PG-13 anime?
Really, dude? The fucking Naruto comparison right off rip in the Synnibear interview? I know I'm right in believing that shit is a self-report.
No, I think a lot of that document was just complete horseshit, honestly. There were, of course, there were like some things that I do think were problems, like the actual issues, but a lot of it was just bullshit.
Yeah, like I was looking at that and I was like, this is so much nothing. Like, okay, sure, there's some stuff in here, but like 90% of it was just nothing. Like you saying, oh, my character, this fan art someone made for me is sexy. It's like, oh no, that she said sexy. I heard the word sexy in a fucking Shrek movie when I was a kid. Like, oh no. A question.
Ooh, Ja getting a giggle from the Shrek joke. It sounded like he froze up like a deer in headlights when he heard it, but whatever. What's extraordinarily questionable about this is that Ja is saying he saw nothing wrong in the first document. That entire document was fucking depraved. It included Synnibear talking about being horny with a 14 and 15-year-old in a 13+ Discord that allowed for gore. Synni is clearly exhibiting zero remorse for what she did either, as she's just calling the document bullshit. It genuinely makes zero sense as to how this was the conversation that turned Ja to Synni's side, unless he, began crushing on it.
Did you take your apology down, and if so, why?
I privated it because I'm making a video kind of going over why I don't believe I'm actually a groomer.
Oh wow! Why don't you think why don't you think you're a groomer? It's because there's legitimately no evidence of you grooming. Is that why you think that?
Ooh, that's a bad clip, Ja. It definitely seems as if he made his mind up at some point before the conversation with Synnibear. That, and there's gotta be fucking no shot he's actually properly read the documents at this point.
I will be completely honest. I didn't even consider it to be grooming until Jack told me it was grooming.
Oh my fucking god, of course you did. Of course you did. Because, like, here's the thing. I looked through both docs. Okay, were you talking appropriately? Yes. Were you grooming? No.
Whoa, Ja, chill out, buddy. Why is he yet again insisting that he's read both docs? I mean, sure, it could just be true, but I don't think it is the case. Sure, he's demonstrated some amount of understanding of what the documents contain, and even hand-waved away some of the points, which, yeah, sure, I find fucking crazy. But unless he's maliciously leaving information out, which I don't think he is, he's only fucking skim-read these documents. He clearly doesn't get all of the core points. Also, I think it is conceptually funny that Synnibear didn't even think she was a groomer, but then got gaslighted by Birdie into releasing a video admitting to being one. But yeah, I don't know how true that is.
So let me go off topic. Synni, can I call you Synni? Is that how you say your name?
Yeah, it's Synni.
Okay, I might accidentally call you Sunny by accident, but I'll try to call you Synni. So Synni, like, let me ask you something. Are you, you're straight, right?
As far as I'm aware.
Yeah, what, now I'm straight too. I mean, no, sorry. Eno is a female, correct? I got the names mixed up.
You're telling me you're not flirting with her? Bro, what the fuck are you talking about? I mean, it's either that or you just had the mega Freudian slip. Like, what do you mean you got the names mixed up? You got yourself, JustARobot, aka Ja, mixed up with Eno? I don't know if context will help with this one, but I'll let it play out anyway.
Eno is AFAB, yeah.
AFAB, okay. So, yeah, have you ever dated a woman?
When I was 14.
Of course you did.
And I ended up breaking up with my girlfriend when I was 16 because I realized I didn't love her like that, because I realized I don't like women like that.
You were just a bit bi-curious, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Once I kissed an Italian guy, but that's not important right now.
Okay, that definitely just made it worse for him, but it's, yeah, entertaining. Why is he going so in depth with Synnibear's sexuality? And also, why is he trying to relate with her and being bi-curious with that little anecdote about kissing an Italian man? It genuinely seems as if he's trying to drop hints that they would be compatible together in some sort of art commentary community relationship from hell, but no. Jar would never lie to us, right? Regardless, after several more minutes of talking Synnibear details, Jar eventually reiterates that absolutely brilliant point about groomers not just admitting to being groomers.
It was mostly me trying to earn back Jack's trust by being open and honest with the people, like with my own audience.
But you weren't honest with them. You said you groomed someone, and I don't...
I thought I did.
Okay, here's the thing, and here's was the first big red flag to me. At first, I thought this was pretty cut and dry. You got accused, docs were made, there's so much evidence in the doc, they're so long, you must have done it because you admitted to it. So I was working on my video, and then I thought, I just had that feeling, the same feeling I got when the Peaches drama started, the same feeling I got when the Spoctor drama started. It's that feeling I get in the back of my neck that just tells me something's not right here. And I thought about it, I was like, Cosmodor did not admit to grooming until it was too late. Neither the EDP to this day has not admitted to doing anything wrong. Groomers don't fucking admit to it. So I thought to myself, why would she admit to it? I can't even think of a single groomer who just flat out said, "Yep, I did it." And then I started thinking, maybe I should reach out to you and have a chat with you. So what you did was inappropriate. You shouldn't have done that. But I don't think you're Cosmodor level. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Jar, you're killing the vibes. Think of something to say them quick.
Yeah. So you're working on a response to everything, is that right?
I'm trying.
Okay, well, it's gonna be an uphill battle. Made things really bad for yourself by making that apology.
I realize that.
Yep.
Well, yeah, that did not help. Anyway, Synnibear complains about Birdie some more, which leads to this gem of a moment.
He left before I even came home from work. Like, I came home from work and he was just gone. And then sorry, what?
It's just, it's funny to hear a woman say that for once.
That was quite possibly the most deranged laugh I've ever heard in my life, and I'm still not entirely sure what he found funny. I mean, I get he's laughing about the concept of the guy in the situation, that being Birdie, leaving the house before the woman in the situation, that being Synni, gets back home, but I don't think that warrants that laugh that we just heard.
I came home from work and he was gone, and then the next morning, the police came to my apartment.
Oh no!
For a wellness check, not for anything bad.
Oh, okay.
I don't know why he's so animated suddenly. They eventually go on to talk about the sexual assault allegation that Synnibear received from Birdie. For those of you who did not watch my last video, when Birdie left Synnibear's place and made the video talking about her allegations, Birdie also accused Synnibear of sexual assault. This accusation notably came in the form of a comic that he drew to depict the incident, but yeah, anyway, here's Jar talking about it and reiterating a familiar, yet I'd say welcome argument.
Actually, that's something I've been meaning to ask you. So, like, they accused you of touching them inappropriately?
Yeah, fuck him for even, like, insinuating that.
Yeah, because I'm gonna get real here. Me and Professor Dreadlock, we're best buddies, and we're romantic with each other. We slap each other on the ass every now and then, we spook each other, we don't poke each other in the crotch, but we do pretty much everything else.
Everything else? What is everything else? You know what, actually, now that I think about it, don't answer that one. I probably don't want to know. While I get what Jar is saying and am inclined to agree in the belief that the sexual assault allegation was Birdie recontextualizing the situation when it was convenient, this is definitely the funniest and most questionable defense I've heard for this situation.
Well, you need to understand this corner of the internet, they're fucking idiots. They will believe what they're told until they're shown the opposite. I mean, come on, you've seen this with the Spocker drama. You've seen this with the Peaches drama. Prismate Luke literally put up screenshots that contradicted what he said, and people went, yep, that seems legit to me.
Alright man, settle down. You ain't even released the video you're supposed to be apprehensive about yet. But yeah, this is another show of the hopeless Peaches and Spocker drama seemingly being a big inspiration for Jar when he was working on the Synnibear defense video.
I'm a little thrown off that, like, the commentators aren't looking at that.
Actually, that's something I've been meaning to ask you. Aside from me, has anybody reached out to you?
2 YouTubers contacted me and, like, asked me questions, but no one else.
Okay, so I'm literally the first person who was like, hey, I don't think you're as bad as what everybody else is saying.
You're the second person. The first person was Kumo.
Of course it's Kumo. Like, I have my own issues with the guy, but, like, it sounds like sometimes he could be skeptical in the right areas, and you know what? I think it was skeptical in the right area, because, like, I've heard rumors that you two were collabing together, but I watched his video, and I was like, I don't...
Collabing is a stretch, but, like, he's trying to help me, like, make my video as good as it can be.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Jar's plans foiled by the dastardly Kumo for the first of several times. This is the first time that I know of Synnibear talking about Kumo being involved publicly, and he's notably already helping her work on a response video. It seems like we may have another simp lurking in this accursed story.
I'm not gonna lie. I was so ready to tear into you. And this was the day I was going to upload it, unlist it for my Patreon supporters, and it was going to go live tomorrow. But then I decided to fact check one more time, just make sure everything was correct, and I've had this feeling for a while, like something isn't right, and after looking at everything I realized what you did was bad, very bad. If you better thank your vagina. If you had a PP, you would be, oh man, it would not be good for you if you had a PP.
Aw, man.
Yeah, but people are more forgiving when women do this.
What a weird fucking way of phrasing that. I'm honestly in awe. Jar keeps talking for a bit about how he now believes that Synnibear was gaslighted by Birdie into admitting that she was a groomer, or more specifically, he states this.
I don't think you're a groomer. I think your friend who you lived with for years convinced you that you were a horrible person. You started thinking you were a horrible person, and you cracked underneath the pressure and decided to say something in a video that made you look really, really, really bad. And I'm guessing you didn't fully grasp what the word groomer meant, right?
That's a bit of a leading question, don't you think, Jar? Anyway, this somehow leads to him reiterating how dumb he believes the art community and subsequently likely his audience to be.
I think anyone who was watching my videos might be able to discern that, because
if you could be so lucky, do you know how dumb these people are?
Now, to be fair, he could be talking about specifically Birdie here, considering the context, but the phrasing "these people" implies he's talking about more than just one individual. When considering the last time they mentioned people being dumb and how it was in regards to the art community blindly following the word of untrustworthy creators, yeah, it does seem to imply that he's talking about his own audience being unintelligent. Either way, Synnibear keeps ranting about Birdie for a bit, which opens up the door for Jar to brag about the fact that he was right for whatever reason.
You know how the only interaction we had ever was when I commented on your Spocker video?
Yeah.
Okay, in that video you said you were moving in with Birdie, and like, when I heard you bring that up, I was like, haha, well this is going to be entertaining in a year.
Oh.
So that's exactly what I thought, because I was like, oh, 2 Art CC people underneath the same roof. What could possibly go wrong?
Fuck.
Yeah, sorry I didn't warn you sooner. Honestly, I thought you would throw Jack underneath the bus first. Like, honestly, I thought it would happen the reverse way.
No.
This moment, of course, wouldn't be right if Jar didn't also invoke the classics right now.
God, this entire situation just sucks.
Yeah, I know. Trust me. I've been in your shoes. Peach has been in your shoes. Spocker has been in your shoes. The only thing I'm going to tell you is this: once you're out of this situation, don't fuck up again.
Well, I guess now he's truly walking in the shoes of the self-admitted groomer now that this video is released. Okay, that's unfair. As far as I'm concerned, he's not a groomer and he's still posting on like Synnibear, so he still has the means to return. It would just be a very difficult undertaking, and he's not helping himself, as I'll establish later in the video. Anyway, Ja and Synni keep talking about the hopeless Peaches and Spoctor drama.
Don't fuck up like Spoctor and Peaches did. Like, here's the thing. When it comes to the Spoctor situation, the dude got canceled for being a pussy. Like, if I was in that same situation as him, I would have been like, oh yeah, I stumbled upon it, looked through all the multiple folders I had on it, saw the 13-year-old nudes, freaked out, ripped it out, stomped on it, and flushed it down my toilet. I'm not a predator, I just held on to those nudes and deep within folders, and that's what happened to me. Oh well, guess I'll keep uploading like I normally did, but instead he was like, no, I'm gonna run away and make people think I'm a predator, like fucking idiot.
Which leads to Synnibear reflecting on a Spoctor video and the backlash she received at the time, which creates this moment.
I remember people like getting really upset with me when I tried giving like Spoctor the benefit of the doubt in my video, where I was just like, you know, maybe he just forgot about it, and then people were like calling me a dick writer.
Well, you are that. Let's be honest here. I've seen how much you Kumo.
Rude, but anyway.
Okay, buddy, yeah. If you didn't think this was a casting couch beforehand, then that should about confirm it. But anyway, I'll let him finish.
Come on, you're a Coomer. You're like a super Coomer. Like I've seen some of the stuff you've drawn.
Don't remind me of what everyone's seen. Fuck. All right.
But I'm gonna give you some advice, okay?
No.
You don't want any advice?
Okay, fine. Damn
okay,
it.
Number one, you're gonna have to take the L on the way you are talking to the 14-year-old, but you have to make it clear.
Oh no, definitely.
Yeah, you're gonna have to do that. There's no, like, listen, I had a 14-year-old like, hey, I want to make you, I'm a big fan of you, and I want to make you happy. And I was like, no, I know where this is going. This is a fucking honeypot situation. No, thank you.
Honestly, the way his brain works is fascinating. He's been so mentally poisoned by our community drama to the extent that he's referring to an underage fan reaching out to him as a honeypot, which, might I add, is an interesting choice of words. Doesn't that generally imply that there's something of interest to him there? That's not even addressing the fucking bizarre tangent about seeing how much she's cooned. Like, what are you talking about, bro? Is this an interview or the most awkward flirting attempt I've ever seen? Also, if he has seen how much she has cooned, which is assumably referring to the depraved shit that she was sending to minors, then why is he immediately following it with a statement like this?
Yeah, like,
You've
seen my Peaches video, right?
I think so.
Okay, when I said adults talk inappropriately around minors all the time, people really took that the wrong way. But like, I defended myself on my second channel in my Vincent Skullman video. I was like, my dad showed me RoboCop when I was a kid, and that movie had boobies in it. Like, inappropriate things can happen. The kids are saying inappropriate stuff to each other all the time. It's not like you're not grooming a kid because you say pee-pee by accident around them. You know what I mean?
This just demonstrates a clear fundamental misunderstanding from Ja's behalf. Synni not only fostered a 13+ Discord server where she sent minors depraved shit, but she also had private DMs with some of them, in which she, do I need to say it again, sent the fucking rape comics. That's quite a few tears past accidentally saying fucking pee-pee around some children, but either way, Ja's still not quite over delivering his greatest hits, so let's keep the interview rolling.
I understand you've heard nothing but bad things about me. I'm pretty sure you think I'm a racist pedo yourself. At least one of those things.
I know you're not looked at in the best light, but I don't actually have any labels to attach to you.
Come on. Not even the racist one.
I'm too stupid. I don't keep up with everything.
Damn, he was practically begging for that racist label. Just FYI, Ja did pretend to be a black guy at one point in his career, which I assume is the basis at this point, but that's something that I'll expand upon later.
I'm being called racist because I said something racist.
Come on, sister. You're talking to the racism king over here.
The king of racism.
I love that clip. Anyway, Ja goes on to ask if Birdie has a job, to which he receives an answer that nobody was expecting. Yeah, no, it's a no, obviously. And then he goes on to state something quite interesting.
Yeah, I heard his story with that. I will admit, when I was questioning this, I did watch Kumo's video because I realized, okay, I need to hear someone defending this because, like, sometimes you just need one person to say the Emperor has no clothes for you to actually see that he's naked. Yeah, when I saw his video, not a great video. He kind of rambles a lot. It took forever to actually start. He also has has another video that is way shorter. I prefer his second one, but even then the second one is so long. But like, I looked at the video and I was like, this dude doesn't know what he's doing, but like, he's telling the truth. You're not a groomer.
Bro was so fucking desperate to find anyone who agreed with him that he ended up watching the 500 sub channel that he has a personal beef with and is repeatedly called deranged throughout the entire video. Like, again, does that not trigger some amount of reflection? Regardless, a couple minutes later, Ja goes on to state something pretty telling, at least in regards to the production of the video.
I've gone back and forth on my videos so much. I made it really quickly and then realized, oh, I need to find the evidence, and then I had to change this, I had to change that.
Okay, so I'm fairly certain he's talking about the first draft where he was supportive of Birdie and critical of Synnibear, although I'm fairly certain both drafts were rushed in a similar fashion. I don't know how else to interpret this other than his draft stating that he wrote his first draft of the script with no information or reference other than his pre-established knowledge of the community and what Birdie said in his "My roommate groomed a 14-year-old, please send help" video. I mean, I don't think I need to explain why this is absurd, but for reference, when I make a video, I tend to seek out both sides of the story and the evidence they present before I even consider writing a first draft. Yet Ja here pumped out two basically complete and opposing videos, both of which are filled to the brim with misinformation and misunderstandings before he'd even began to establish his own knowledge of the situation and the credibility of the parties involved. I'm also impressed that his drama career has lasted this fucking long if that's his method of making videos, especially considering how out of whack his basic moral intuition is, but don't worry, it just keeps getting worse.
I had to change this and I had to change that, and once I finally had a video all lined up so I could like look through it and fact check it, I was like, oh my god, like, I'm so low energy because, like, I don't really believe in what I'm saying. And then I realized, what am I fucking doing? I should reach out to you to hear your side of the story. And what gave me the courage to do this was I saw that you took or privated your apology video.
Oh no, he really shouldn't have. I can't imagine it would have gone down particularly well for him if he just released his pro-Birdie version of the video, but it can't have gone down any worse than the nuclear fallout I cover in the rest of this video. But either way, he goes on to practically coach Synnibear on how she should get back into the YouTube game.
And that made me think, maybe she's realizing, hey, I'm not a fucking groomer, just a coomer.
Synnibear would go on to use this exact phrase in a now deleted comeback response video. If you don't think that's coaching, well, Ja goes on to give her more advice. Not before he mentions how much he hates the ACC for being backstabbers, of course.
That's why I hate ArtCC people. They're insanely backstabby. Like, insanely so. Like, you can't be friends with them. Okay, so I suggest you make your video. But here's the thing. Everybody hates you already. They can't hate you any more than they do. In fact, so don't rush it. In fact, don't take too much time on it, but don't rush yourself. It's better.
It's pretty much done.
Okay, but here's the thing. When you upload it, be very careful with the title, the description, and the thumbnail. Don't make something that will make people upset. People are upset,
yeah,
but
no,
like...
The idea that Ja should take his own advice becomes especially prevalent throughout this conversation with Synnibear. I mean, it's legitimately almost as if he's trying to send his future self messages from the past.
You're going to still get a little backlash for it, but it won't be...
I figure.
It won't be, I don't know, 13,000 dislikes like you'd got on your apology.
That one didn't age quite so well.
This video is amazing. It's got accidental fourth wall breaking meta commentary. Synnibear starts talking about Birdie for a bit and then mentions that she made a savings account for him when they were living together. And now that Birdie's moved out, he's asking Synnibear for the money. Bear in mind, it's $300.
At some point, I like opened a separate bank, like a separate savings account just for Jack, and there was like $300 in that savings account for Jack. He keeps asking for that money.
That's just really funny to me. Birdie is honestly so fucking wretched. This motherfucker is asking Synnibear, who he practically backstabbed, for $300, despite the fact that a part of that aforementioned backstabbing was jumping on the drama and misleading his audience for $10K. It's not really any more relevant than serving as a testament to the idea that Birdie is the worst person involved, but yeah, regardless.
I'm upset because he has my jewelry. He fucking stole my jewelry, and it was expensive, and I want it back. And also, I want my cat back. I would like my cat, for fuck's sake.
Oh my god, another Kyan Omnia situation. It's always the fucking cat!
He took my cat!
Why? Why is it always the cat?
Whoa, chill out with the Bo Blacksian screaming Ja. Oh, wait, actually, speaking of, he now has a conversation with Bo Blacks, which I'll cover later.
I don't mean to sound bigoted, but anytime you people move in with one another, it doesn't go well. I mean you people as in ArtCC, this corner of the internet kind of people. Autistic gooners.
I do not understand why he is so obsessed with repeatedly declaring that Synnibear is a gooner. We get it, Ja. We read the messages, seemingly better than you.
Ultimately, we have one common enemy, and that's the ArtCC and how they manipulate people. Like, they seem all nice and wholesome, and then they suddenly...
No, yeah,
Whatever punishment you deserve for what you did, you already got it.
Aye.
This guy is forming an us versus them mentality with a fucking self-admitted groomer. Also, no, Ja. I'd say if you show yourself to be incapable of not getting off with minors on Discord, then you probably shouldn't have a platform that provides you the means to do so. That seems like the most reasonable punishment, as he calls it. Yet, here Ja is, providing Synnibear tips on how to get back in the ring for round 2.
I would recommend not keeping in the crying, so people don't think you're emotionally manipulating them.
A part of me wants to keep it in because I feel like there's value in being vulnerable, but at the same time, it's just like, man, people will find any reason to be mad at me.
I know, like, what my biggest problem was all the people saying, like, oh, Synni didn't make a real apology. I was like, that's the most genuine apology I've ever heard of my fucking life. What are you fucking saying?
What the fuck do you mean genuine? Synni has explicitly stated in the same conversation that one of the primary motivations for her to release her confession video was in an attempt to appease Birdie so he wouldn't be as mad at her. And on top of that, she labeled the first document released about her as bullshit. Regardless of how genuine the apology sounded to Ja, it's pretty easy to see that she only made it for the sake of self-preservation.
I saw a lot of people being like, oh yeah, Synni is mostly just like Synni is not sorry they groomed a minor, they're sorry that Jack
got
is
caught.
leaving. And like Synni's just upset because Jack's going away, and it's like, you're mean, go away.
Okay, to be fair, it did seem that's why you were mostly upset, and I understand it.
To be honest, it was mostly why I was upset, because just...
Yeah, let's be honest here.
He's my best friend. He's going away. What? That's fucked up, man.
Oh, okay then. There's just zero coherency in anything he's saying at this point. Alright then. I mean, was there really any coherency in the first place? Was she self-interested, or was it a genuine apology, Ja?
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest here. With friends like this, who needs enemies?
For real. Hey.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you have any other questions?
No, not really. It's just, after this is all over, once you and Jack have your everything sorted out, I recommend you take a break and rest.
I mean, I can't be the only person who feels like he's low-key crushing on Synnibear and just saying whatever the fuck comes to mind that will either make them relate or comfort her.
I can't draw. I have no friends, so like, what do I even do with my time?
Kumo.
Oh, for fuck's sake, Ja. Yeah, that too. Anything that he can say that will unnecessarily sexualize her, for lack of a better word. Before wrapping up the interview, they keep chatting for a bit, which includes some highlights. I mean, for starters, there's the final Kumo mention.
Fucking Kumo is the only person, like, questioning everything. Like, he was the first one to contact me. He's the one who's, like, questioning everyone whenever they talk about this shit. And no one likes him. God damn it.
Well, to be fair, that's what happens when you're not going around. When you don't follow the crowd blindly, they excommunicate you. That's what happened to me when I went against the grain. I had to be like, everybody knew the edgy shit I've said in my videos for years, but as soon as I had a different opinion on the Toby drama, suddenly I'm racist.
As I'll explain a bit, Kumo was excommunicated, not because he went against the grain in defending Synni, but because he was a psychotic, or should I say bloodthirsty freak who would berate people in voice calls, among worse things that I will establish later. Also, I have no idea what Ja was talking about with the Toby drama, but it clearly traumatized him in some regard.
It's weird that no one called me out for that until after I went against the grain.
Strange. And also, I don't fully understand what the Toby drama even was.
No one does! No one does! It's
like,
so
even after
confusing.
trying to watch
Whoa, dude, chill out. I might have to turn that down some decibels.
RRXD. But
exactly.
I had a dream when this whole thing, like, when the day Jack left, I think I had a dream where like someone hacked my Twitter and just kept saying the N-word over and over.
I've had that one.
Does he actually just laugh like that? I don't know how else to describe it, but it's demented. Anyway, directly after the laugh, there appears to be a jump cut in the audio, switching into Ja talking about the preparations he needs to do for the second draft that we're watching right now.
Okay, well, tomorrow I'm gonna get to work on the video about you, but I'm gonna have to change the thumbnail. I'm gonna have to pick Yep, I'm gonna have to pick what parts work and what don't work. At least the I don't have to change the credits, but yeah, I'm gonna be changing my video a lot, and I'm also gonna have to reach out to Jack because, you know, for all I know, you're
Uh-oh! Have fun with that. Oh my god.
Yeah,
Alright, so this is brought up by Jar in his second response video, but I think it's worth mentioning now. Just for reference, Jack is another name for Birdie. I think this is Jar's single biggest piece of evidence that the second draft, or, you know, the one that was released, was not at all representative of Jar's theorized final video. That's because he gets cut off right before saying it, but it does sound as if he says, I'm going to reach out to Jack because for all I know, you are lying to me.
I'm gonna have to reach out to Jack because, you know, for all I know, you're
That at least is what Jar claims he was going to say before Synnibear cut him off, but then again, that just raises a different question. Why the fuck was he sending out draft copies of the video if he's willing to change not only the contents, but the entire message of the video on a whim? Was he expecting the people he sent the video to basically just do all the research and fact checking for him and write him a new video from the fucked up shambles of a draft he sent them? Even better, why the fuck did Jar upload his video at all when Kumo had pre-released it? It wasn't published on Jar's channel yet, so he could always just claim that the version on Kumo's channel was a really early bad draft that he made before he was properly informed. Jar claims in his second response video that it was because he was afraid Kumo would frame him as some sort of liar or as if he was trying to hide the draft video, but who fucking cares if the community psycho is screaming into the void about you? Just ignore him and finish the video instead of posting this masterpiece of an accidental case study on how not to make drama content. You're so loud, Nugget. Yeah.
The worst part is...
I feel evil.
I know. Trust me, I feel evil too.
Why do you feel evil, Jar? That's not good. He's either being questionably honest here, or, as I previously theorized, he's just saying fucking anything that comes to mind that'll make him relatable to Synni.
You have to fight back. If you don't, people are gonna think you're a groomer. And here's the thing, when people think you're a groomer, they think you're a pedophile. And when they think you're a pedophile and a groomer, they think you're a possible child molester. This shit does not stay online. It will link into your real life if you do not fight back.
No, I completely get that.
He's way too lost in the source, bro. What the fuck? Why did this conversation even occur? Anyway, Jar finally manages to call the interview, however manages to do it in possibly the most awkward way possible.
But here's the thing, I'm gonna go now, but here's one thing I want you to tell you. Gonna be a hard uphill battle, but you know what? It was the same way for Hopeless Peaches. And since Hopeless Peaches made it out, I'm gonna help you out. And I'm gonna help you out through this, okay? But I'm gonna ask you something. Okay. Please do not backstab me.
I don't plan on it. I'm not an asshole.
Okay, it's just, I have to ask that because it happens a lot.
Of course, a mention of Hopeless Peaches. And if you think Jar's breakdown about backstabbers is done there, nope, he's just getting started.
I don't know why this keeps happening. Hey, I'm gonna help you through your drama. Okay, thank you, Jar. Oh, you're welcome, Peaches. Anyways, I'm gonna go tell a bunch of people you're racist behind your back. Oh, this sounds great, Peaches. Oh, hey, Junkie, you wanna, I'm gonna help you out with Lulu Bell stuff. Oh, thanks, Jar. Anyways, I'm gonna backstab you in the Toby drama and also call you racist. Like, if you do backstab me, please call me sexist. I'm tired of the racist stuff. Like, I want to be sexist now, okay? Call me homophobic. You know what? Like, I could do that too. Like, here's the thing. I'm way more sexist than I'm racist.
At least you're admitting to it.
What do you know? You're a woman.
The king of racism and the emperor of sexism. What a hero.
All right. I'm gonna get ready for bed now.
You go bed. Shoot, get out, get.
Hey, you have a good night, and, you know, keep up the fight, and I'm sure it will end well for you. I've seen people get out of it. Oh, one more thing. For 3 to 4 years down the line, don't get a little bit of backlash and suddenly delete your channel like Spockter and Peaches did. Like, don't do that. Huh?
I like my YouTube channel. I don't plan on it.
Yeah, well, Peaches and Spockter seem to really like theirs, and I sure can't find them anymore.
Bro, he is fucking obsessed. He sees everything through the lens of these old niche art community dramas, and it's clearly fucked them over.
All right. Good night, Synni.
Good noot.
Ooh, the fucking voice crack to finish it off. That's truly unfortunate. Alright, before Ja truly finishes the video, he decides to deliver quite possibly the perfect outro. Seriously, there are very few things that he could have said that would have been funnier.
If there's one thing I want you to take away from this video, is that this is a cautionary tale of what not to do on the internet. Anyways, I gotta get back to work on my Lio video now. So to everybody watching this video, I just want to wish you a good morning, a good afternoon, and a good night.
We got the Lio convoy mentioned and the accidental meta commentary. I mean, what more can you ask for? Unsurprisingly, this video and the surrounding Birdie and Synnibear dramas ended up catching a fair amount of attention, which caused the situation to break out of the art commentary community, which led to the absolute nuclear fallout I will be outlining for the rest of this video.
Synni, I know it sucks, everything you're going through. You just want it to be over. You want me to finish up my video as soon as possible. But it's better I get this right than fast.
About half a day after Ja's video was released, the streamer ChudLogic ended up watching and reacting to it. This is primarily because behind the scenes, Ja had actually reached out to ChudLogic and requested he reacted to the video. Yeah, this reaction went about as well for Ja as you could expect. But what's interesting to us is what happened directly after Chud finished watching the video.
This is not a good. Oh, what's this I'm being sent? Oh no. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. What is this now? Oh no, oh no. Ooh, oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Looks like I've got the DMs between Synnibear and JustARobot here, would you believe it? Wow, someone's just sent this to me.
Yeah, and he's not joking either. What follows is a 40 or so minute long segment of Chud reading through all of Ja and Synnibear's Discord DMs. Yes, this means that Synnibear, the person that Ja was actively throwing his career on the fire for, ended up leaking her own and Ja's DMs. Loyalty is dead out here, bro. I don't even think she fulfilled Ja's request of calling him sexist, but I suppose she also didn't call him racist, so there is that. I'm just gonna show the highlights of the DMs because there is a metric shitload of them, but if you are at all interested, the full reading is available on ChudLogic's channel. Right off of the messages, Ja just dumps, well, all of his questions, notably in a form that's kind of similar to leading a horse to water.
Is the 14-year-old friends with the person who made the doc? Because if so, this might have been a setup. Oh, dude, this guy is delusional. You've got the DMs. What do you mean a setup? An ongoing conversation? What the fuck? This guy's so cooked, bro.
Wait a minute, I'm in this video. Look, there's my iMelix video when it was 7 days old. Man, what a long way we've come, I guess. I should also clarify that the screenshots I use in this segment are primarily from ChudLogic's video and also the logs that ChudLogic sent me. This is because the file I've sent is missing their profile pictures as well as some of the images and links that they sent to each other, but otherwise it is the exact same logs. Anyway, a bit after sending the questions, Ja also informed Synni that he's going to go brush his teeth. No idea why, but he did. He pretty much immediately follows this with some random tweet about Trump and a clip from the show Invincible. Ja then asked Synnibear whether or not she had censored the boy fingering Synnibear image, to which Synnibear states yes, and Ja responds stating, "Perfect." Why is that perfect? This is not the level of detachment he should have when speaking in regards to making a video about this person. I've never seen such levels of compromise. Also, the fact that he keeps leaning on this point that Synnibear censored the artwork before she sent it to the minors, and he keeps describing her overall actions as just irresponsible, I genuinely get the impression that Ja doesn't have the basic intuition to get that this is fucking wrong. It's as if his entire moral compass is devised from whatever he's witnessed in YouTube dramas beforehand, and so if you think of his brain kind of like the legal system, the Synnibear situation is an unprecedented case. I mean, none of the dramas have established what the fuck happens with this type of groomer, so he's just gonna throw shit at the wall until he finds legal precedent. Anyway, this is also a point that he brings up another argument that I've just honestly kind of ignored the entire video. I just thought it was honestly brain dead, but I realized he brings it up enough that I should probably mention it. The argument is that according to Ja, all of the people making videos about Synnibear calling her a groomer are groomers in their own right because they made videos that direct to the documents which contain NSFW art in them. I don't know how this dot doesn't connect in the CPU or whatever the fuck, but there is a pretty clear difference between making a video for the public to watch that discusses or may even contain fuck shit and sending NSFW art or fuck shit directly to minors. One serves the clear purpose of documenting the situation, and the other realistically could only be for some kind of sick benefit to the adult, or Synnibear in this instance. Anyway, continuing on, Jar says he's going to send the video to his editor and that he's going to take a nap, to which I have two things to say. One, being someone edited that monstrosity for him and they seemingly didn't see anything wrong with what Jar was saying. In fact, as far as I can tell, the editor partook in some of the decision making. And two, again, why the fuck is Jar informing Synnibear of his routine? I suppose mentioning that he's napping is a bit more relevant than mentioning that he's brushing his teeth because he could be unavailable for a period of time, but again, why the fuck would Synnibear care? Either way, Jar goes on to offer Synnibear a sneak peek of the video, which, what the fuck, why? What could that realistically achieve other than giving Synnibear the opportunity to get in Jar's ear and twist or control the narrative in her favor? I mean, clearly she doesn't even need to because Jar is bending over backwards to make this video a defense of her, but the point stands. This offer is instantly followed by Synnibear talking about the progress on her own video, stating that it's a little under 40 minutes long. Jar then asks whether or not he can see it, which again, why? I mean, sure, it would be normal for him to ask if he was making his, a video about her, but we all know the actual reason he's asking is so he can try and give her advice on it, especially when considering the fact that Synnibear's abysmal response video released before Jar's video, and he actually addressed it in his video, but all he did was complain about how it made his job defending her harder. Regardless, Synni vaguely responds stating that her PC is fucking out, to which Jar offers the help of his roommate that he touches the ass of as a tech support guru. Synni doesn't really acknowledge this and asks how long computers are supposed to last, to which Jar responds 10 years. Synni states, "Oh man," and Jar asks if she wants to see his cock. Wait, what? Okay. Well, roughly a minute later, he sends an image of a rooster. Can I even call that a save? It looks like there was a pause of at least quite a few seconds between the "want to see my cock" message and the image of the rooster. Also, what would have happened had she said yes? I would say to any individual of sound mind, this is a clear attempt at making the conversation sexual or testing the waters to see how comfortable Synnibear would be with the conversation becoming sexual. It's a piss poor attempt, but it is still an attempt. Additionally, we have to bear in mind here that he's supposed to be interviewing her for a video, and this is the same dude who has criticized people for unprofessionalism in the past. I mean, what does he say? Hypocrisy is the worst sin or something?
What is the most objectable sin? It's hypocrisy. So I try to keep things, organized, make sure I'm staying consistent with things I've said in the past.
Okay, well, I have a couple questions off of that. I remember you mentioning the hypocrisy is the most objectionable sin line in your response video. What do you mean by that? Because, I would say that, murdering someone's a lot worse than hypocrisy, or, I don't know, trying to cover up a war crime or something,
I get what you're saying. So, yeah, I guess you could say it's worse, but we're talking about most objective, not worse. Like, if I kill a guy in a uniform of a soldier, like we're in a battle and I killed the guy, it's not murder anymore. It's called something else because, murder is not a moral term, it's a legal term. With hypocrisy, you can lie to protect someone, and that can be seen as not a sin. When it comes to hypocrisy, I think, no matter what context you use it in, it's considered like a bad thing.
I'm not a fan of hypocrisy, but it's definitely not objectively always morally wrong. As a hypothetical example, if someone started smoking when they were 12, grew up to have kids, and then forbid their children from also starting smoking at 12, well, would that not be both hypocrisy and morally correct? I will say preventing your children from smoking definitely has less negative effects than murder, even if it's in self-defense, which can also be morally justified, of course. Either way, regardless of the fact that Jar seems to think hypocrisy is unjustifiable, as I will outline in this video, Jar is one of the biggest hypocrites I've seen online. And this stuff with Synnibear is not a first, as he has a long history of making inappropriate or sexual comments towards women. Nevertheless, this moment would not be complete without a random pyrocynical mention, of course. So Jar, upon delivering his high-class cock joke that definitely landed without a hitch, proceeds to compare Synnibear's situation to the pyro situation. This guy is so obsessed, if it wasn't for the context, I could almost respect it. Regardless, Jar then asks Synni for some images of her character, or sprites as they call them, for the video. To which Synni sends them. Jar, however, takes a few hours to say anything, which prompts Synnibear to express her concern at the lack of response. Real needy-ass groomer, it seems. Maybe Jar was right to give her constant updates on his schedule. Jar then sends this bizarre string of 3 messages, or more specifically, he states, it's cool, want to VC? I don't know if he was trying to add dramatic effect like some anime protagonist, or whether he was just having some sort of dyslexia attack. I don't know what the term would be. Oh yeah, I should mention that Jar has dyslexia, which he uses as an excuse a lot later, but that's neither here nor there. Synni then asks Jar why he wants to call right now, clarifying that she thought they lived in the same time zone and mentioning that it is 5 a.m. Jar explains that he can't sleep because he took Adderall, or as he spells it, Adoral, because he is trying to complete his second version of the draft in which he defended Synnibear. Why is this man talking about his lack of sleep and drug usage to the fucking self-admitted groomer, and how many times do I need to ask some variant of this question? Interestingly, this also appears to be about the time that Synnibear released her now deleted comeback video in which she attempted to retract her previous video in which she admitted to grooming. This is seen by the fact that Synni says as much, which prompts Jar to ask her why she uploaded it so early in the morning. Synni states that she doesn't know what to do and is freaking out, so Jar asks if he can get in a call with her to tell her what to do. This guy is the unstoppable force they refer to in that phrase about it meeting an immovable object. Jar wants his call and he wants it now. Synni denies the offer for an advice call and states that she is going to pass out. Jar, just really trying to hit all of his bases I guess, brings up Hopeless Peaches and states that Peaches' first response video did not go down well, and as a result, Synni should let Jar give her advice on her second response. I'm not sure how well that logic tracks, but either way, this is then immediately followed by Jar insisting that Synni should have shown him her video before she uploaded it, and that she shouldn't have monetized it. All of this just feels to me like Jar is incessantly trying anything to get even slightly closer to Synnibear, but you can judge for yourself. I could just be hella biased at this point. Biased or not, I think you will agree with me in the belief that what Jar says next is very funny, because he states to Synnibear, "Trust me, after my video comes out, a few more will see the light." He really was just so confident that he could convince people that she didn't admit to grooming. I mean, it almost makes you feel bad for Synnibear, having JustARobot chattering away in her ear, convincing her that she has a path to redemption, when in all reality, he's just bringing himself down the path of damnation with her. Regardless, Synni asks him for an estimate on when the video will come out, to which Jar states likely this week after he reaches out to some of her friends. That also reminds me, Jar asked me so many fucking times when the video was coming out. Did he want it to come out sooner? I don't know why if he did. Like I told him, as much as I don't have any ill will towards him and if anything appreciate some of his antics, my video is still basically just going to be a highlight reel of all of his embarrassing moments. That and his controversies. I mean, he's done some genuinely suspicious stuff, so I don't know, that's later in the video though. Either way, after sending this estimate on when the video will be sent, he sends a voice note, which I'll play in a second. The audio file doesn't work in the copy of the DMs I got from Chud Logic, so I'm just gonna play the clip from his stream.
Listen,
Oh my god, the voice notes work as well. Oh my god.
Synni, I know it sucks, everything you're going through. You just want it to be over. You want me to finish up my video as soon as possible. But it's better I get this right than fast. I just don't want you to deal with this anymore, and if I take my time with it, the sooner this will be over. Trust me, I'm working as hard as I can. I'm going by this as quickly as possible, and I'm very tired. I actually stayed up all night last night. I just got up from a nap because I need to get this done as soon as I can, but I still need to simultaneously take my time with it. Just keep your channel up and keep your spirits up as well, because we will get out of this.
We will get out of this. Jar, there was still time for you to save yourself at this point, yet you decided to put on your best Riz voice and deliver some monologue about how you're gonna flip the publicly agreed upon perspective of your groomer crush. Already at this point, he is fishing through waste to find anything that shares his view on the situation, whether it's Kumo or some comment on Synnibear's video that was questionably left 1 minute before Jar screenshot it. Was it coincidence that it was posted so recently? Was he just sat there refreshing comments, or is this his old account? I guess we'll never know. The conversation continues for a bit, with Jar mostly just talking about how he was going to help Synnibear, which prompted Synnibear to state, "Thank you, I'm surprised you're so sympathetic towards me, to be honest." Jar then responds stating, "That because someone have to. Please make a response like this," with a link to what else but the pyrocynical response. Man, what a hero, carrying the burden of having sympathy for the self-admitted groomer because no one else would. Also, I know I've well and truly established that Jar is obsessed with comparing the pyrocynical drama to the Synnibear situation, but I want to point out the fact that he linked Pyro's response video twice, with the second of those times being almost exactly 24 hours after the first time. Like, I think she got the message, bro. Either way, a day later, Ja double texts stating that he is working on the video to defend Synnibear, to which Synnibear responds stating that she is filing a police report. Ja then laments about how stressful this has all been, although also acknowledges that it's likely been 100 times harder for Synnibear. Synni responds stating that she's open to talk about it with him if Ja wants, because she doesn't want to be a cause of bother when Ja was one of the few people to offer an ear to her. 10 minutes later, Ja says yes and begins a call. 2 minutes later, Ja sends another message saying, hello? Another minute later, Synni responds saying, oh, I didn't realize you were trying to call me. The call then lasts 39 minutes with Synnibear sending some images throughout the duration of it. Yeah, I'm not sure when Synni said that she was open to talk about it, she meant a call. I think she was more referring to listening about his problems in messages, just based on how long it took her to join the call. But hey, I may just be reading too far into it. We'll likely never know exactly what Ja and Synnibear were talking about for the duration of the 39-minute call, but considering the images that Synnibear sent pertained to Birdie, and afterwards she sent a message apologizing for being a gold medal complainer, I think it's pretty fair to assume that Ja was just comforting her while she complained about her issues. Synni then sends a couple photos of her cats, to which Ja states, nice pussy. Yeah, dude, real smooth. Not at all obvious what you're doing there. They keep talking for several days with Ja mostly attempting to comfort Synni, stating stuff like, no, you are human, so we are all monsters, but you aren't a groomer. Another message that's of note is this one, in which Ja states, you are super irresponsible, stupid, and careless. But you are clearly not a groomer, and I think you got more than enough punishment for what you did. I'm putting my reputation on the line to help you because I believe you are not a groomer. Anyways, I'm going to bed. It is extraordinarily evident that he knew the consequences and he insisted on defending Synnibear anyway. Synnibear responds stating, thank you again for trying, to which Ja states, I do or do not, there is no try. Synni says with a flattened dead emoji, and Ja clarifies that it's from Star Wars Episode 5 from the original trilogy. Damn, what a player, dropping Star Wars quotes in the context of a grooming allegation. Either way, Synni calls Ja a nerd, and then Ja asks whether she wants to voice call for the purposes of him getting to know a few things from her. I feel the need to mention that Ja's message is edited. I mean, sure, he could have been fixing some of his frequent typos, but I don't know, it could have also said something else entirely different. Synnibear then says, oh, I thought you were going to bed. Will I be able to help with that? Ja then starts a call, which he sits in by himself for 3 minutes, and then he sends a message stating, let's find out. I just need someone to chat with as I drift off to sleep. We weren't going to chat about anything important. I just like talking to someone as I go to sleep. Good night. This is a big moment, ladies and gentlemen. We got the first instance of the famed JustARobot sleepy time calls. Yes, I mean plural. Aw, cutie. As you will find out throughout this video, Ja is a massive fan of the sleepy time calls, and it's supposedly not just Synnibear that he's asked to do this with, but that's neither here nor there. The real question is, does Ja get his sleepy time call? Well, 3 minutes later, after Ja has sent his goodnight message, Synnibear responds stating, sorry, I was just playing with my cat. I wonder how much restraint it took Ja not to make some joke about Synnibear playing with her pussy. But either way, Synnibear clarifies that she can make the call now, and so Ja does end up calling her, which lasts for a grand 28 minutes. As per usual, we have no idea what happened in this call, but judging by the length of it and the fact that there was no messages sent until the next morning after, I get the impression that Ja did indeed pass out on this call, at which point Synnibear hung up. Several hours into the next day at 3 p.m, Ja informed Synnibear that he reached out to Kumo and sent a screenshot of his interaction with him. Looks like Kumo is a little scared of the competition, because he seemingly sent Ja something and then said, take these and leave Synni alone. Your roommate and partner are correct, and honestly, I don't buy your selfless act. I see you for what you are, and because I actually want Synni to grow and change, I don't see anything you're doing to be helpful, and giving her false hope is just a setback. Although Kumo's not wrong about Ja not being particularly helpful when it comes to giving Synnibear a false sense of hope, the point about seeing through Ja's selfless act is complete projection. It may be true that Ja is motivated by a crush on Synni or something, but as far as I'm concerned, so so is Kumo. That will have to be established in the next chapter though. Either way, Ja then followed the screenshot with a voice note, which I will play now.
Listen, Synni, I can't promise this will fix everything for you, or even anything for you. I don't want you to feel like you have a false sense of hope.
Okay, that's wonderful.
I'll do what I can, but that's it.
Diesel Baby became a member.
I helped
Diesel
Peaches out, but the allegations on you are much more rough. But I'm gonna do what I can to help, because I know this shit is and will leak into your real life.
This is exactly what I was talking about in regards to Ja's points having absolutely zero coherency. He's done everything possible to instill a false sense of hope in Synnibear. At the moment the concept is brought up as a criticism, he just states, I don't want to instill a false sense of hope in you. You can't just say shit if everything else you've said claims otherwise. Either way, they keep talking for a bit, which leads to Ja declaring, I can't believe someone with 500k subs is this broke. Synnibear then copes a bit and claims that it was because her parents stole $11,000 from her when she moved out, and they always grounded her, preventing her from making content. What was Ja's response, you may be wondering? Well, he just ghosted her for 2 days. I mean, honestly, kinda based. On the 9th, Ja then reached out and asked what time she would be off work, at which point Synnibear responded, stating that she was off work for the day and was at home already. Ja then responds with this voice note.
Alright, mamacita, I'll hit you up when I get home.
Roughly 37 minutes later, Ja sends a second voice note clarifying whatever the fuck that just meant.
Okay, me and my friend are at a crab place getting some grub, but after that I'm heading home, and when I get home, I'm going to show you what I have so far for the video. Everything but our edited down call, because my editor hasn't sent me that part of the video. But yeah, I am too hungry to focus right now, so that's why I'm going to get something to eat, and then I'm going to head home, and then we can like look through the video together.
Thank you for informing us, Ja. Or rather, thanks for informing Synni, Ja. Why didn't you just message her when you were at home and ready to show her the video? And also, actually, why the fuck are you showing her the video? Ja's already extraordinarily compromised as is, and now he's giving her another opportunity to distort the narrative in her favor even more? Regardless, after some awkward messages of Ja trying to get in contact with Synnibear, they start a call which lasts for 104 minutes. While the call is ongoing, they appear to exchange a couple messages, which includes this image of what appears to be Lio Convoy holding a katana with the Macca's logo? I don't know. What's extraordinarily questionable is this part where Ja states that he needs proof for the timestamp at 38:31. Synni then sends this screenshot of a Google definition of what constitutes grooming, and oh, wow, would you look at that? We've already seen this. When you go to that aforementioned timestamp, you find that Ja has used that exact screenshot and didn't even clarify that he got it from Synnibear.
But don't make up stuff like, she sent nudes to a minor, she's a pedo, or she groomed someone, because none of that is true. I've checked multiple different definitions for grooming. What Synni did doesn't fit any of them.
Bro could not even be fucked to Google himself. For one, I don't even think that screenshot counts as evidence or proof of anything. It more so just serves as a frame of reference and does not act as a definitive definition of grooming. Secondly, that image could have been altered by Synnibear. Ja has no way of knowing if he didn't check the Rain Foundation website himself. I, for one, could find absolutely nothing online that even slightly resembled an organization known as the Rain Foundation. This could just be because Google search engine optimization is garbage, but I'm more inclined to believe that they just don't have any traction online. Not necessarily indicative of anything, but it definitely does not imply that they are a trusted source when it comes to the topic of grooming. Either way, Ja then sent a screenshot of some DMs with an individual by the name of Romantic Goblin and then asked Synni to fact check them. Are you fucking kidding me, Ja? So not only are you getting other people to fact check and write your dog shit video for you, but you're running their suggestions past fucking Synnibear? On top of that, Ja also seemingly unquestionably included the proposed adjustment that Synnibear gave for his video, or more specifically, she gave input on the date of one of the messages that she sent. Even if this information is correct, for Ja just take it at face value and then include it with a thanks, I'll fix that part of the video is beyond fucking deranged. Regardless, this also gives me an opportunity to introduce you to Romantic Goblin, another crucial character in this story. You see, unless I'm mistaken, Romantic Goblin was the individual who leaked Ja's pro-Synnibear draft of the video to Kumo. Their channel no longer exists, but unlike Kumo, they actually sat at around 500 subscribers, and as you can see in the screenshot that Ja sent to Synnibear, Romantic Goblin was seemingly helping both Kumo and Ja with their cover coverage of the Synnibear situation. They do play a bit of a bigger role, as will be displayed later in the video, but for now, that's all you really need to know about Romantic Goblin. Oh, that, and they've also always been impossible to Google, because when you attempt to, the results end up resembling what I imagine Vorsh's short stack goblin porn folder to look like, but that's besides the point. Jar continues stating to Synnibear that if he even gets one thing wrong in his video, people will use it to say that the entire video is bad. I mean, the entire video is bad, but it's because a bit more than one thing was wrong with it. Just about every word Jar says couldn't have been picked worse. Synni responds to Jar saying that people are fucking stupid and she understands what Jar is saying. Jar then says, luckily it's not a big change, but it will make you look a little worse. That being said, it's only by like 0.8%, so you should be good. Again, why is he deeming that as a lucky? It should not be of effect to him whether the change helps Synnibear or not. It's not even the worst part, because Jar then asks her if she's gonna make a fucking thumbnail for the video. That's actually absurd. The thumbnail is the very first thing that the viewer sees before they've even fucking clicked on the video. Pretty much every YouTuber can attest to the fact that when you release a video, you will receive comments from random pissed off people that just saw the thumbnail and title and then didn't watch the video. That goes to show that there is a substantial amount of effect that the thumbnail and title can have on someone's perspective of a situation. Again, this is just Jar handing over more means for Synni to exert control over the narrative, and he doesn't even fucking blink an eye. I mean, for fuck's sake, even Synnibear questions it in the messages, stating, also, are you sure it's a good idea to have me make the thumbnail? It might make bad faith actors assume the worst before even watching your video. It's clearly not just the bad faith actors that this is of concern to Synni. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I'm being as charitable as possible to Jar, and I still find this at minimum strange, if not outright foolish. Synni then goes on to mention that this is her first time drawing Jar, to which he says, yay, make me sexy. The conversation continues for a bit about unimportant shit until Jar states this.
Okay, dude. Also, I'm going to try and reach out to Chud Logic. Ooh, I remember liking his stream. I think with his help, along with the recording... You little fucking bitch! You little wretch! Is that what you thought, was it? Is that what you thought? You thought you could piss on my boots and tell me it's raining? Well, tough fucking shit, bro. Unlucky. What fucking planet do you think you're on that you can use my platform like that? You think I wasn't gonna fucking notice? You fucking retard. You little autistic freak. Holy fuck, dude, I'm furious. I'm fucking furious, bro. Who does this guy think he is? He thinks he can fucking launder his shitty video past me without noticing and be put out on my channel to my fucking viewers. What a little fucking autistic wretch this guy is. Fuck me, dude. Fuck me, bro.
Yeah, I cannot imagine this is how Jar predicted things would play out, but man, am I glad he misjudged. Also, did anyone else notice who was in chat? Yeah, that's right, Kumo. But we'll get back to him in a bit. This whole idea of Jar attempting to pre-arrange a reaction with Chud Logic so he could use Chud's platform to signal boost his defense of Synnibear is a part of what I mean by Jar being manipulative. I get the feeling that the main reason he engages with me is because he believes my video will clean up his image or give him some amount of sympathy or something. I'm not sure how long that will remain to be the case after I start asking him questions, but regardless, it's clear that he's not a stranger to using other creators to push his agenda like he's doing with Chud Logic here. At the same time though, he is so bad at navigating these situations, or dramas if you will, that his manipulation becomes a bit ineffective. Although this guy did get a few 100,000 subscribers, so clearly at least for a period of time, a large chunk of people saw value in what he was saying, which is why I think it would be for the best for everyone, including Jar, if Jar just didn't make drama content. Additionally, what is his obsession with getting a call with Birdie, aka Jack? Jar himself said it was ridiculous that people were making it a Birdie vs Synnibear situation, yet here he is doing exactly that. As if getting Birdie to say absolutely anything would absolve Synnibear of his sins. It's just absurd. Either way, 20 minutes later, Jar links Synnibear the video and asks her to look it over and let him know what she thinks. About an hour later, Synni sends what she had done with the thumbnail at that point, and to be fair, it does pretty closely resemble what Jar requested, as incomplete as it looks. Jar then mentions that the call they had is in the video and asks for feedback, which prompts Synnibear to complain that he had edited out more than she wanted, leaving some segments without context. Now, if we skip over some stuff like Jar sending some pictures of his robot character and failing to get in contact with Birdie to not even 5 hours later, we'll see that Jar mentions that he got in contact with Chud Logic. Then, about another 5 hours later, Jar messages Synnibear asking if she is still up, and when she responds, he asks to have a sleepy time call. Synni says, ah shit, I just got in my car to go home, to which Jar says, how much longer? And Synni clarifies 20 minutes. Ja then says, I can wait, which I just have to say is comical levels of desperation. When Synni gets home roughly 20 minutes later, they do indeed have a call. And Synni even sends the finished thumbnail at the end of it. Although, it would be one of the last sleepy time calls they would ever have, because the next morning at 9 AM, Kumo uploaded #pineapple-soda, which, as I've mentioned, is Ja's entire Synnibear video. This prompts Ja to send the video to Synnibear with "What the fuck" in full caps. An hour later, Ja himself posts the video onto his own channel and says to Synni, "Video is now live." Bear in mind that at this point, according to Ja, he already had the video uploaded and processed on YouTube. It was just unlisted. Additionally, it would have taken him a lot longer than 57 minutes to export and upload the hour-and-a-half long video, so it's of my belief that Ja spent that entire time just mulling over whether or not he should publish it. Yeah, and he made the wrong decision, obviously. Regardless, about 38 minutes later, Ja asks if Synni herself showed the video to Kumo after he had requested she did not. A likely tense hour passes for Ja when Synni responds and says, "I think Goblin did." This would be in reference to that aforementioned romantic goblin individual who I explained before. Synni then panics about some shit not being removed from the video for a bit until Ja says, "Video's going over well, but I'm shocked he would try to backstab us like this." How the fuck is this guy supposed to know the video's going over well? It's not even been 3 hours. Possibly like 500 people tops have watched the full video at this point. Either way, Synni responds, "Haha, I'm scared," to which Ja says, "I'm as well. Fuck Kumo for doing this." Cute. He talks like a fucking caveman. He types like a fucking caveman. Cute Logic said he'll make reaction to my video about you tomorrow. He would have reacted to it the day it was out, but Kumo just had to be a pickle of shit. You'll begin to notice this resentment towards Kumo from Ja a lot more now. It's especially prevalent in these next few messages and voice notes that I'll play. He seems to have this idea in his head that he would have come in and saved the day for the damsel in distress Synnibear if it wasn't for the fact that Kumo had leaked his video early. Yeah, just listen to what I mean come out of Ja's mouth while Chud Logic rages about the fact that Ja attempted to dupe him.
I'll try and catch the stream. Oh boy.
Listen, I am so beyond pissed off at
Bro, this is total false hope as well, because by this point, I'd long been condemning of Synnibear, and I'd said that I think the actions could reasonably constitute grooming. So you're giving like this false hope that I'm gonna watch it and be like, yeah, when I've already said my piece about it, having reviewed the DMs.
I can attest the fact that Chud Logic was particularly critical of both Birdie and Synnibear in his video covering the topic, which is why this clip from Ja's video is even more absurd, because it just goes to show how little he knew what was going on.
This drama has now gotten so big that people outside the ArtCC are talking about it, and a lot of non-ArtCC people don't think that she's a groomer.
He definitely thought Chud Logic would be a lot more agreeable with him, but either way, let's continue those 2 voice notes.
Kumo for what he did. I'm also pissed off at whoever leaked him my video. I was very specific. Don't show this to anyone. Apparently, no one wanted to listen to me. This fight is going to be a lot harder now. A lot harder. But I'm going to power through it and try to get everything sorted. Right now, the video seems to be going over well. People are listening to what I'm saying. But a lot more people would be listening to what I'm saying if someone didn't fucking leak the video. I am never working with him again. And once I find out who leaked it, I'm probably going to not work with them either, because this was a very big breach of my trust. I put everything I had, like my entire channel's reputation on the line for this, and this is the thanks I get. Honestly, I'm mostly upset at myself for thinking that something like this wouldn't happen, because something like this always happens.
It really does seem as if Ja thought himself to be some sort of puppet master hero figure. I mean, he's still implying that he has any chance of reviving Synnibear's career. Additionally, he genuinely thought he would be treated as a hero, talking about putting his career on the line, and this is what he gets? Yeah, bro, what the fuck do you expect? Praise and admiration for something that you knew was stupid? Sorry, knew was stupid might be too charitable, but he at least felt something was up. Either way, Synni responds claiming that she didn't send it to anyone, and Romantic Goblin must have been the one who sent it to Kumo. Synni goes on to state that she doesn't know where Kumo is coming from. She knows that he doesn't think what she did was okay, and Kumo thinks that Synni is stupid, but she thought that he was a friend, and this feels personal. Ja then responds with this voice message, which Chud comically rages about a bit more.
Okay, well, to be fair, you are stupid. But, yeah, I'm just shocked that he would do something like this. Like, I had Chud Logic ready to go over the video on Sunday. I had all this shit lined up. I just need to show people that
Oh, did you know? Oh, did you know? Oh, did you know? Did you? You had it all lined up, did you? Fucking little rat. Trying to fucking put on this image that he's this fucking connected. Let me tell you what happened, right? He messaged me. He didn't tell me what he wanted, so I ignored him, okay? He then said that he's doing a video about Synnibear, and I said, yeah, sure, I'll take a look at it when it's out, right? And then he messaged me all this shit about this drama, about like, oh, it's leaked and I don't know what's going on. And I said, okay, I'll take a look at it tomorrow, right? That's what happened. He's acting like there was some connection here, like he'd fucking, you know, pulled off a fucking blinder or something. Bro, what are you on about? You're fucking deranged. You're like delusional. Fuck me, dude.
And that Jack was running away from it, and I had everything lined up. And Kumo, the dipshit he is, decides to pull this shit. Over what? Like, seriously, over what? I am actually incredibly pissed off. I'll, keep working on my videos and all that. I'm working right now, but, yeah, he really ticked me off, and I don't think I'm gonna trust him ever again.
Jar and Synni spend the rest of the day, or more specifically the 12th, panicking to each other about the like to dislike ratio, which gives Jar the opportunity to call Synni dumb some more. You might have noticed before that I said one of the last sleepy time calls and not the last sleepy time call, so of course around midnight they have their final sleepy time call, which lasts for a grand old 19 minutes. The next morning, on the 13th of October at 6:51 AM, John mentions the video got substantially more dislikes overnight. 2.5 hours later, he states that Chud Logic is now watching the video. This is the point at which Synnibear exports the logs.
Bro, this is... Video got a lot more dislikes. As I was sleeping, it's now at 73%. Still more likes, but that won't last long. Chud is now going over my video. This was like pretty ridiculous. Okay. Whoa, I mean, whoa, what the fuck, dude? End of log.
October 13th, 2024 was arguably the most important and bizarre day in the Jar saga, and you gotta trust me when I say that we are just getting started with the absurdity. After Chud Logic had watched Jar's entire video and subsequently read through all of Jar's DMs with Synnibear, JustARobot himself decided to hop on Chud Logic's stream for a conversation.
Do you think there should be a video defending Jeffrey Epstein against his crimes?
Jeffrey Epstein, the gay serial killer, right?
No, that's Jeffrey Dahmer.
Until I'd rewatched this conversation for this video, I'd forgotten how disastrous Jar's call with Chud Logic was. I mean, Jar not only concedes just about every point in his Synnibear video, but he does so while repeatedly making the situation substantially worse for himself. You can already kind of hear it in his voice, but Jar panics an absolute fuckload throughout this conversation. There will be some breathing exercises. Not even 1 minute into the call, and Jar begins desperately clarifying his position and how supposedly unaware he was of the video's poor reception, which leads to Chud Logic laying a bit of a trap for him.
So I want to give you a heads up about something. I've only seen everything before the Synnibear call.
That's okay.
I was listening to it in my car while I was driving. I've been so stressed out about this situation, I actually haven't eaten anything all day.
Okay, but are you comfortable to have this conversation now, yeah?
Oh, yeah. Like, here's the thing. Out of every video I've ever uploaded, this was the one I was the least confident on, and I was having very cold feet about it. And then Kumo,
is that why you sent it to me? Because you're a bit uncertain about it. You wanted some feedback. Is that right?
Yeah. Well, partially. Yeah. I wanted feedback from you.
Now, this question and answer doesn't lead anywhere right now other than Jar rambling some more, but trust me, it does come back up. Not before Chud decides to berate him a bit first.
That's something I really struggle with.
Okay, you're talking a lot. I don't want to hear all your fucking words. Okay, let me ask you some questions. Okay?
Sure.
You have got a big issue with it being called grooming, but you accept, from in your own words, it's inappropriate, right?
Yeah, like totally inappropriate. Like she should not have been doing that. I never said it was okay for her to do that once.
Okay, well, I would put to you that the behavior exhibited here goes beyond being inappropriate and is so egregious as to not really warrant this, semantic debate over whether or not it's grooming. This person was engaging in extended sexual conversations, talking about their fetishes, and sending them not safe for work fetish art knowingly when they were 14 and Synnibear's 20. Like, that's a bit more than inappropriate and could easily constitute grooming by some people's definitions, no?
Well, define grooming.
Define grooming, yeah, so as much as he does concede just about every point, that isn't to say he puts up a very meager resistance beforehand.
If you want to argue the toss with this, about whether or not it's grooming, that's fine, you can do that. But you have said it's inappropriate. I'm saying it's way more inappropriate than what you're claiming, and you should be using much stronger language with which to decry it, and it makes the grooming discussion irrelevant. What does it matter whether or not it's grooming, when this person was knowingly sending porn, by your own fucking description, to someone that was 14 when they were 20?
Mind if I go ahead?
Sure.
Alright. Let me think here for a second.
You know, I'm fairly certain the phrase, "let me go ahead," implies that you have something to say at that moment, but I'm pretty sure Jar just started sweating and really wanted Chud to just stop talking.
What I'm trying to get at is, when I hear the word grooming, like, what everybody hears when I hear the word grooming is they think trying to get with the child, all this other stuff. I hate this term, like dog grooming, all this other shit. Oh, it's grooming into a position of power, into a cult. It's just, when people hear the word grooming, they immediately think of child grooming, and while I think what she did was incredibly disturbing, I just don't think it's grooming.
Really, motherfucker, bringing up dog grooming or grooming into a position of power right now? I think it's pretty fucking clear considering the context that people are talking about grooming a child. They loop on this point for a bit, with Jar primarily just saying he didn't know what word to use.
I didn't know what other words to use aside from inappropriate.
This eventually leads to Chud making the point that Jar is downplaying Synnibear's actions extraordinarily clear.
This behavior is so egregious that all you do when you talk about and argue about whether or not it's grooming is you give the implication that you're defending this person.
I 100% get that. I really should have looked through my video more, and I don't want people to come away from my video thinking Synni did nothing wrong. I just want them to think, hey, I don't think this was as egregious as I was led to believe.
Now, do you remember that trap that I mentioned at the beginning? Well, Chud logic adds to the invisible fire that is burning in the background by asking Jar to yet again clarify what his motivation for reaching out to him was.
This is the problem you've got. People are not just coming away thinking Synni did nothing wrong necessarily. They're thinking JustARobot is a totally deranged freak for defending this individual. Does that not bother you? Does that not upset you?
No, absolutely. Absolutely, that does. Like, that's why I got such cold feet about this, and why I'm glad I looked through your video. That's why I reached out to you.
Right. Okay. So you wanted feedback primarily, is why you reached out to me. Is that right?
Yeah, because, like, I think this might be my Just Stop situation. Like, remember his clearing the air video with the Ellis Mark stuff?
That's now the second time that Jar has claimed he reached out to Chud Logic for feedback, implying that he had no ulterior motive.
I've never been more confident.
Right. Stop yabbing. I've got another point to make here. You yourself in your video, you say that Synni has engaged in behavior that groomers engaged in. Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay, so if Synni is engaging in behavior that groomers are engaging in, is it not reasonable that people would look at that behavior and conclude that it's grooming?
No, it is.
Well, I'd say that's the first major concession, at least until Jar adds a technicality to it, which of course gets shut down relatively quickly.
So why are you so bothered about people calling it grooming when you yourself are saying Synni is engaged in that behavior? That's absurd.
Okay, what I'm trying to say is, I don't think it's grooming. I'm just saying if people come to the conclusion that it's grooming, that's fine. I should have made that clear in my video. I got to that part in your video, I listened to it, and I was like, yeah, you know what? I gotta take the fucking L on that. I was fucking stupid. Like, honestly...
Do you think you have been critical enough of Synnibear's actions in your video?
Absolutely not. I will take the L on that 100%.
Okay.
Damn, that's crazy. Taking 2 L's in under 20 seconds. I mean, what am I saying? The entire conversation is just perpetual L after L after L after L after L.
So, you accept that you weren't critical enough, and you accept that it's reasonable that other people say that it's grooming. The entire premise of your video is destroyed.
Well, the premise of my video is that, well, I think it's reasonable for people to think that Synni groomed someone.
But you didn't say that really in the video, did you? You didn't make that clear.
Absolutely, no, I did not, and I will take the L on it.
Well, it's not taking the L. The complete concept of your video is undermined in 2 fucking concessions you've made.
Okay, I think you're misunderstanding what my point is.
Jar again continues defending himself by slightly shifting the goalpost, but then instantly conceding. This repeats until Jar brings up his very flimsy argument talking about what classification of porn was being sent by Synnibear, to which Chud Logic pointed out that even though it may be softcore porn in Jar's classification, it's still fucking porn that's being sent to a minor.
The screenshots they showed in the doc was her sending porn, and then they linked that doc themselves. I'm like, if you think this this is porn, you shouldn't be linking it. I don't link porn under my videos. I don't believe you do either. That's what I'm getting at. And by the legal definition, this is not porn. Her character doing a sexy pose is not porn.
Do you think a character tied up to a post in a bondage-like fashion, do you think that is porn?
Suggestive and softcore porn, yes. It's just, maybe it's because
it's porn then.
Any guesses as to which excuse Jar uses to justify him not seeing the issue with a 20-year-old sending porn to a minor? If you guess his exposure to anime, well then you would be correct.
Synnibear sent porn at 20 years old to someone that's 14.
Yeah, maybe it's brain rot from anime I've watched. It's just, I see this stuff in anime all the time, so I thought, I saw this as a kid. Maybe I'm just being old-fashioned the way I'm thinking. Maybe I'm just being stupid. I don't know, it's just...
Well, the old-fashioned take is don't send porn to a 14-year-old when you're 20. No?
Yeah, but when I hear people say send porn, what I was thinking was, like, when I first heard...
The conversation begins looping again until Jar makes a very telling statement in regards to his motivation in making the video.
I told her, like, don't ever do this again, but I can see that it's happened so many times.
It's all very well what you said to them, but in your video, the entire premise and the way you're presenting it is to downplay and defend.
I know, it's just I thought there were so many offensive videos out there that... Why can't there be one video going in the, well, aside from Kumo, another video going in the opposite direction? Like, I was trying to add to
Do you think there should be a video defending Jeffrey Epstein against his crimes?
Jeffrey Epstein, the gay serial killer, right?
No, that's Jeffrey Dahmer. Jeffrey Epstein is the billionaire financier who was, on pretty serious charges, was a convicted pedophile, in fact, and had more charges brought forward.
No. I don't think Synni is at that level.
Well, no, hang on a sec. Just to be clear, I'm not saying that Synni is at that level.
I'm guessing Jar doesn't know anything about Jeffrey Epstein because Epstein hasn't made an art commentary community video. I mean, I guess Dahmer didn't either, but either way, yeah, as I've already established, Jar has self-admitted to having some sort of hero complex in regards to the Synnibear situation. In fact, he admits to it in this very conversation with JustARobot. That's what I brought up when I asked Jar about it.
I have an absolute hero complex, I can admit to that.
Regardless, JustARobot goes on to ask Jar whether he was happy with the Synnibear interview at the end of his video, to which he yet again says something very interesting.
The second aspect to this is your interview with Synni. How do you think that went?
Horrible. I should have been way more journalistic about it. I was very tired when it happened, honestly. The only reason why I included it in my video is I thought the video was solid, and I pretty much just added it to pad out the video. I haven't seen your coverage of the call, but after watching it a few times last night, I could see, yeah, this was not smart of me how I conducted this call at all. I was way too unprofessional and friendly.
I mean, it definitely padded out the coverage, but at what cost? Bro basically chose a bit more ad revenue for televising one of the most embarrassing conversations I've witnessed in possibly my entire life. Jar then goes on to fumble one of the easiest questions to answer, at least if he was answering truthfully and not from the position of having regretfully sent for a groomer, which, oh, wait a second, no, he is in that position.
Yeah, I mean, what was your goal going into that?
Give me a second, I need to... My goal. I guess it was just to get her side of things.
Just to get her side of things? Yeah, sure, buddy, because the process of getting her side of things definitely includes jokes about cocks and sleepy time folks. That's step 2 and 5 if you didn't know. Regardless, JustARobot goes on to explain how Jar was exhibiting clear bias.
Don't worry, Synnibear, we're going to sort this out. It was almost like listening to a defense attorney talk to their client.
Which Jar essentially folds on, leading to him yet again bringing up the pyro drama as a reason for why he thought Synnibear was excusable.
I know, it's just, I got convinced that after looking with what I had, that Synni might have been in the right, or not in the right per se, but not a groomer, and a lot of this drama was overblown mainly because of the pyro stuff. I mean, like, Pyro asked a 15-year-old to draw him as a thicker version of himself. He gets away with it, so I'm like, wait, how is that okay, but this isn't? And that's what I was, like, questioning myself on.
JustARobot then explains the substantive differences between the Pyro and Synni situation, to which Jar brings up the fact that Pyro said he should have never continued continue the furry stuff with Ivory after learning his age.
Pyro has got plausible deniability that he had no idea of the age of the individual when the more sexual stuff was happening, whereas with Synnibear knew the age from the start and asked again. So Synnibear does not have that excuse.
I've heard a lot of people bring that up, and when I look at Pyro's video, he said, I played this clip in my video, he later learned of Ivory's age, and then, and I quote here, shouldn't have continued the furry stuff with him after that. And I was like, what do you mean by the furry stuff? Because like we saw what the other furry stuff was, so like what else was said? And like I'm surprised I was the only person who was like thought that was a little sus.
Now this is the point at which another detail I haven't even covered comes up, and that is the chat logs that Synnibear had with Ino, the third victim to release a document about Synnibear. Ino's document about Synnibear was already damning enough, but to make things worse, the full chat logs between Synnibear and Ino were released, and from my understanding, they do contain pretty egregious examples of what can be argued to be just straight up grooming. I personally haven't even read them because I wasn't even aware of them when I was making my Synnibear video, and to be honest, I already think that Ino's document was bad enough as is. However, if I was for whatever reason smoking fucking crack or something and decided to stake my entire career on a defense video of Synnibear, you bet your fucking ass I'm reading those logs to know what I'm getting into. Yeah, if it isn't obvious, Ja was yet to go through these logs at the point of his conversation with ChudLogic.
So let me get this straight. You had access, you knew it was available because it was in a reply. Synnibear had put the link to the full logs that was available to you. Before you made this video hardcore defending Synnibear, you didn't even go over the full logs in any way.
I was planning to do that. I just didn't expect Kumo to leak my video. I was planning to do, not today, yesterday. I was planning to upload the video today, but before I upload my video, I spend one day like double checking everything, doing extra research. And then he uploaded my video, and then I was like, oh, fuck, now I guess I have to do this.
Why?
It's bizarre to me how much he blames Kumo. Like, sure dude, Kumo releasing the video early probably would have been a setback to Ja's career, but it's nowhere near as bad as Ja releasing the exact same terrible copy of the video to his own channel. I mean, I suppose Ja is at least seemingly partially honest about why he ended up posting the video himself.
Why do you need to put it out quickly just because Kumo's got it out?
Honestly, I was panicking.
Right, okay.
I didn't know it. I've never experienced that before, where someone takes one of my videos, especially on a topic this serious, and uploads it without my consent. That has never happened before. So I woke up, saw it, and then like panicked to upload it as quickly as possible.
When I said honest, I didn't mean it wasn't going to be a dumb reason. Panicking isn't exactly a sound plan. Funnily enough, this is pretty much immediately followed by Ja saying, I'm gonna be honest here, and then, well, being what I can only describe as dishonest, which prompts ChudLogic to put the pressure on some more.
Now, I'm going to be honest here. Even if he didn't upload that video, I might have still uploaded the video as it is. I might have gotten lazy and been like, I think I've done enough work already. I'll just make a follow-up later.
I think you're trying to piss on my boots and tell me it's raining. This is fucking nonsense. How on earth can you argue that you had a video, signed, sealed, delivered, ready to upload, and you may have looked at information that may have changed the entire premise of the video later? That doesn't make any sense, does it, Mr. Robot?
No, I did the same thing. You can ask my editor about this. I did the same thing because I had my old Synnibear video ready to go, and then I did a little bit more research, and I was like, hang on, I need to change this. And I had it ready to go because I was afraid that when I reached out to Jack would have freaked out, and at least I had something to upload.
Okay, so as we're having this conversation now, you have not seen the full conversation and therefore cannot fully comment on the contents of the conversation. Am I understanding this correctly?
Yes.
Don't you see how bro, you have pinned your channel to the reputation of someone and you've not even reviewed all the evidence? What is wrong with you? What's wrong with your programming, Mr. Robot?
A real genius mastermind at play here. Had it all planned out so well that one deviation caused by Kumo results in Ja completely imploding. Ja goes on to yet again claim that he didn't see anything that resembled grooming, backtracking I guess, which Chud instantly shuts down by saying that he could have just read the full logs. This starts what I can only describe as the Ja self-flagellation segment. I call it this because every now and then for the rest of the conversation, Ja breaks out at, oh boy, I really screwed up this time. Here, I'll just let you see what I mean.
A lot of people told me they thought this was a solid video and I didn't think I needed to make any changes to it or do any more research, and I really fucked this one up. This is... I suck. Like, I really fucked this one up.
Don't worry, it only gets worse for Ja from here, because not only has the self-flagellation started, but ChudLogic also decides to bait the fuck out of him by vaguely teasing the fact that he has read Ja's DMs with Synnibear. This, of course, causes Jar to enter what I can only describe as some sort of mega panic state.
Mr. Robot, I hold all the keys, I hold all the cards, and I have another thing to put to you. Now,
All right.
before I do that, is there anything that you wish to admit to me before I do this?
I'm trying to think here. Didn't expect you to ask that. Admit. Well, in past videos, I've said very sus stuff that people have taken the very wrong way, and I have been friends with people who've gotten exposed and, you know, cut them off.
Okay.
There's a lot I've done, and I just ask, what is it, and just ask what it is, because you know what, maybe there is something, and I just want to rip the band-aid off.
Mr. Robot, your logs with Synnibear were leaked to me an hour ago.
Oh, okay.
The way he delivered those words was odd even for Jar. It was as if it was all performative up until he said, oh, okay. Like, that was the point at which he actually started freaking out. Either way, Chud then goes on to explain the impression that a large amount of people, including myself, got upon reading Jar's logs of Synnibear.
I have reviewed them on stream,
Oh.
and here's what I believe based on reviewing these logs. In the course of pursuing this story, you spoke to Synnibear, and you developed some sort of attraction or interest in them beyond the purely professional one. This has then led you to frame the video in a certain way, and this is the architect now of your pain.
I don't think it's possible to guess what Jar's response to this pretty simple claim is. I recommend you try. I mean, maybe you could, but I think you either pre-watched or were some sort of oracle with powers to see into the future. So, without further delay, let's see if your guess was at least close.
I have no romantic interest. I'm very friendly with the way I talk. I can show the logs I've had with other people if they'll give me permission, but I'm very friendly. I have a girlfriend. I have no sexual interest in Synni at all.
If you predicted that Jar would claim to have no romantic or sexual interest in Synnibear, he just talks friendly with everyone and he also has a girlfriend, well then you would be close, but still wrong because he hasn't finished yet and I cut the clip out of it.
But you do, okay,
actually,
let's say
no,
that. So, go on.
No, actually, I want to take, okay, maybe I do have sexual interest in Synni. I mean, I'm a straight guy, come on. So I'm going to walk back on that, but I have a girlfriend. I'm not, what part of the logs would you like to go over with me?
I'm not trying to cause any relationship issues, but this shit feels weird. Like, sure, he's not gone and slept with Synnibear, but he's still going to her for sleepy time calls, making sexual jokes, and talking about how he maybe is sexually attracted to her, whatever that means. I mean, Jar's girlfriend is brought up several times throughout this drama, especially later in this call, and as much as I have had my suspicions, I do think she might actually be a real person, so if she's okay with it, then whatever, I guess. I'm just being a bitch for being uncomfortable with it or something. Either way, Jar then asks Chud to bring up an example of what he means, and so Chud brings up the want to see my cock message.
On the 29th of September,
Hang on.
8:58 p.m., you say, I presume as some sort of joke, want to see my cock. In fact, I tell you what, and then you send a picture of a chicken, of a rooster, of some sort of...
That's my humor.
Damn, he was hella quick in busting out that it's just my humor. Also, out of all the jokes for Jar to recycle, he decides to recycle the borderline sexual harassment wanna see my cock joke. Truly amazing. Somehow the conversation just gets more fried because Chud Logic brings up the sleepy time calls, to which Jar presents a questionable defense.
Yeah, I like to chat to people on my phone as I fall asleep. It's not a romantic thing at all. I've done it with guys, I've done it with girls. I just like to be on the phone with people as I fall asleep. I've done it with my roommate. He's not in right now, so I can't bring him in.
Alright, sure. At this point, we don't know what happened in the majority of the calls. However, if you just look at the times and context in which Jar reached out to Synnibear for a call, it's pretty easy to surmise that he was aiming for a sleepy time call in pretty much every instance. There's a minimum 6 calls, with only one of which, or more specifically the call that we heard, being at a reasonable time of day. Additionally, for 3 of those aforementioned calls, Jar explicitly stated before or after that he wanted a sleepy time call or he was going to go to sleep soon. I mean, even if you disregard the sleepy time calls, considering how much flirting there was in the one call that made it to light, it's gonna be a pretty hard sell for Jar to claim that he had no romantic interest. Regardless, Jar does pretty much immediately fold on this, as he does with everything else. I just wanted to make it explicitly clear how obvious it was that every one of Jar's calls had an ulterior sleepy motive.
How do you think I felt when I was reviewing this? You sent this to me because, as you say, right, you wanted my opinion on it, and I'm just seeing all this atrocity on the screen, and then I get these DMs and it's even worse.
Yeah, like, I did not expect you to get the DMs.
No, you didn't, did you?
No, I am a little shocked that those were leaked, but yeah, what I said was wrong, what I did was wrong, but I had no romantic interest in Synni at all. I'm very loyal to my girlfriend. I would never do anything like this, not like this, like cheating-wise.
Oop, almost didn't catch himself there. I mean, whether it was a slip-up he said like this or not, I think it's pretty clear to see that Jar is well aware of how weird the dynamic between him and Synnibear was, at least upon reflection. Either way, for the next few minutes, Chud Logic explains to Jar how little journalistic integrity Jar has, to which he does not refute. Instead, he yet again likens the situation to the Hopeless Peaches drama, claiming that that was a part of the reason why he thought it was a good idea to make a defense video of Synnibear. Chud Logic responds stating the obvious, or more specifically, that you should not let past dramas dictate your judgment in current ones, and he also goes on to state that he believes Jar's ego is what guided him.
You felt like, I've defended people before and it's worked out for me, so I'm just going to do it again. And this is your most fundamental issue that you've made, beyond the conflict of interest, I think, that I've demonstrated. You've got a massive ego, I think.
Yeah, probably.
See what I mean by conceding every point? I mean, he isn't even putting up a fight. He's just like, oh, you think I'm an ego monster? Yeah, probably. Regardless, this finally leads to Chud Logic springing that aforementioned trap he had laid out to do with Jar's motivations for reaching out to Chud Logic.
Once again, the stench of piss rains on my boots, and you try to tell me it's merely water. You said earlier that you just wanted my feedback about your video. In the DMs, you say to Synnibear you're going to try and reach out to Chud Logic. Synnibear responds positively to that sentiment, and you then say, I think with his help, along with a recorded call on Jack, everything should go smoothly. What did you mean by that?
I thought I could get your help with looking over my video, giving me some advice, and also reacting to it, because from what I've seen from one of your older videos...
No. Everything should go... No. Everything should go smoothly. What do you mean by with my help, everything should go smoothly? What does that part mean?
We should be able to get, people to realize that she is not a groomer.
Right.
Chud Logic ends up debating Jar on this point for roughly another minute until he triggers yet another panic attack-esque breathing exercise.
And you were trying to use my platform to push your message forward and thought I'd give it a pass and thought it would benefit you.
Yeah, I did. I did. I absolutely thought you would help me out if... first, I was hoping we would be able to... Hang on, let me just calm down real quick.
Please do.
If you're feeling bad for our middle man at this point, I get you. I completely understand. But I feel the need to inform you that there is still a year's worth of events that I am covering in this video. Roughly 4 minutes later, Jar suddenly interrupts the interview to inform everyone that he has now taken down the Synnibear video. So it didn't last even 24 hours on his channel.
I don't want to hammer the point home, but what is to be done about this situation?
All I can do right now is unlist the video. Let me do that now. Or, private the video.
At this point, I'd say pretty much all of the core arguments against Jar's video have been made and the video's been taken down. So what more is there to achieve? Surely this conversation wraps up soon, right? Oh, there's still an hour left. Okay, yeah, so we obviously don't need to break down them looping on the same points for another hour. So I'm just gonna speed run through the new points that get brought up as well as some of the more, entertaining parts. For starters, about now is when Jar's self-flagellation ramps up even harder, so here's a compilation of some of that.
I'm gonna be real here. I'm not fucking smart. I'm not smart at all. And I mean, you can clearly see that this might be the biggest fuck up I've ever made on YouTube. I'm not fighting back this time because I know after chatting with you and watching through your video that I am in the wrong here. Yeah, I think I had a very big lapse in judgment with that.
Hello?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah, sorry. This was the biggest fuck up I've ever made on YouTube, and I'm going to take the L for this. Within reason, I think my autism is not what's holding me back, it's me being stupid.
On top of the self-flagellation, Jar ends up clarifying what he meant by having a sexual attraction to Synnibear, which is what leads to that clip I already played of Jar admitting to having a hero complex.
Okay, I just want to make this clear. I just mean that as in I'm a heterosexual male. I mean, I find many women attractive. I mean, I'm sure you find many women attractive as well.
I think Jar was finally picking up on the fact that people saw his interactions with Synnibear as him cheating on his girlfriend, so he also attempted to clarify that as well.
I was comparing this to a Pyro drama, so I thought, okay, if Pyro could get out of it, I'm sure you can too. If Peaches can get out of it, you can too. And that was my justification. I think you're misunderstanding my intentions here by thinking I'm manipulating her to, I don't know, do something with her and save the day. Like, that was not my plan at all. I mean, I'm happy with the relationship I'm in.
A bit late for that in my opinion, but either way, Jar also ends up giving us some additional insight on why he was so willing to throw himself on the tracks for Synnibear.
Admittedly, I just wanted another commentator. Admittedly, I will admit to this. I want another commentator in my corner because I had others in my corner. Lio, you've seen what happened to him.
Yes.
Peaches, she's gone. Doodle Tones, she's gone. I feel alone now. Like I'm just standing here and I need someone there to like look through my videos and say, oh, hey, can you change that or can you change this? Like, I love my roommate and all, but he doesn't know like this kind of stuff.
Jar might just be worse than Mutaha when it comes to picking his allies. Not by a lot though, to be fair. Anyway, Jar runs off to get water, assumedly to rehydrate after sweating so much.
Mind if I leave for 5 seconds? I need to grab a water.
And then he returns and says something very reminiscent of iDub speaking to Sam Hai.
It is interesting being on the other side of this for once. Usually I'm the one not on this side.
Just adding to that whole idea that he sees himself as this manipulative puppet master. But regardless, it's time for the call-in section because there were quite a few content creators that wanted to get on and have a chat with Jar, starting with the YouTuber FPS Diesel.
Are you familiar with FPS Diesel?
FPS Diesel. Diesel Patches?
No, Diesel Patches is another YouTuber. But people are asking about FPS Diesel coming on.
FPS Diesel. Okay, I found the channel. Yeah, I've seen them before. I've seen their video on the fall of Yandere dev.
Funnily enough, Diesel Patches does come up later in the story, but yeah, he's not the same person as FPS Diesel.
Yeah,
Hey,
your reputation precedes you.
Apparently it does. You know, I'm glad that you've watched my Yandere dev video, Jar.
Thank you.
After greeting each other, FPS Diesel pretty much immediately begins questioning Jar about his relationship status and how long he has been in it.
Here's why I heard about this and I got interested. Because I heard, Jar, you were getting a little, like you were starting up trying to start up a relationship with them or be a little, like, cordial.
I'm just friendly with the way I talk and I have a girlfriend. I'm not interested in a romantic relationship with Synni.
When'd you get in a relationship?
With my girlfriend?
Yeah.
She's gonna hate this when she watches the... It was about 2 years ago. I think our, God, she's gonna strangle me when I don't remember the anniversary. I'm just really stressed out right now. But yeah, we've been in a relationship for a few years and we're planning a trip to see my parents in San Diego right now.
Oh, that's interesting, yeah.
Even when speaking in relation to Jar's girlfriend, I think there's a couple other issues he should worry about more than forgetting the anniversary in that moment. One of those issues is about to come up because of course FPS Diesel would not be asking about this stuff for no reason.
That's a long time to be in a relationship, man. You know, 2 years is pretty serious.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, I know you work with a lot of different artists and in many communities for your things, but there was an artist that you had sent very interesting voice memos to one time. And, you know, the funny thing is like you had started kind of a professional relationship with them, but then over time you started asking them to get in personal calls all the time and asking to hang out and be friendly. So I just find it a little weird that you were in some like quote-unquote 2-year-long relationship.
So FPS Diesel sends the voice memo over, but as with everything in this story, it plays out a lot weirder than I'm sure anyone thought it would.
This is a conversation of Jar asking an artist for a thumbnail, and for some reason, this was how he responded. Now, the artist in question sent a gif of a cat saying yes, but let's just look at the tone here, okay? I just think it's quite interesting. Here we go.
Okay. Right, what is this?
Yo, you're all good. You can finish it up tomorrow, in fact. Yeah. What a cute little pussy.
Tell me when you guys are done with the clip.
I think we heard it from your end, Jar.
You can't make this shit up. Ja is definitely miswired in some way. Anyway, Ja, as per usual, attempts to claim it's just his humor, but somehow manages to phrase it in genuinely the most self-incriminating way possible.
Yeah, I was talking about the cat. That again, same with the cock. That's just my sense of humor.
And it's not weird for you to be asking this artist for personal chats all the time and then sending messages like that? Like, it's appropriate?
I guess it's not. I should probably work on that.
Now, if you have a professional relationship with someone, Jar, do you think it's okay to talk like that? Like, imagine you said that in an office. You'd be in HR's office.
Definitely not. Like, I knew that the way I joked around would eventually catch up to me. This is why I can't hold down a job, to be honest. And yep, this is finally out there.
What are you fucking insane to say that? What are you talking about? You can't hold down a job because you're gonna talk about the cute little pussy?
Okay.
What?
Okay, let's joke. Look.
Just humor like this. This is just like my sense of humor.
That does imply to me that he has been fired from workplaces for making "want to see my cock" or "can I see your pussy" jokes. You don't need to go into any specific details about the workplaces themselves, but have you been fired from your job in the past due to inappropriate comments in the workplace?
So keep in mind, I was homeschooled all my life and isolated, so I really couldn't learn a lot of social skills growing up. And my first job, I did lose it due to some stuff I said. My boss wouldn't tell me what I said or who I said it to.
Right.
And then I went to Job Corps. I got a job in security. I kept that same job for over 5 years without getting fired. And I did that by not talking to people because I realized if I make a joke in front of a bunch of coworkers, 10 of them laugh, but one of them is made uncomfortable by it, they can just go to HR. And HR won't tell me who was offended or what I said. So I thought, best not to even joke around at work. I will just joke about this kind of stuff with close friends, not people at the workplace. I've never hit on any of my coworkers. I don't shit where I eat. Like, if you break up with a coworker, you're still gonna have to see your ex at work every day, so that's not a fun thing to do. So that's why I never hit on a coworker. But I've noticed this, just to go a little bit off topic, where are you even supposed to hit on people anymore? You can't hit on them at work. Everybody on dating apps are crazy now. I didn't really go to school, so I don't have a high school sweetheart. Like, I'm always careful when asking people out. Like, as I said before, like my girlfriend, I only asked her out because a mutual of ours told me she was interested.
I mean, it is a bit harder in the age of information, the internet age, but it's still possible.
Of course, I have a relationship right now, and I'm me, so that does something.
Either way, FPS Diesel ends up leaving the call, which opens the way for the streamer Quagmire to join.
Quagmire, if you're just going to come on and go on about this guy being autistic, I don't think that's reasonable. We need to just be a bit more chill, I think. Okay, right?
Wait, what about autistic?
Oh, Quagmire is very Quagmire is autistic, but I think he's got this kind of internalized thing where he goes super hard at autistic people because of that. You see what I mean?
Right before Quagmire joins, however, Ja says something extraordinarily telling when it comes to his outlook on reality.
So listen, this guy can get a bit vicious sometimes, but I will make sure that he is on his best behavior because I understand this is quite difficult for you, okay? But...
Well, I think it is difficult, but I think I need to get made fun of for this. I mean, it's just stopping the Ellis Mark thing. He had to deal with it. A lot of other YouTubers had to deal with getting bashed by fuck-ups they've made, so I think I deserve everything that I have coming to me.
What the fuck is the relevance of these other random glup shitters he's talking about that have been criticized for shit in the past? It's as if Ja sees the criticism, or more broadly, the drama as a whole, as a rite of passage or something. I've already said it numerous times, but his drama-riddled brain leaves him completely incapable of discerning right from wrong unless it's been covered in a YouTube drama. What happens if Ja witnesses daylight robbery? Does it just become a neutral event until he gets home later that day and reads the article telling him it was bad? Or more relevantly, what if Ja cheated on a partner? Would he even be capable of reflecting on the behavior and realizing it was wrong unless a content creator spelled it out to him? The other point though is that he seems to believe content creators criticizing or making fun of him is his path to redemption, conveniently leaving out all those other people who got rightfully criticized into the ground and then never made a return. Like, I don't know, Mama Max is a random example of, more relevantly, Synnibear herself. Anyway, as I mentioned previously, this is the point at which Quagmire joins the call.
Joel, this is disgusting. Have you seen her?
Seen who?
Synni.
I've never seen a picture of her face.
Yeah, no wonder. Jesus fucking Christ, man. Look, you're a predator, bro. You're preying on pedophile pussy on the internet.
Whoa,
it's disgusting.
Quagmire, calm down, man. What the fuck, dude?
Well, I'm a huge pedophile defender, as everyone knows, okay? So there's one thing I can't stand, okay? And that's seeing Jar here, looking for vulnerable pedophiles online for him to fuck.
Although I wouldn't generally draw attention to immutable characteristics like someone's appearance, Quagmire does raise a pretty interesting point. Would Jar have simped for Synnibear so hard if he knew what she looked like? I mean, he did confess that he was attracted to cartoon characters, so I wouldn't be surprised if he did anyway.
No, I have never seen Synnibear's face, ever. I have borderline no idea what she looks like.
Anyway, Quagmire begins pressing Jar on his claim that he was not intending on defending Synnibear until his conversation with her, with Quagmire demonstrating pretty comfortably that Jar had already made up his mind well before talking to her.
Yeah, so which question
so question number 4. Is the 14-year-old friends with the person who made the doc? Because if so, this might have been a setup. So you're coming in here with pretty strong narratives.
Oh, okay, well...
You weren't just coming in here impartially, were you?
Well, I heard that they were, but Synni confirmed that that wasn't the case as far as she was aware. So, yeah.
Even if they were friends, how would that imply it's a setup? The only reason you're implying that it's a setup in that question is because you've got a predetermined notion about the validity of the case.
What my thought process was maybe Enno being not Enno, fuck. Synni being stupid would have been like convinced
how do I make
to
money?
Hang on, sorry, I'm trying to think of what my thought process was back then. I think Synni would have been encouraged to talk to this person like this, and I was just trying to see if this was a honeypot situation.
What is Jar's obsession with using the term honeypot in reference to minors? Quagmire somewhat questions Jar about this, but just gets a re-explanation of Jar's honeypot story.
In the call with Synni, you actually mentioned that you almost got by what you described as a honeypot, right? What was all that about? You?
That was I told the whole story. Some 14-year-old was like, I want to make you Hopi, and I was like, oh no, I know where this is going, block.
The conversation begins looping again with Quagmire attempting to get a confession from Jar that he was intending on defending Synnibear before his conversation with her. Eventually this leads to Jar claiming that he did not collaborate with Synni, which yeah, that gets shut down instantly.
I mean, I don't think the word collaboration, I mean, is it a collaboration?
It is collaboration, because you were asking for thumbnails and shit, dude. You were absolutely collaborating, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I tried to get multiple thumbnails. I mean, I wanted to get something out of this, but I ultimately didn't use it, mainly because Synni asked me not to.
Even when he's playing defense for himself, he can't help but let on how compromised he is. Like, genuinely, what was the mostly because Synnibear asked me not to statement for? It really just demonstrates how much control Synnibear had over Jar's creative process. Regardless, Quagmire then claims that Jar is not only intimidated by Kumo, but that he stole Kumo's research, which, you know, as per usual, leads to a bizarre response.
So every step of the way, all of your actions are oriented around trying to fuck some freak pedophile online. That is all you've been interested in.
No, that is not true. I have no interest in Synni. I haven't even seen a picture of their face. If Kumo wants to get with Synni, if that is the case, go for it. I don't really care about that.
Did you hear that? Even now, while Jar is fighting for his life, he's still out here fishing for photos of Synnibear. Something tells me that Jar should have some other priorities in that moment, but yeah, sure, Jar knows what he wants and he wants it now. Either way, after some more self-flagellation and sympathy baiting...
I really thought this was gonna go by differently. Give me a second, I need to think.
That's fine. Go on, Quagmire. Let's chill out for a second. Let's JustARobot here process that in his CPU, okay?
I mean, it's been a very stressful last couple of hours.
They somehow end up back on the topic of Jar's attraction to both women and cartoon characters.
I mean, you see a hot cartoon character. I mean, I've admitted that Data Animations cartoon is pretty hot, but like, I have no, people can make their avatar look like however they want. I'm not bald in real life.
Now, chances are, if you only knew one thing about JustARobot, it would be the fact that he is sexually attracted to the YouTuber Data Animations. I will spend more time talking about this later in the video when it's, well, relevant, but for now, I do want to point out the fact that the second character in the video game that Jar was playing as background footage for a Synnibear video was named Jaden. It does seem as if even outside Synnibear, a large amount of Jar's actions online, if not all of them, are fueled by his various crushes for art YouTubers. It really does make you wonder how Jar got so far with his drama channel, but that's neither here nor there, because Jar is still not done making the situation worse for himself.
You were specifically having interactions with this person where you were trying to have them call you while you were in bed. You were saying you needed help falling asleep. These are like specific, it's not just a general, I like women because I'm straight.
I see what you're getting at now.
I was not choking my chicken to her voice or anything like that.
I'm not. I was not even suggesting that.
He really thought he'd figured out the subtext that Quagmire was letting on, but in reality, he was just off on fucking Mars. This leads to Quagmire questioning Jar about his sleepy time calls and want to see my cock joke, to which he presents his usual defense.
It's my sense of humor. Trust me, it is my sense of humor.
Quagmire, of course, did not accept this answer though, which leads to an inarguably even more interesting defense.
Well, I can prove, if I make my follow-up video and I prove that I've talked to other people this way, it never escalated. Will you at least, like, take that into consideration that this is just my sense of humor?
Yeah, if I can see interactions where you're talking to a guy, where you've reached out platonically to a man of around your similar age, and you've started saying, want to see my cock, and asking for late night bed calls. Yeah, okay, I'll believe you. If you can show me that, I'll believe you. I'll say, you know what, this guy is just a freak to everyone. I don't think that's what it is it? It's going to be one time we made a dick joke to one of your friends, but it's never going to be the bed calls. It's never going to be the, oh, we're going to get through this, Synni. It's never going to be any of that, is it? Because that's very specific language that you would use when trying to build a close relationship with someone online.
I can see that. I can see where you're coming from, and I have had late night calls with other people, like just falling asleep talking.
We've all sat in VCs. We've all been in VCs on Discord, okay? We've all been in late night VCs. Everyone's done that. We're not talking about that. We're asking about you laying on your bed, saying to someone, I'm having trouble falling asleep. Can you call me?
Sure, I'll try to get you that.
Okay.
Yes, Jar is so adamant that this was not a one-off instance that he insists he will find other examples of him making want to see my cock jokes or having sleepy time calls. Now, trust me, this doesn't pay off instantly, but it does pay off. Anyway, all of this is stacked up to be quite a bit for Jar to handle, and so when his girlfriend started supposedly watching the stream, that was the final straw to break the mechanical camel's back, and so Jar started talking about wanting to leave the call.
Alright, I'll catch you later. Thanks for having me on.
Alright.
Yeah, I'm going to have to respond to a lot of this stuff. And I'm not going to lie, I knew I was going to get backlash for a Synni video, and right now it seems like it's worse than ever before. My girlfriend just said she's watching the stream and she's not... She's shaking, so I'm going to talk to her about this. She can get... Like,
Look, listen, mate, okay? I'm not looking to cause you fucking personal problems here, right?
Okay,
I'm just looking to expose what I think is egregious behavior. But if you've got shit to sort out, yeah, go and sort that out.
Yeah, I said started because Jar takes over 10 minutes before he actually does leave the call. What's even more entertaining is the fact that the entire time he's laying out reasons why he should leave the call.
I don't think I can handle much more. Like, I think...
No, listen, I don't want to, like, fucking fuck your life up. I don't want to mess things up with your girlfriend. I'm just, you know, calling it as I see it and trying to be fair, you know? If you've got stuff to sort out, you don't have to stay here. Go and sort your life out, you know? I'm not keeping you here.
I know.
If you've had enough, you don't talk to anyone else, that's fine. You know, I'm not a monster. I just wanted a bit of content out of it. I've got that, and I've said my piece about it, and I think that's fine for me. If you've got nothing else to add, we can end it there.
She just told me she doesn't want to be in a public call.
Yeah, nobody's asked for Jar's girlfriend to join the call. Well, at least yet. Jar has to self-pity some more before we get to that part.
Oh boy, this is not a fun time for me. But, you know, after 10 years of being on this platform, I knew eventually my day would come when people would point and laugh at me. I kept on saying in multiple videos, one day I'm going to be the one that people are going to laugh at. I knew that was going to happen, and it finally happened in a very, very avoidable way.
Okay, well listen, I will end it there. Thank you for coming on. I appreciate your time, and all the best.
I'm just looking forward to the 20+ videos that are going to be made about me.
Yeah, I mean, you know, obviously, you know, this segment's going to go up. Other people are going to watch this and comment on it. I mean, it's going to... I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It's going to be a tough couple of weeks for you. And I think...
I know.
Ooh, tough couple of weeks. Try a year later. Jar is still out here fighting the consequences of this stuff. And I'm not just talking about my video either. A large part of why I'm going through Jar's defenses and arguments so thoroughly, even though Chud Logic and Quagmire debunked them moments after Jar first presented them, is because Jar still pushes a majority of these narratives to this day. Anyway, on the point of Jar's consistently repeated narratives, to finally finish up the call, Jar brings up Parasynical one final time.
At the same time, I've seen people get backlash. Like, you've seen what Turkey Tom went through with the pyro stuff. You've seen Vosh expose his folder of horses and anime children, which, like, I'm gonna be honest here, I'm still glad I'm not that guy.
And then Nicholas Diorio joins the call in a bid to get content televising Jar's crumbling relationship.
Or maybe I will bounce back from this stronger than ever, or weaker than ever. We'll just have to see. And are you adding Nicholas Diorio? Okay.
What do you want, Nicholas?
Listen. 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time tonight, we're going to be saving your relationship, okay? We just gotta set this whole thing up, get the two of you guys in a call, we can fix this situation. We're gonna do some love phones, a relationship hangs in the balance, okay? I think that's the pitch.
I won't lie, I'm glad he's having fun with this. Like, at least, if people are making fun of me, I'm at least glad they're having fun with this. But like, hey Nicholas Diorio, love your content. I'm pretty sure you're gonna make fun of me for this, and if you want to, I can't stop you.
Now, do you remember how Kumo was in Chud Logic's chat sending emojis? Well, it turns out that Kumo wanted to get on the call to debate Jar. Jar, however, was not so keen. As a result of Jar's apprehension towards the proposed call with Kumo, Chud Logic decided to wait until Jar left the call to wrap up the stream by bringing on Kumo for a chat. Kumo definitely had the intention of smearing Jar some more. However, much like Jar, Kumo would only end up doing damage to himself.
I'm scared on your behalf because of what position you're in. Jar could have raped you, and that's probably what he was trying to, like, that was probably his dream, his end goal.
Surprise, it's a double drama video. Kumo's channel may not exist anymore, but that won't prevent me from telling you why. For starters though, let me just point out some oddities that occurred in this call with Chud Logic. Kumo consistently attempted to make clear throughout the entire call that while he did condemn Synni for what she had done, he was still friends with her and was attempting to provide support for her while she was at a low point.
We're not like babying Synni, we're not telling her everything's gonna be okay. In fact, we're very like real with her about it. Like I've said numerous times, like, Synni, I don't think it's in the cards for you to come back to YouTube or content creation. Like we're not like giving her these delusions. That's actually why my word choice with Jar was like giving her this false hope, is because we're not like encouraging Synni to like when I tell Synni she needs to reclaim her life, I'm not saying she needs to come back from these allegations and like her reputation is going to be squeaky clean. I mean, she like shouldn't waste away in isolation, not fucking cleaning herself and skipping her meds and just like being a total fucking degenerate because she like fell in a ditch, you know?
Simultaneously, however, he repeatedly made the point that Jar had been heavily sweeping for Synnibear, which Kumo claimed he had never personally done, much like he did in the description for #PineappleSoda. Now, this would all be well and good if it wasn't for the fact that Kumo kept dropping progressively more and more suspicious red flags. First off, when asked to expand upon his friendship with Synnibear, he mentions that he had been trying to convince her to get therapy.
And it's actually a frequent point of discussion. We ask her very regularly when the last time she went to therapy was, when she's planning on going again. Just recently, she told me she's waiting on her paycheck so she can do another walk-in appointment.
Now, Kumo claims that he reached out to Synnibear in an attempt to keep her from regressing into even more degenerate activities, which again would be fine if Synnibear wasn't suspiciously the first person that Kumo states that he had done this for.
People can have their takes that like I shouldn't go and be friends with Synni and like try to make sure she's taking steps to better herself and making sure she's not rotting in a fucking hole somewhere where she can regress and become even more degenerate, and it'll be our problem later because Jack and her tards didn't do the right thing the first time, you know? You can have that take. It's not everyone's thing. It's definitely not my thing. It's the first time I've ever reached out to someone and like in that position and offered this kind of support. But I have like offered like support to people in the past who were in rough spots, like the Lio Convoy's adopted adults situation.
Notice how he specifies he never gave this type of support before? From my understanding, the difference in support is based around the fact that, unlike Synnibear, Lio Convoy's adopted adults weren't the perpetrators of bad actions, they were instead the victims of it. I mean, sure, it's bizarre to go from providing support to rape victims to providing support to the community's resident groomer, but I suppose it's not unfathomable. Bizarre or not though, what he's describing does not sound that dissimilar to what he's criticizing Jar for, which prompts Chud Logic to question Kumo's intentions for what I believe to be the first time in the call.
I think I'm answering your question.
No, sure. I'm just listening to what you're saying because, you know, it's like, I don't want to like have you on and be like, oh yeah, you're so base and everything is great. Because I'm just sat here and thinking, you're presenting things that I'm feeling like are also a conflict of interest from another direction, because you've got this like attachment to Synni, and I'm worried. I mean, it seems like like you're walking backwards from it now. But you went super
I
hard.
don't know about that.
Well, when I say attachment, I don't mean sexual or romantic. I mean a personal attachment. You're worried about their well-being, and that perhaps has guided how you've spoken about this before.
I've actually said on a previous stream that I actually think not caring about her well-being is a big conflict of interest.
That was a non-answer if I've ever heard one. Kumo keeps rambling for a little bit until Chud Logic essentially just asks the question again, and Kumo clarifies that his care for Synnibear only extends to making sure she's not doing bad shit or dead. Kumo again keeps rambling, and then Chud Logic suddenly drops one of the biggest reveals in this entire story.
Just to lay my cards on the table a bit, right? Let's be totally upfront about this. You sent me the DMs between Synni and JustARobot, right?
Yeah.
So what was your motivation for doing that?
Oh, because Jar's a fucking liar.
So is your, like, you know, opinion on Jar affecting how you're dealing with this too, perhaps?
Yeah, but I don't think that's inherently a bad thing, because I knew Jar was, like, trouble the moment he tried to reach out to Synni. Because I've had, like, a bad history with Jar that's all gone unaddressed because he's like been running from me for years.
What, and we're supposed to believe that Kumo isn't troubled as well? It's clear to see both Jar and Kumo fucking hate each other. They got a generational beef going on, and I'm still not quite sure where it started from, but I'm all for it. This raises another question though. If Kumo sent Jar and Synnibear's logs to Chud Logic, how the fuck did Kumo get them? Does he just have access to Synnibear's Discord account, or more likely, did he just convince her to send him the logs? We do know that they were exported around the time that Chud Logic was watching Jar's video, which, as far as I'm concerned, both Kumo and Synnibear were watching. Either way, Kumo goes on to elaborate on what sort of support he's providing Synnibear.
My advice towards Synni hasn't been like shit that's going to dig her out of the hole she's in, you know? It's been like about filing reports and fucking taking inventory and telling her, you know, because of the rent situation, how like she had a roommate, she needs to find a new place to live, potentially new, like more employment or new employment.
And then he makes a nonsense point about why he had to be giving Synnibear the 5-star recruitment agency experience.
I think at the end of the day, it's also a conflict of interest for me if I start covering Jack and like in the background Synni fucking kills herself, because it's just gonna make everything significantly more complicated.
Such a dark place for Kumo to take it suddenly, and even if this occurred, there are respectful ways to handle the situation, although I doubt Kumo has the capacity to do so. Regardless, Kumo proceeds to claim that Jar actually has a history of walking back videos and setting them to private.
I told Synni in the group chat that Jar has a long track record, like a repeated history of coming in, thinking he knows everything, thinking he's like the shit, and then he'll get run off by a bunch of people who disagree with him, and then he'll private the fucking video.
That's not so hard to believe, I guess, but yeah, did you know that Harmful Opinions is gay?
Do you know who Harmful Opinions is?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so he either is dating her or was previously dating her.
Wait, Harmful Opinions was dating what? Huh?
Yeah.
Was dating who?
Either was or is JustARobot. I actually sent you in DMs. I sent you a comment I got under the upload. Jar would in calls and like servers and shit, he would like complain about how the women in the art commentary community look nothing like their avatars. And then something particularly he said about Harmful Opinion was, oh, Harmful Opinion looks just like her avatar. She has like big tits in real life. Like he's just a massive fucking degenerate. Last night I was talking.
Well,
to
sorry,
Synni,
okay,
and
we're gonna need to slow our roll a bit because I'm
bad.
friends with. No, it's fine. I'm friends with Harmful Opinions, and
oh, okay.
I don't know. I don't know if he's done anything wrong exactly here. Or you accuse him of that? It's just a bit shocking fundamentally that there's this dynamic that I didn't know existed. Apparently, Harmful Opinions in a relationship with JustARobot. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that was relayed to me. Yeah.
Wait, hang on a sec.
Wait, hold on. Are there two different Harmful Opinions?
Yes, Harmful Opinions is a man, former skeptic guy.
Okay, there's a woman.
Bro, holy shit, dude.
There's an art commentary woman named Harmful Opinions. My bad. I didn't know that. I wasn't aware of that.
No, it's fine. Okay, I'm glad we clarified that.
I cut it down quite a bit, but that went on for a comically extended period of time. There was a solid 3 or so minutes where it was being claimed that Harmful Opinions is a gay man who resembles a woman with massive tits. Don't worry though, Harmful Opinions later messaged Chud to clarify the situation.
Harmful Opinions responded and said, "Now someone's confused. It's Synnibear I was dating. I have the innocent laughter of a child, and she appreciated that." So there we go. We've got that cleared up.
I'm spreading false gay allegations. My bad.
That's the worst thing of all, to be honest.
Romance aside, Kumo goes on to claim that Ja is a predator who targets women, which is not quite how I would describe it, but regardless, this somehow leads to Kumo giving some more context for his and Ja's history together.
I was chilling with some of his like pet retards, and he was talking about his piss fetish, and so I immediately added him to a commentary group chat and told them about his piss fetish. They called him and like took the piss out of him for like half an hour.
It sounds like some high school bully routine, except he's talking about exposing Ja to some corrupt shittos for having a piss fetish. I tried to find the clue, but instead I just found this tweet of someone claiming that they had heard Ja pissing in his robot voice filter, to which Ja said it probably happened. Yeah, I don't know how I haven't mentioned this yet, but Ja used to use this robot voice filter in his older videos. Here, someone kindly made a recreation of what the piss might have sounded like, so I'll just play that for reference. Wow, it's like we're in the cool with him ourselves. Either way, Kumo's not done ripping into Ja yet, because he also asked for Ja to release his full unedited call with Synnibear, and additionally brings up an unverifiable claim that's supposedly from Synnibear herself.
Would he be willing to give us his unedited interview with Synni? Because Synni, unprompted, no leading question, we just asked if he made any passes at her, told us just last night that Jar was talking about how, oh, my girlfriend doesn't want me talking to you. She's afraid that I might run away with you. And then she's like, oh, I'm sorry, I don't mean to cause trouble. And then he was like, well, you are my type. So like, it's very in line with like what he was saying in text. And I want the interview, honestly.
If this is true, then I wonder how the fuck Ja's relationship made it past the call with Chud Logic, because it's supposedly still going to this day. And when Kumo says that Ja's girlfriend was mad last night, he means the night before the fated Chud Logic call. Anyway, Kumo proceeds to mention how he first came into contact with Ja.
My origins with Jar, like the first time I met him, it was because he wanted me to join like a fucking like commentary group, and it consisted of one of the names I'm about to say you won't know, but the other one was Mr. Sen.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'm familiar with Mr. Sen. Okay.
Yeah, he wanted me to join a commentary group with him, Mr. Sen, this individual who goes by Carmen Rider.
So we got an invite to the Degenerate Avengers. I wonder why he didn't accept. Regardless, this is where something particularly interesting occurs, because it's the first major tell that there is quite a bit more to this Kumo fellow.
Okay, I mean, this all sounds very, very degenerate. Now, I'm shooting from the hip a bit because I don't have it fucking nailed on. I don't know anything about this. I've vaguely heard this, to be clear, okay? But what about your degeneracy, Kumo? I've heard about allegations of things being carved into body parts. What's all this about? Any truth to that for you?
Yeah, honestly, I don't know why people feel the need to make that into a public discourse. There was a time when I was like 18, turning 19. I met this girl who was 19, and she was very suicidal, and you know, I was like talking to her. I was like, yeah, you know, maybe don't fucking kill yourself, because I was like, oh well, you know, she joined my server and like we got along well. She was very like based and edgy, and she'd join in. She'd always have like funny shit to say when she joined. And I guess like in like making myself, I don't want to say like vulnerable, but like putting myself in that position where I'm like talking to this person and like showing them empathy, I got like strung along and like roped into a bunch of shit. And there was like a clip that circulated out of context where I like effectively just enabled self-harm.
Intriguing how his first move is to downplay and talk about how it should have never been a public discourse. Yeah, if it isn't obvious, there is quite a bit more than he's letting on.
And honestly, I think people like soying the fuck out about it have never self-harmed, and I think they're just like, what's the word? Feigning concern. It's just a bunch of moral outrage because people already didn't like me.
What the fuck is that supposed to mean?
This person is mentally ill, and it's a discussion about self-harm to alleviate some symptom or issue with the mental illness. Is that what it is?
No, it was a fetish for her.
Oh, I see. Okay, well, thank you for being honest about that. Okay.
I'm
just trying to leave no stone unturned, okay? And I'm glad you can see this is a good issue. It's not meant to be like, I get it, I understand, okay?
Fetish for her, or does he mean fetish for him? Before we can address that properly, Kumo does raise some more accusations against Ja throughout the call, so let's go over that first.
Like, he wanted to meet up with like big art names like Streamline Workshop and Ponder Sprocket in like this art space, and he wasn't taking no for an answer from them. And then he showed up at VidCon and like with a terrible fake accent and like spoke to them. They didn't know it was him, and then he like spoke in his real voice and walked away and scared the shit out of them. And he like manically laughed while walking away.
Ja has actually asked me about this instance himself, which, to be honest, is what prompted me to look into it further. If you were to take Ja's word in this situation, you would believe he saw a YouTuber he recognized by the name of Ponder Sprocket at VidCon and attempted to approach her. Upon doing so, he shakes her hand and then turns around and walks off. When the story is told by Kumo, he adds the detail that Ja began maniacally laughing as he walked off. Kinda odd, right? Although it is a far cry from stalking. Well, as far as I'm concerned, Ja has misrepresented the situation, or at the very least downplayed it. On February 8th, 2025, another YouTuber by the name of Quagmire, who claims to have been present for the Ja incidents at both VidCon 2023 and VidCon 2024, released a video called Setting the Record Straight about the VidCon encounters with JustARobot. Within the video, Quagmire clarifies that Ponder Sprocket's story today is the exact same as it was 2 minutes after Ja shook her hand, and that she never mentioned anything about Ja walking off laughing. That was just a detail Kumo made up.
It was so detrimental to all of us, Ja included, I guess, to have some guy who wasn't there, wasn't even involved in the situation, and never even confirmed with us about what happened before telling the story for us. Because then you get weird embellishments like that and it just muddies the water, and that is why I'm speaking out about this.
So yeah, I do not think that Kumo is a trustworthy source, especially when it comes to the topic of Ja. So take all of his claims with a massive grain of salt, or as he says,
take what I say with a salt shaker.
So what actually happened at VidCon then? Well, I'll establish that in the following parts. I just want to make clear that Kumo is an extraordinarily questionable source who is not afraid of fabricating or exaggerating details. What nugget? Either way, speaking of Kumo's claims against Ja, he would additionally go on to state that Ja would fabricate dramas against himself.
I think he's like gone as far as to fabricate or at least exaggerate allegations that have been made against him in the past, and he's like sort of gone around numerous times over the years, frantically begging any content creator, big or small, to come and defend him from these like allegations. And in doing so, he's done it so many times that he's kind of like trying to create this joke that whenever he gets accused of something, it's obviously bullshit. So he's like in a way trying to give himself like immunity.
If Kumo isn't lying, it really makes you wonder what drove Ja to have such unfounded confidence. I mean, if this is how he handles someone admitting to grooming, then how the fuck does he expect to beat self-imposed sexism or racism allegations, especially if he plays into them? I don't think he'd have the capability to beat them regardless of whether he was making it harder for himself or not.
Kumo claimed that you have fabricated allegations against yourself in an attempt to create some sort of immunity for potential future allegations. Is there any merit to this thought?
No, I like, dude, the guy thinks I was trying to rape Synni. Like,
right.
He fabricated those allegations against me. I kind of find it funny that people act like I'm a self-reporting dumbass, and they also think I'm a super smart guy who's manipulating everyone on puppet strings simultaneously. Like, which is it? Am I this super smart genius who figured out, yes, I will fabricate these allegations against myself as an overshield, or whatever I'm doing, or am I this like really stupid guy? Because you can't have them both be true simultaneously. I'm not George Bush.
Sure, not being a dumbass would make being manipulative a lot easier, but they're not mutually exclusive traits. You could definitely still be a manipulative moron. Also, he appears to have thought about this topic a lot more than the average individual. I mean, he's out here using the word overshield to describe the concept. To be fair, I sent him quite a lot of the questions before we had our call, so we had some time to consider what I was going to ask, but let's just say it piques my interest.
Like, do you think they're real?
What, fabricating allegations against yourself? I do kind of find it weird how you seem to encourage like the sexism and racism allegations.
What do you mean encourage them?
Well, like you bring them up all the time. Like in the call with Synnibear, for example, you're like, at least call me racist, or at least...
No, I said I don't want to be racist Jar anymore. I want to be sexist Jar.
Yeah, that's right.
But that's not. But those are not things I'm fabricating against myself. That's not like with those photoshopped DMs, those really poorly photoshopped DMs. That's Chaos and her roommate, they made those against me.
I don't know what you're talking about, to be honest with you. But
okay, then I don't have any idea what you're talking about, because that's the only thing I can think of that Kumo might be talking about.
Well, Kumo said it. I don't fucking know what he's talking about. I was just asking you.
Okay, well, that's the best guess I have.
He had been talking about the Chaos 55T individual and their supposedly falsified DMs for quite a while, and it was rather suspicious to me. However, as I said, I have no idea what he was talking about, and honestly, still don't. I tried looking into it and just ended up on another wild goose chase of watching intolerable art community videos, so Kumo might very well be onto something there. I just have no intention of finding out. Speaking of Kumo, he additionally clarified to ChudLogic that he could be wrong about a lot of these claims.
Obviously, take what I say with a salt shaker. I probably should have prefaced it with that, but at the same time, these are things that I'm like confident in coming out and saying publicly because I already have a bunch of shit in my hard drive about it.
Now, I personally just see this as Kumo attempting to come off as more personable to ChudLogic, as well as covering his ass if he made a mistake by going way over the top with his jar dislike. A part of why I say this is because Kumo goes on to accuse Jar of being a predatory sex pest.
Because you danced a little bit around the word like predatory. Like, would you call him a predator?
I would say,
or...
so like, I would say when I use the word predatory in that context, it's like no, I wouldn't say it's any less predatory than like dudes who like go to the gym to stare at women's ass in spandex, you know?
Okay, right. I just want to get like a vibe
I'm
of
not,
like,
like,
where you
trying
are
to-
with this because, you know, is he...
I know like the language, like again, we can split hairs on semantics. I know the language is probably like a little extreme, but I'm just very blunt, and I don't know how else I could like frame it to say, you know, this guy has a long track record of deliberately trying to like seek out relationships with smaller art commentary women.
I will cover what I think Kumo is referring to later, and you can decide for yourself whether you think Jar is a predatory sex pest. It's probably not the terminology I would use though. Regardless, despite the fact that Kumo had pretty successfully rizzed ChudLogic, if I do say so myself, ChudLogic was still aware of the fact that Kumo had a very similar conflict of interest to Jar, and so he decided to question Kumo about it some more.
I think that if there's going to be a video and whatnot, or there's going to be something to come out about this, it would certainly be interesting to have a look at. But in terms of his behavior with Synnibear, beyond these kind of claims that you're making, I mean, I don't know, like, clearly it's a conflict of interest. I mean, I don't think there's much to really discuss there, because obviously it's totally insane to have this conversation and do a video about it. But then, would you not fall afoul of the same problem having defended Synni before, you know, whilst having conversations privately with her?
Kumo and Chud then have a back and forth about whether or not Kumo was compromised, until something very odd happens.
I don't really have any significant issues beyond that, so okay, yeah.
I think I have, I might be able to just drop the fucking DMs with Synni right now.
Anyway, listen, you don't need to hang on the call. You know, I'm not, you know, I'm willing to give a level of benefit of the doubt. I'm not in any rush to like peruse through your DMs. I'm fairly confident it's probably going to be okay, but I just think that there's probably going to be an element where you're being, you know, friendly in terms of trying to help them out in their personal life, and I'd imagine people are probably going to think badly of that. That's my guess.
I have just found the DMs. Can I just drag it and drop it this way? Yes, I can. Okay. Here you go.
Yes, for whatever reason, Kumo decided that full transparency would be the best approach, and so he leaked his entire DM history with Synnibear to ChudLogic. Don't worry, I will go through these momentarily because they do paint an extraordinarily different narrative to the one that Kumo is trying to push.
I think we can end it there, really, unless there's anything else you want to add.
Not that I can think of. Thanks for having me on, though.
No worries. Pleasure. All the best, okay? Yeah, dude, that Kumo guy, I had the feeling when I first spoke to him, he seems like quite a switched on dude. And even after, like, the looking further at it and thinking it's worse than maybe the impression he gave me, he seemed quite willing to listen to that. That conversation there seemed pretty open. I think the Kumo guy's okay. Yeah, I think the Kumo guy's going to be okay. I will take a quick look at these DMs just as a matter of course.
Oh, it's honestly comical how fast ChudLogic will go on to regret those words. October 13th keeps on giving, because directly after his call with Kumo, ChudLogic would indeed go on to review Kumo's DMs with Synnibear. However, rather unexpectedly or expectedly, the further you scroll, the more it seems that Kumo just self-reported. In the interest of time, I won't be going over everything. I'll just be pointing out the points in time at which Kumo is doing exactly what he criticized Jar for. Right off rip is one of their first interactions. Kumo decides to use a special move, which is to send a cute animal gif, or in this case, a baby tiger getting a belly rub. This is directly followed by him asking when Synnibear's birthday is. Synni says the 22nd, and Kumo asks when the party is and if he can bring presents. When Synni responds sure, Kumo yet again uses a special move and sends a gif of a baby seal bouncing up to the camera. Kumo then says he'll be a little busy on the 22nd, but he will make some time to hang out with her, to which Synnibear says, if you can, I don't want to fuck with your schedule. Kumo then responds stating, dude, I'd much rather hang with you than what I have planned that day, proceeding to explain why he doesn't like his plans that day. A few minutes later, Kumo asks if Synnibear is gaming, and she says that she is getting ready for work. Upon hearing this, Kumo states, "Oh shit, my bad. Well, I'd lie if I said I never offered this, but if you need someone to yap to, I'm available. Though, fair warning, I'm a sleepy guy during the day. Lio's adopted adults are moving on, so I have room in my schedule to support others now. You have a good day at work, and when you get the chance, are you cool with me making you some fan art?" What is with these guys and expressing their sleeping habits to anything that will listen, and what the fuck, fan art? Not even Jar did that. I mean, I suppose he's probably not a very good artist and his video was the equivalent, but you get my point. This is extraordinarily bizarre for someone who claims to not be biased towards Synnibear. Synnibear goes on to state, "Fan art sounds nice. It'd be a nice change of pace after seeing Jack's Twitter," to which Kumo responds with this gif, I guess implying that his fan art's going to lift her through dark times or some shit. Anyway, if we jump past a bunch of conversation that mostly consists of Kumo attempting to comfort Synnibear, we see that Kumo sent Synnibear a Discord chat log exporter. Now, interestingly, not once do you see Synnibear send her logs of Jar to Kumo. So they were assumedly communicating in another chat somewhere. I personally believe this to be a group chat with Synnibear and Kumo as well as Romantic Goblin. The reason I believe this is because it was later confirmed that those three had a group call together, and Synnibear actually mentions that exact group call directly after Kumo sends the Discord chat log exporter. More specifically, she stated that, "I feel almost embarrassed that you and Goblin just had to sit and listen to me having a mental breakdown over the group chat." Kumo then comforts her by saying, "No, it's okay, I won't tell anyone," blue heart emoji. Yeah, bro, because sending hearts does not imply any interest at all. Hearts aren't the only little cutesy typing habit visible in Kumo's messages to Synnibear either, as much as there are numerous hearts. He likes to send a hey with multiple Y's, the classics like the :D face, the bracket face, or even the :3 face. That one usually follows a hi with multiple I's. And also might I point out that giving advice on Synnibear's response or how she should handle herself publicly is a pretty big contradiction to what he was trying to express in the conversation with Chud Logic, or more specifically the idea that he's nothing like Jar and condemns what Synni did. Are you beginning to see what I mean? This is a tale of two socially stunted simps fighting over the affection of a self-admitted groomer. As far as I'm concerned, yeah, both Kumo and Jar had a pre-established dislike of each other, but it seems as if they're what I can only describe as jealousy over who's getting the attention of Synnibear compounded this dislike into this moronic shit-flinging competition. What's funnier is both of them are attempting to go about in a sneaky and subversive fashion, with Kumo and Jar rarely directly communicating with each other, instead opting to poison the well for each other with Synnibear while simultaneously trying to get closer with her. It's truly poetic, a Romeo and Juliet tale love story with even more twists and turns. There is another outlook you can have on Kumo, however, and I think it paints a much darker image. It's very well possible that Kumo doesn't have any interest in Synnibear. He's just that fucking manipulative and playing the part so he can get closer and use her. Use her how, you may be wondering? Well, if you recall, Kumo said that he was working on a video on Birdie, and that the reason he was talking to Synnibear was so that she didn't kill herself and complicate the situation. Well, it seems extraordinarily likely to me that the real main motivation for Kumo reaching out to Synnibear was the fact that Synnibear was Birdie's ex-roommate, and Synnibear could give Kumo more information on Birdie for his video. You can see Kumo go about it directly in the messages as he made attempts to convince Synnibear to hack Birdie's PC and leak information to Kumo. This brings me back to the cutting allegations. I do think that Kumo is just generally a manipulative piece of shit. Here is a clip from 2023 which shows how Kumo responded to the claims he was receiving.
She then said that she wanted to cut someone's name into herself. As you probably expect, these freaks all go me, 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 me. I've already tried discouraging it, and I said, could you not? These are the types of things you would hear me say. People who know me know this sounds exactly like me. I fucking swear on my soul this is how I interacted with them that day. But that did not work. Am I surprised? Not entirely. So it's at this point she turns on her camera and she shows that she already has a fucking razor in her hands. She then says, whose name should I cut? I say, do mine. Logically speaking, this was going to cause the least amount of damage. This is why I made this panicked fucking decision. My name on Discord is only 4 letters. I even told her, do not cut deep. I don't think this was the right thing. I don't think I was helping, and I don't think that I'm a hero for fucking doing this. I regretted this decision the moment it fucking happened. What happens though, because Asta is very self-destructive and chooses violence, she decides to have someone in the call clip it out of context, to which she would then edit it and send it to some of my friends, some of which were minors. However, I wasn't as freaked out because I saw her editing, and from what I saw in her editing, what she was showing the group chat, she was censoring any of the self-harm. In actuality, she ended up sending the uncensored version to some of my friends at the time, and still are, were minors.
Yes, Kumo is claiming that he told this woman to cut his name into her leg so that it would do the least amount of damage due to the fact that it is only 4 letters long. I can think of several things to say and do that would be infinitely less deranged. For starters, telling her not to cut might be a good first step. You could leave the call, therefore showing this woman that she won't get attention from you for cutting, or fuck, I don't know, doing anything other than telling her to cut your name into her skin would probably be a better idea in my opinion. You'd think it couldn't get any worse, but then he just adds the detail about the photos being spread around to his underage friends. Apparently, this is not only an established practice, but it's called a cut sign. Here's a screenshot of an individual by the name of Little Girl asking if Kumo still had a copy of the cut sign, to which he responded with a photo of it. This was then followed by Kumo providing the same deranged ethical self-harm story, which even the person named Little Girl questions the validity of. You know, thinking about it, this cut sign stuff seems like a pretty big detail for him to leave out, but hey, what do I know? Yeah, if it isn't obvious, this whole narrative of doing the least amount of harm to her body is complete bullshit and just a worthless excuse from Kumo in an attempt to make his cutting fetish both moral and an act of heroism. Don't believe me? Well, here's some sensitive footage of the call because it's way worse than how even I described it.
What should I cut?
What?
What should I cut into me?
My name.
Really?
Bestie.
Okay. I'll do it on cam. Hold on.
Dude, that's fast.
God, she's actually gone.
That'd be funny.
Let me turn off my screen share.
But, like, not deep, because then, like, no, don't leave any evidence.
Okay.
Yeah.
What if you duck strap chat and like force him to join? Yeah, that'd be best as fuck. Someone just duck him, like force him to join. He doesn't join, you just like go to his address. Yeah. I've never seen strap chat in real life. I don't know how he looks like.
I don't know if I spelled anything right because I can't see because of my light. Hold on. I mean, I kind of got it. Hold on. I'll fix it.
Epic. Epic.
That's a drastically different story to the one that he described in his response, and I think it goes to show how fucking manipulative he is. I mean, he doesn't even sound like he's trying to minimize harm to it, for the purposes of, well, minimizing harm. For starters, his story about his name having the least amount of letters is complete fucking bullshit to the extent that I would call it a heinous lie. There's another geezer in the call by the name of Kai, which, you know, is a whole fucking letter shorter than Kumo and also starts with a K. Additionally, Kumo explicitly states, so it doesn't leave any evidence. I don't think he cared about whether or not she was hurt or harmed in the process, as long as there wasn't any permanent evidence of who encouraged it. Bizarre, considering he ends up ensuring that there would be evidence anyway. I'm not just talking about the fact that there is a video of this event, I mean that I cut the clip early, no pun intended, and it gets far worse.
Alright, now like, go like, press a napkin on it and like hang it on your wall. No.
No, it is. Hold on.
It's fine.
I don't think it...
It's okay, we all know what it is though. We know what it means.
It turned out better than...
Cumb. I'm kidding. It looks like
oh yeah, that's from when I was on a call with you.
With me or him?
With him.
Is that your leg or your arm? Can't tell.
It's my leg. Hold on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's my leg.
God.
Let me take a picture of this.
Oh no. I'm gonna get canceled, dude.
Who has OBS open?
I do.
Nobody.
What are you gonna do about it?
Clip that. Clip you saying cut Kumo.
And I think we have our grand answer to the question of whether it's a fetish for her or a fetish for Kumo. It's fucking both. Anyway, Kumo had gone to set that aforementioned blood napkin as his Discord banner for a week following the cutting, and the girl would go on to break off contact with Kumo, stating that he was apparently bad for her mental health. Who would have guessed? Kumo, as far as I'm concerned, maintains his version of the story to this day, despite the fact that there are several blatant lies and contradictions within it. Oh, and he also ended up abusing YouTube's copyright system to take down a video that was criticizing him. Anyway, returning to the world of Synnibear and Jar, the true nature of Kumo was pretty publicly leaked a few days after the fateful October 13th, because a group chat call between Romantic Goblin, Synnibear, and Kumo ended up leaking. Within, Kumo crashes the fuck out and exhibits extraordinarily manipulative behavior as he attempts to wrangle Synnibear with the help of his sidekick Romantic Goblin, who I guess had second thoughts and decided to post the call. The call is genuinely bizarre and sounds like you're honestly listening to some type of like abuse. I don't know. It somehow makes you feel bad for the self-admitted groomer Synnibear again though. I have no intention of going through the call because we have spent enough time talking about Kumo and Synnibear and their story is over, but here is a clip to show you what I mean.
You were freaking out that I was undermining Jar, and this I did, you know, honestly, in hindsight, I shouldn't have. I should have just let you go down that path. But you're freaking out that I tried to undermine Jar in your best interest. Like, I knew how this guy was, I warned you how he was, I told you what position you were in, and I was very conscious and scared on your behalf because of what position you're in. Jar could have raped you, and that's probably what he was trying to, like, that was probably his dream, his end goal.
You know, like, how could he get caught in a cheating scandal or dumped by his girlfriend if nobody will believe it ever happened? Nobody would believe it ever. Like, half of the people, if you came out and said he did that to you, half of the people wouldn't believe you. The other half would believe you, but they'd be like, no, I'm not going to give sympathy to a pedophile, because that's what they've been calling you. You are not in a position to be so, like, careless, and you only, and you don't even try to lie to me. You only talked to Jar and continued contact with Jar because he told you what you wanted to hear and I didn't. You lied to me saying that you saying that you understood that it
was Jar gonna fucking E-rape Synnibear through the screen. Kumo is a through and through manipulative freak. I'm glad he's decided to leave YouTube, and I think he's far worse than his nemesis Jar, who we should now return to the story of.
I developed a gender bend fetish at like 7 or 8, but that's because I watched Ranma 1/2 and it developed early on, but like I didn't develop a rape fetish from watching Berserk.
A large quantity of those were just glupshitters who had had personal experiences with Jar, such as the aforementioned Quagmire, or just people such as myself who happened across the story and found it to be entertaining. There was one individual though who, at least initially, stood out from everyone else. Let me introduce you to Himbleton. Every time I've seen a mention of this guy, he's conducting some sort of gay op or participating in some deranged cult, and today is no different. Sometime around when Jar's dramas were popping off, this guy Himbleton with 1.3k subs reached out to Jar and offered him an ear when he needed it the most. Well, according to Beckett from the YouTube channel Cope and Seethe and the YouTuber Morale, or however the fuck you say his name, Himbleton spent upwards of 20 hours in calls with Jar. For comparison, as of recording this, I'm still yet to get into a voice call with Jar, and when I do, I intend on it only being for an hour or so. Himbleton ended up releasing a few of those aforementioned calls, with the most notable of which being an unlisted video by the name of Jar Call 1. Now, I tried reaching out to Himbleton for a copy of this video, and he just left me unseen. Maybe it's because he instinctively knew I was going to criticize him, which I suppose just indicates he's more wary than Jar, which isn't really a high bar. As a result though, the only copies of the video I could still get access to were people's streamed reactions, and so subsequently I'll be using Queeman's reaction. Actually, scratch that, Himbleton would end up responding to the message he had already opened, although 20 days later. And he still hasn't sent the video. Whatever, I've already edited the segment, I'll just keep using Queeman's reaction. Anyway, a lot of this call is just Jar repeating the same defenses we've heard a few times now, and so I'm just gonna skip over all of that and only talk about the new information and entertaining moments. Which, speaking of entertaining moments, this is how the call starts.
Hey, man. Hello? Hey, sorry that took so long. It's just when you haven't eaten in 2 days, you have to really chew your food or your system could go into shock. I've water fasted before, so I know about this stuff.
Yeah, no, I mean, fair enough.
Fucking hell, is that dire Jar? Why is he talking about water fasting and what is the relevance to this call or the situation? Speaking of unrelated, would we be talking about a Jar call if there wasn't a poorly placed pyro reference?
You know, I had my doubts about the situation. I had my doubts about it because of the pyro drama, because pyro, I know everybody says, oh, pyro didn't know Ivory's age. No, pyro learned about Ivory's age when Ivory turned 16 and...
It's crazy that he's still caught up on this point about Pyrocynical continuing to talk to Ivory after he learned of his age. I mean, fair enough, I guess, but why didn't he just fucking make a video about that? When it's too late now, Jar is the last person I want making a video on Pyrocynical, but the point stands. He clearly felt something was up and decided to take the worst approach to the information. Maybe his roommate Professor Dreadlock is a Pyro fan or something.
I was gonna go through, let my roommate look through my video because he was on a business trip and he just got home, but my video got leaked, I panicked and I uploaded the video and then I didn't know what to do. And then my messages with her got leaked and it really does look like I'm hitting on her, but I swear I joke around like that all the time. I'm gathering the evidence to show that I always say to people, hey, you wanna see my cock? And then I send them a picture of a fucking chicken.
Yeah.
So what I'm understanding is Professor Dreadlock is involved in all of Jar's drama content that goes down well, while all of the content that he doesn't advise Jar on ends terribly for Jar. Is this just Professor Dreadlock's channel or what? He seems like the only capable person within that household.
What is your plan for your response? I know that you said that you're gonna kind of gather up multiple times of you being like, I've done this before.
I mostly want to show that I've done that before. I wanted to also bring on my roommate so he can explain that he was off on a business trip and sometimes I need someone to talk to me for just a couple of minutes so I can pass out and he wasn't home. That's a weird thing about me. I just have the worst, problem.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
I was joking when I was asking whether his roommate was a pyro fan, but seriously, how much control does Professor Dreadlock have over Jar's narrative? If he doesn't control the channel, he should.
My roommate, when he finally got home and he saw this shit, he was like, dude, why did you do this? Like, I would have told you to change this, that, and the third. Like, he was not happy with, like, the final product.
Fuck me, imagine the terror that Professor Dreadlock felt when he got back from an exhausting business trip, only to see that the android he's babysitting decided to get online and commit career suicide while he was away. I do not envy the position he was in, especially when you have Jar making any chance of return nigh impossible with statements like this.
That's why I'm gathering all that evidence and shit, because the main thing I want to debunk is that I'm simping for Synni. That's the main thing I want to go over. Because me and my girlfriend talked about this. She's like, I know how you joke, and you've received multiple warnings about like this, that eventually is going to come back and bite you in the ass. And yeah, she's 100% right about that.
The main thing you want to debunk? Someone fucked up the priorities when they were coding Jar or something, because I would have thought his main goal would be trying to disprove the idea that it was a fucking pedophile defender like some people were claiming.
On my main account, I see that bell notification, I click on it, and I see, hope the pedo pussy was worth it, or, hope, or leave YouTube, or whatever.
Yeah.
You said your main priority was to beat the simp allegations. Like, surely the claims that you're a pedophile or groomer defender are, like, a bigger priority.
I mean, it depends. Like, groomer defender versus someone who wanted to sleep with a groomer. Like, depends on who you ask on which is worse. And to me, what mattered more was, like, my girlfriend. That's who mattered more to me. And I wanted to disprove those allegations. And I'm a very awkward guy. I was isolated for a lot of my life, so I have trouble speaking with people, and I have been, of course, working on it because I don't want people to assume I'm trying to hit on them or get with them or anything like that. Like, my girlfriend, most girlfriends I've had asked me out first. My girlfriend, I only asked her out because a mutual of ours told me that she was interested in me. And like, that relationship would never have happened if that mutual of ours didn't tell me that.
Right. Like, sure, address the simp claims in a couple minutes towards the end of your response video or something, but to center your entire argument about it, especially when it's a fucking losing argument, is just absurd.
So she, for the most part, is understanding?
Oh yeah, she is upset about the situation, but she's going to stay with me, and out of all the L's I could have taken, that was the one I was most worried about, but since she's staying with me, I'm just so happy.
Wait, well, at least there's something to celebrate about. Yeah, and as I said, as far as I'm concerned, they are still together, so good luck to them. At this point, John mentions that while he is on call with Himpleton, he is messaging someone about the situation, so he decides to focus on one thing and lie down.
Can't want for a few. Okay, sorry. Someone else wanted to talk to me about this at the same time, and I just told them, listen, I can't talk to you both at the same time. I'm going to get distracted. I'm just going to lay down. Okay, so what was your question again?
I don't think this is just because Jar was the hot topic at the time. I think this call might legitimately be only moments after Jar's call with Chad Logic. A part of why I believe this is because Jar later mentions that Harmful Opinions is now covering the story, which I'm fairly certain he did on Twitch almost directly after Chad Logic had his call with Jar.
Okay, so apparently even Harmful Opinions is now talking about me.
Wow. I wouldn't worry about that too much. Everybody's gonna make their rounds.
This must have been, wait, was this right after the stream?
Either way, Jar goes on to say something rather questionable.
She leaked the DMs me and her had to Kumo, and he leaked it to Chud Logic, and Chud Logic leaked it to, well, everyone. And to me, that's a breach of my boundaries, breach of my trust. So I'm like, why the fuck would I want to help you after that? Yeah, so I'm saying, hypothetically, even if she is innocent, I don't want to push forward anymore. I'm tired.
If I understand him correctly, in this hypothetical universe where Synnibear is 100% innocent, which, might I add, is an absurd hypothetical for Jar to entertain, Jar would not defend Synnibear because of the fact that she personally slighted them by leaking their DMs to Chad Logic. So even in his imagined, or should I say simulated reality, He has the wrong take. This is fucking ridiculous. Also, it sounded as if Ja had some ill will towards Chud Logic when he was talking about the fact that he showed his DMs to a wider audience.
Do you hold any animosity towards creators like Chud Logic, Queeman, FPS Diesel, Cope and Seethe, or Diesel Patches?
Well, Chud Logic spread rumors that I cheated on my GF with a pedo, even though he claimed Synni wasn't a pedo not too long ago. Synni herself didn't feel like I was making a pass at her, and neither did my girlfriend. I love my girlfriend, I live with her, and I would never cheat on her with anyone. Chud spread rumors about me that I had a rape and fart fetish based off of me saying I don't have a rape fetish, but I do understand that when I said didn't, it did sound like did, so I can understand that one. But then there was me just sending one funny fart image or to like someone, and it was like that was enough to claim that I had a fart fetish, which kind of funny, not gonna lie, but I don't have one. It also was kind of weird to bring up because I sent that image to a 15-year-old, so it kind of seemed like he was trying to imply that I was trying to get a minor to engage with my fetish. And I do understand that the guy is content pilled and does it to boost his numbers, but I think doing around 20 plus videos on me is a bit overkill. I don't like the guy, but he's a live streamer like Destiny, Vaj, and Hassan. I know what's going to be coming for him in a few years down the line, and it's something I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy. I've seen what happened to other live streamers, and what's going to happen to him is just going to be unfortunate. Not saying I want it to happen, because like I don't really have hatred for the guy, and I know his community likes me just based on the screenshots I've been sent from his Discord. But I just can't figure the guy out, really.
Okay.
Huh, well I guess he does hold some animosity then. As I said in the text, I will address pretty much all the stuff that Ja says later, but I find it interesting that he calls Chud's coverage spreading rumors. Returning to the Hambleton call, Ja goes on to complain about being called a pedo because he was referring to a 14-year-old talking to him as a honeypot.
I'm mostly confused as to why people are calling me a pedo over like me saying that thing about the 14-year-old.
And then he goes off on a stupid dog grooming point, which somehow leads to him mentioning that he's unhireable again.
I'm tired of people saying, well, Jack is disabled, so that's why they can't get a job. Listen, I'm autistic too. I don't like fucking working. I say stupid shit all the time that gets me fired. I still find ways to make money. I will do some Ubering until I can find a new job.
Hambleton then inquired about something particularly interesting, or more specifically, the casting couch jokes that were in Ja's Synnibear video.
What I'm talking about in particular isn't like something that was said in the interview, it was put in post. Like I'm talking about the casting couch jokes, like how Synni appeared. Like, do you know what the casting couch is, right?
I can't. What? I don't know what that is.
Oh, really? Okay, so that might have been malicious on the part of your editor. Jeez. Okay.
I know it may be absurd to some of you to think that Jar has never heard of a casting couch, but I mean, I personally believe it. Mostly because I'm pretty sure he'd be incapable of preventing himself from presenting some self-incriminating defense if he was aware of it and was the one to put it in the video. Additionally, there's the fact that Jar's editor would go on to try and distance themselves from the video after its release. So, assuming he's not lying, it's just fucking crazy that not only is Jar's extraordinarily flawed logic working against him making a good video, but his own fucking editor is. Hambleton would go on to provide context and ask for additional clarification from Ja, which I have to say is also particularly entertaining.
I'm still confused. What is this casting couch stuff?
The casting couch is basically a porno, and it's a kind of porno where it like starts out as an interview and it's a girl sitting on a couch, and then after the preliminary interview, the two people fuck, the cameraman and the interviewer and the interview.
Wait, is that the big buff black guy?
Maybe, but like the biggest part about it is that it's called the casting couch because this girl sits on this very recognizable couch, and basically 3 different times during your interview it cut to you as the cameraman and Synni sitting in the casting couch.
This is the first time I've ever heard about this. Like, I'm going to ask my editor about this now, but like this is like I don't think anyone has brought this up to me yet, but wow.
What a bizarre situation. We got Himbleton explaining porn to Jar, assumedly for the purposes of gay-upping information out of him. Speaking of getting information out of Jar, Himbleton would proceed to ask Jar about whether or not he believed his questions for Synnibear were leading.
Also with the interview, do you think that your questions were leading? Because I know what you said about like you were tired and stuff like that, and like I get that.
Yes, my questions were leading.
Okay.
They were absolutely. I was not letting her answer them. It was pretty much just me talking. Let's be real here. It was me talking. I kind of just wanted it to be done and over with, and I rushed through that interview. I kind of wanted to do like a redo of that interview, but I kept on going back and forth whether I should do that or not.
By back and forth, does he mean having multiple sleepy time calls with her? Well, whether or not that's what Jar intended, that is what they talk about next.
With the whole like other calls that y'all had, because like obviously y'all had multiple other calls, were all of those about your video?
I can't recall. Okay, I really don't like the commentary community amnesia excuse of I don't remember, because it's so stupid. It's just dumb. The problem is I was on sleeping pills, and I remember a lot of them being about the video, but I think a few of them were also just shooting the shit, just chatting about stuff. And it mostly happened because my roommate was on his trip, and I just need someone to talk to for a few minutes so I can pass out. And yeah, I mean, I almost called someone else as well, but...
Oh no, he was only one button press away from this entire sleepy time call allegation not existing. I mean, obviously not. He committed to having multiple sleepy time calls with Synnibear as well as push for them, but sure buddy, you can continue to live in that delusion. Jar proceeds to mention that his nicotine addiction was keeping him awake, and then goes on another bizarre rant about how not attracted he is to Synnibear and how attracted he is to his girlfriend.
I've heard that I might have said like, oh, you are my type, and I was like, fuck, did I say that? I'm questioning if I did say that in the last call I had with her or not, but if I did, I'm like 90% sure I followed up with, but I have a girlfriend and she's definitely my type.
Yeah.
Because like, here's the thing.
Wow.
I don't know what Synni looks like in real life. Loyal guy. I defended Hopeless Peaches, and I saw what Hopeless Peaches looked like in real life. They look nothing like their avatar. I'm gonna say that. And that's the nicest way I can put it. They look like a Albinoric from Elden Ring.
Yeah, no, I'm with you.
Like, I have a girlfriend. I love her to death. She was 90 pounds when I met her, and she's just so amazing.
Yeah. No, I'm with you, man. I get that.
Himbleton's face says it all. I mean, what the fuck is he even talking about? She was 90 pounds when he met her? What is she now? Is that a vision to you or something, Jar? And can't forget, he bounced into this after comparing Hopeless Peaches to an Albinoric from Elden Ring. Either way, Jar goes on to talk about some YouTuber who's been exposed for doing degenerate shit. Literally.
Do you know about the Coyote Lovely drama?
Vaguely.
Yeah, okay, he was a predator hunter, and he hired people to draw pictures of him licking hypnotist Sappho's butt, and he had a scat fetish, and he had a lot of ooh-woo conversations with Sappho, and I was like...
And then he brings up the last person I was expecting to hear a mention of right now.
And I also learned from Tipster not to do that, so... But I think my situation is more similar to Tipster because he says things like, she wants to tip and all that other shit, but...
We got the big tippy Tipster shout out in 2025. Man, Jar really knows how to provide, doesn't he? Well, this Tipster mention leads into Jar making some extraordinarily revealing statements that, in my opinion, confirm the theory that pretty much his entire career has been dictated by whatever art woman he is simping for at that moment.
If I return to drama, I know I'm going to do this again. This is not the first time I've done this. This is like the 5th time. First with Princess Elizabeth, 013. Second time with Toby. 3rd time with Peaches. 4th time with Cal and the Mari and Cal drama. And now this is the 5th time. And 3 out of 5 of those didn't go well. The Princess Elizabeth situation was bullshit, but I know you don't know anything about that because that's 10 years old.
Yeah.
Basically, I see someone getting bashed. Unfortunately, 5 out of 5 times it was a female. And unfortunately, granted, Peaches transitioned later, but at the time they identified as female. And I just think I need to help this person. And I will admit, it's easier to help a girl than a guy.
I mean, he's really laid it all out, hasn't he? He's even got some examples that I wasn't aware of. Makes me yet again wonder why his main priority is to disprove these simp allegations. Probably because there is the most truth to them. Now, I'm not going to go into his shit from about 10 years ago, but Jar has been battling with with simp allegations for several years. If you watch this 4 or so year old video from Jar, Creepshow art versus Hopeless Peaches might not be as clean cut as you think. You'll come to find that Jar has been repeating a lot of behaviors for quite a few years now. First, we gotta watch this amazing intro though.
If you like my normal voice, watch this video. If you prefer my robot voice, check out the pinned comment where it links to an unlisted video that's this video, but with the robot voice.
Robot voice edition. Give me some of that robot voice edition.
I have done many videos on my channel. Some I was afraid to make and some I wasn't. But out of all the videos I have made, I'm probably the most afraid to upload this one. I'm sure I'm gonna get a lot of comments saying I'm reviving the drama, I'm just doing this for views, I'm a simp, and many other things. I guarantee you I'll get a lot of hateful comments from people who haven't even watched the video. Or maybe this is really a bad video, but I won't know for sure until I upload it.
I'm definitely seeing a pattern here. Do all of his videos start with some spiel about how this is the scariest video he's ever uploaded? That can't be a good way to maintain a long-lasting career. It's like he was progressively upping the ante for himself with every upload until he found himself at the point at which he was defending a self-admitted groomer. Also, as I've mentioned, this video is from years ago, and still, to this day, he is talking about the people that the video centers around. I asked Jar about why he obsessively talks about past dramas, and he said a couple interesting things.
It seems like a lot of your, like pretty much if I click on any video from your past, it seems like you are just perpetually talking about the same 7 people on repeat, or like bringing up just random dramas all the time. What necessarily motivates that? Like, why do you want to always relate every single situation back to another drama?
I'm trying to understand the question best I can, but I think when you're talking, I've only made like 2 or 3 videos about my past, and one of them was one of the members involved in it. Yeah, in the Art CC, almost every drama kind of connects with another drama, and I kind of feel like there's like a storyline building here, and I'm like documenting everything. If that makes sense at all. I'm trying to understand your question the best I can.
Just essentially, I was asking in every single one of the, like, your old videos, it's not even necessarily videos about your past or like yourself, it's just like in general, any drama video of yours, you always relate it back to other dramas. For example, like in the Synnibear situation, you constantly brought up Spocter and Hopeless Peaches. What, like, you know...
Yeah, I do that, yeah, but like everybody else in the community was also doing that. And I kind of like to it also kind of boosts those videos. Like if people say, oh, like if he's talking what's this drama he's talking about, they might like check out those past videos. It's kind of like advertisement for myself.
Yeah, I mean, I get doing that because I do mention my own videos every now and then, but like what I mean is you do it to an excessive degree, to the extent where it's like pretty much the entire video's thesis is based around what you've experienced in past dramas.
Well, I guess that is the case. Like I do try to learn from past dramas, like figure out, okay, if it was okay here, will it be okay there? Or, you know, this is how people react to this person doing that.
Regardless, Templeton eventually asked Jar whether he's going to continue making drama content, and Jar states this.
Would you continue to do drama but just like get less personally involved, or are you just like going to take a hard break?
No, complete full stop, just talk about media.
Yeah.
Because if I get into drama, I'm going to do it again. And this happens one more time, I get canceled like this one more time, there's no way I'm going to come back from it.
Disregarding the fact that this is a lie reminiscent of Mudaha, as Jar has covered drama since then, or more specifically mostly his own drama, this yet again does seem rather revealing on Jar's behalf. He's talking about having a threshold for cancellation, almost as if he views dramas as individual points in a game. Like -5 points is when he's suddenly no longer allowed to make content, and he's currently at -4. I think it goes without saying that there is quite a bit more stakes to this type of content than W's or L's. Sure, drama content isn't saving lives or whistleblowing on war crimes or something, but in a lot of cases, and especially in the instance of Synnibear, there are actual victims. It just comes across as extraordinarily irresponsible and disrespectful of Jar for him to gamify the whole ordeal and visualize it as another point in his long career. and I think he's come to realize this judging by his messages with me. Unfortunately, in my opinion, Jar has taken the wrong approach to this newfound epiphany, which, let's be real, was probably jammed down his throat. While I was working on this video, Jar messaged me with a few requests, most of which I ignored, but one did stand out to me as rather peculiar. He asked that I do not forget about Eno, the second individual to write a document about Synnibear. I asked why, because unless they're a public face, like a content creator or something, I can't imagine why they would want to draw attention to them being victimized if the perpetrator is already being punished for it. And I also mentioned that I probably would end up mentioning them just due to the nature of the case. This led to Jar telling me that he was in contact with Eno and that she had expressed what she'd been dealing with in her school and life. Why in the fuck is he talking to one of the victims of Synnibear? This just comes across as one of the most absurd overcompensations possible. Even if you grant him the idea that he was only reaching out to Synnibear's victim to give them an ear when they needed it the most, I don't think the grown-ass man online who defended your victimizer is the best option for that. Also, I have to make clear that the only indication as to why he did reach out to her is this message he sent to me, and so I had to ask him about it.
Now, Eno is someone who I think is worth helping for the most part. She has shared with me like stuff about what she was dealing with from the drama in her day-to-day life. All the kids at her school know about it, and she hates it. There's some other stuff she told me, but she made me promise her not to share it publicly. The other stuff, like she was fine with this, but not the other big thing, and I'm not sharing that until she shares it publicly herself.
Yeah, that's another thing I was gonna ask. What motivated you to reach out to Eno?
I think might have been Soph the Neko's idea. I didn't expect you to ask this question. It wasn't in the list, but I thought, okay, you know what? I was going to reach out to her to begin with. Might as well do it now. And whether it was my intention or not, my video affected her in a negative way, so I might as well apologize to her in private. And I did. She accepted it, and the reason why I haven't talked about this publicly all that much is because I was just thinking, people are just going to say, oh, Jar is using this to make a comeback. He's using a child, blah, blah, blah. And, just Eno being happy that, she can still watch my videos without it being tainted for her, which she said herself, and all the other stuff. Yeah, that's good enough for me. If Eno wants to mention it publicly, she can. I won't make her. And even in our call, I let her do 90% of the talking because I was just nervous. Like, if this gets leaked and I talk too much, people are going to claim I led her on or forced her into saying what she said when I definitely did not.
Well, a point I'm gonna raise, to be honest, in the video is I just think it's kind of an overcompensation in the first place to even talk to the victim of Synnibear. I mean, sure, you could be offering her an ear when she needs it the most, but the issue I have is why would she want to go to the 30, however old you are, grown-ass man that was defending essentially her victimizer online? That seems like the last person that she should be talking to about her problems.
I guess you're right, but she reached out to me again by herself saying hey, I have no one to talk to, can I please vent to you? And I was like, yeah, sure.
I mean, yeah, sure. If you're just gonna accept venting, then what? Yeah. Sorry, you keep going. Sorry.
Yeah, I offered her help. If she needed me to help her edit her response, I would. But and you can say why would she reach out to you? Well, I'm pretty sure it was Soph who set everything up, and I knew that in my book what I did was the right thing to do.
Right. I mean, okay. I just think it's a little bizarre. It seems I will include that you stated reached out to you. So
yeah, and you can say it's bizarre. I agree. I think this whole thing is bizarre. I've never dealt with something like this in my life.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't imagine so.
Okay, so there is a shitload to unpack in what he just said, and I wish I could have pushed back on him more at the time, especially for this Eno stuff. The issue is, I was mistaken on Eno's age, and my intention was to let Jar talk so we could address all the stuff I had to ask him in the limited time we have for the call. While yes, he states that Eno reached out to him to vent, I have to clarify that he states again, which implies that they had already had contact beforehand. If I had to take Jar at his word, he first got in contact with Eno through an individual by the name of Soph.
Soph the Neko, who I'm assuming is this mega glop shitter with 11k subscribers. From the sounds of it, it seems as if the Soph the Neko individual was attempting to insert themselves in the situation, as many of the ACC do, and their method of doing so, for whatever reason, was getting Jar in contact with one of Synnibear's victims. Also, when I say that I was mistaken on how young Ino was when I was talking to Jar, I mean that I thought they were 19, because that's how old the third individual to release a document on Synnibear is now. I have to clarify, Ino is at most 16. And then you have Jar out here telling me that he's getting in voice calls with this 16-year-old, in which he lets Ino do all the talking so nobody gets the impression that he's leading her on. On top of that, Ino is supposedly venting about all of her problems at school to Jar. What the fuck is this man doing? Does he not feel an ounce of discomfort when the 16-year-old is rambling about being picked on at school due to the drama and subsequently partially his content? Well, no, clearly not. According to Jar, it's a good thing that Ino can now watch his content without it being tainted by the thought that he was involved in the Synnibear drama. I completely retract what I said to Jar in regards to as long as you're just receiving venting. I was mistaken on how young Ino is. I don't know why the fuck Jar would think it was a good idea in the first place to reach out to her, and if he hasn't already, he should, in my opinion, immediately cease contact. Even while assuming that Jar is not at all acting maliciously, I do not think it is healthy for a 16-year-old to be talking about their issues with a grown man on the internet, especially one who was not only involved, but has the history I will cover in the next part. You also got to take into account that Jar has, as far as I'm concerned, acknowledged how bad this would look.
People are also more forgiving about this stuff when it's over the internet. Me hitting on a 17-year-old in real life is different than me hitting on a 17-year-old over the internet. After all, I can see the 17-year-old in real life, but on the internet, I can't see what they look like. On the internet, I hear someone talking to me. In real life, I see a minor in front of me. Granted, I'm a lot older than Synni. If I'm talking to a 17-year-old, yeah, I'm gonna get a lot more crap for it.
Granted, it does sound as if he is specifically referring to speaking inappropriately with a 17-year-old. But then I have to question why he specified that due to his age, he would get in trouble just for talking to a 17-year-old. Especially if he's out here saying shit like this to Synnibear.
You need to double, triple, tuple check what you're who you're talking to. You need to keep the ages in mind. And if you're going to start your Discord up again, make it 18 plus.
Anyway, returning to the Himbledon Cool, Jar self-flagellates for a bit.
I want to play devil's advocate, but I'm not smart. I'm not good at this kind of stuff. I mess up a lot.
And then proceeds to talk about the claims that he himself was groomed.
Grooming to me is a lot more serious. I'm just tired of people saying, like, almost everyone is saying that they were groomed as a kid now. And some people have even tried to convince me that I was groomed for, like, dumb reasons. Like, oh, an older friend of mine showed me some animes and shit, but I don't think I was groomed.
Seems to me as if Jar himself was a victim of the art community cycle of depravity. Now sure, this older friend may not have been a part of the art community, but the point is that this follows the exact same pattern as many of the other people I've talked about on this channel. People like Birdie, Synnibear, or even Kitty Dog, all individuals who were seemingly exposed to objectionable or fucked up content at a young age, only for them to later reflect this behavior on someone else. Regardless, Jar does go into some specifics.
The problem is I'm autistic, so I'm young-minded, more young-minded than people normally my age. I was also extremely isolated growing up. And when I was 14, I watched Berserk 1997 as a kid. And that's Game of Thrones, but anime. It is a show full of bloodshed and rape, and I'm just dumbfounded when people, I don't know, maybe I'm just being stupid, but like when people say, but think of the children. I'm like, do you guys forget what you grew up with when you were 14? Like, I don't know, but maybe I'm being stupid. Personally, I would never send a 14-year-old Berserk 1997. I wouldn't do that. But at the same time, I don't think I was scarred as a kid.
He doesn't think he was scarred by it. Well, that's kind of odd considering he says this in about 20 minutes.
I developed a gender bend fetish at like 7 or 8, but that's because I watched Ranma 1/2 and it developed early on, but like, I did develop a rape fetish from watching Berserk.
But what do I know? To be fair, he did clarify to me that he meant to say didn't and not did, which, as much as it is a retroactive adjustment, would make sense for the context. Either way, remember how Jar hadn't read the full logs between Ino and Synnibear at this point?
Well, Himpleton proceeds to ask Jar about how much of it he had read.
At first, I do want to hear what all you did and didn't look at, like in terms of the logs.
Well, I need to admit to something. I'm highly dyslexic. Like, I have one of the worst cases of dyslexia, and that's why I was waiting for my roommate to come home so he could, like, help me read through the logs.
At this point, just give the fucking login details to Professor Dreadlock. Bro, if you have crippling dyslexia to the extent that you cannot read a document without the support of someone else, why would you pick one of the most reading and writing intensive genres of content? I'm sure you could get away without reading in plenty of other spaces, but as we've seen, probably not the one that's based around giving your opinion on the validity of allegations in which the details are written in documents. Dyslexia is not a fucking excuse. There is text-to-speech available on pretty much every device that can connect to the internet and has a speaker.
I'm so dyslexic, sometimes I write how when I mean to write the word who.
You did constantly mention your dyslexia. Do you not use like a reader-writer or like a, text-to-speech or something to go through documents?
I do, but then it's hard. It takes so much longer just to write something out.
Right.
And sometimes, I'm not gonna lie, sometimes my dyslexia has saved my ass on occasions.
What in what regard?
People will be like, want to join our group chat, and I'll be like, no thanks, I don't want to join your group chat, because I'm not gonna understand what's going on in there, so I just don't even, it's too much effort to like go through everything.
Right.
And then like years down the line, I hear like, oh, fucked up shit happened in that group chat, and I was like, oh, thank God I wasn't part of that group chat then.
Right, I mean, fair enough, I guess.
Like, Synni offered me to join her group chat, which was the Synnibear Defense Force with her, Kumo, Romantic Goblin. I think there was one other person in there. And I said, no, I was like not interested in joining a group chat like that.
Now that would have been entertaining. Kumo and Jar forced to coexist in the same group chat with Synnibear. Either way, I do also want to say that Jar's point about text-to-speech slowing down the process of making a video too much is fucking worthless when you consider this guy's video production process, but I'll cover that in the next part. Carrying on with the Himpleton cool, Jar makes another nonsense point about grooming.
Then I saw the second doc and I saw words highlighted like her saying, I like big butts and I cannot lie, and I was like, I heard that in the Shark Tale movie as a kid. My parents showed me that movie. Were my parents grooming me? Oh, my subs are going down fast.
Don't worry about that right now, dude.
Which leads him to the most important moment in the entire Himpleton cool according to Jar, because it's supposedly the moment that Jar's entire perspective on the Synnibear situation got flipped upside down.
So I do just want to bring up a couple of pieces of context to see if this not changes your mind to think it's grooming, but changes your mind at all on kind of your opinions of it. First of all, with the rape comic, in different calls, Synni got, to read some of the panels out loud.
This is the Pomnigate guy, yeah.
Does that change anything for you?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, it depends. Like, I'm assuming that she read it out loud where minors were present.
Well, Eno was the one reading it out loud. Synni got Eno to read it out loud. In call together.
Oh my God. I did not know that.
Yep.
That I did. Oh God.
And in total, they had around 20 hours of phone calls, and almost all of them were dedicated to like talking about that sexual material.
Yeah, that completely changes everything. I'm sure you have more, but like, I think that's enough. Like, case closed.
That's the line for him, is it? Synnibear can send rape comics to a minor and even read it out to children, but the moment that she gets the child to read it out, that's when it's case closed. Yeah, if I'm to be honest, I find it hard to believe Jar. I'm still certain that he's completely incapable of discerning right from wrong, and it's of my opinion that if his Synnibear video had gone down well rather than poorly, he would be out here defending her for this shit. This more comes across as Jar taking every opportunity handed to him to hop off the Synni defense train he's found himself on. Especially when you take into account how Himpleton primed the information for Jar by stating, let me see if this doesn't necessarily make you think it was grooming, but change your opinion. Nevertheless, the conversation continues for a bit until Jar yet again questions the label of grooming. Did he not just say that what Synnibear did is definitively grooming, or am I fucking hearing things?
I think getting a child to read you a rape comic is like, it's not child grooming, but it is grooming a child into activities that are not what they should do.
Bro just said she groomed a child in 2 different ways, but okay. Anyway, after launching some Super Smash Bros.
Dude, is it okay if I play some Smash Bros while we talk to the audio down?
I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
Jar expresses his frustration with Jar Logic.
Here's the thing. I understand why Chud Logic was so aggressive with me. He saw those DMs and he thought about what I did and he got mad. I prefer talking. I wish the guy interviewing me was you because you're a lot more reasonable.
Yeah, I try to be. I feel like it makes for a better interview.
And then proceeds to make yet another questionable comparison to the pyrocynical drama.
I just thought people were jumping on a bandwagon like they did in the pyro drama, and I realize now that I completely misread this situation. Like, this is actually worse than what Pyro did with Ivory.
Nobody asked you to rate it on a scale against other internet dramas, buddy. Nobody's asking for that.
I don't know if I fully agree with that, only because like the Ivory Pyro stuff was like extremely explicit.
And then we end up with the part that Jar says that he, in massive quotation marks, didn't develop a rape fetish.
I did develop a rape fetish from watching Berserk, and at 11, like, that's... I'm not well versed in this. I'm not a scientist, but I'm going to go out. I haven't done research into this, but I'm going to go out on a limb here and say it's not normal for 14. I mean, so for an 11-year-old to be into that stuff.
Well, yeah. Not only is it not normal, it's a very standard. Like I know a good amount about this stuff because I wouldn't call myself an advocate, but just like kind of behind the scenes for people. Like I've worked with the Mom Max victims and people like that. So I'm very. I also have like been through CSA stuff myself, and so because of that, like I just have researched it a lot and I know about it. It is an extremely common, basically like red flag warning that somebody has been through CSA if they are having rape fantasies that young.
Probably. I can't speak on that because I was never inappropriately touched as a child or assaulted as a child. That never happened to me, at least as far as I'm aware. Who knows, maybe I really suppressed a memory, but I thought about it for a long time and I can't find anything in my memory bank.
Yeah, no, I mean, makes sense.
Bro really just said I could not find any indication in my memory bank that I was raped. Maybe this guy really is a robot. Anyway, that's about it for the Himbleton call. They keep talking about rape for a bit, and it is bizarre, but there aren't really any more developments to the Jar story.
This is the only research I have done in that. I do know that rape is like one of the most common fetishes.
Yeah.
Intriguingly, Himbleton would hop on a call on November 15th, 2024, in which he would accidentally reveal his true intentions.
Sorry, I just realized I accidentally was recording the beginning of this call.
It's okay.
Well, it's because I was supposed to be in a call with Jar.
No, you weren't. That motherfucker backed out on you?
No. I'm just waiting on him. He didn't back out on me. I'm just waiting on him. That's why I'm here right now.
He's still around?
Yeah.
Write down your questions and read them out loud. So
I'm gonna
make sure they're the good ones.
No, this is my 10th call with him, Robin. You don't know the lore.
Holy shit.
And dude, I'm literally gonna be a shout out in his response video. So, dude, it's not even gay opping at this point. It's fag opping. Like I'm going full scale.
Dick in.
Yeah, dude, I'm going fucking Stonewall opping.
Can you explain why Slime Beast is owning you in this whole video?
I'm gonna be so real, man. I have not watched it.
Okay, well we'll restart it because a lot of people haven't watched it. Don't worry.
Well, you don't have to.
It's good.
Restart it. Wait, are we live?
Good. Yeah, we're live.
Yes, we're live. Yeah, we're live.
We're the live channel.
I came in.
Did you just expose something we weren't allowed to show?
I mean,
he did. He fucking did.
I said some stuff that I don't really like being public, but that's okay.
Yeah, we're in the live channel.
Himbleton would go on to be disgraced by the broader community for gay-upping Jar, or more specifically acting overly friendly with him in an attempt to extract information out of Jar, while simultaneously going behind the back of other creators and expressing to Jar the disapproval that Himbleton had been receiving for having upwards of 20 hours of calls with Jar. Oh, and just to top it all off, a call of someone trying to blackmail Himbleton would leak, and honestly, it somehow makes the blackmailer look sane. The issue is, the blackmailer's microphone sucks ass, and so it just kind of sounds like an argument between the raped Joker and gay Bane.
I know you can relate to some of that.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Being used.
Who ever used me?
What the fuck is this?
I don't know. I don't know, TV.
What?
Who has ever used you?
Bro, what is going on here, dude?
Who has ever used you?
Who has ever made you feel dirty? Violated you?
What? Are you referring to? Are you referring to like?
I'm referring to you getting fucking raped, yes.
That's the content.
What the hell?
We have that in common.
Bro.
What the hell? Why would you bring that up? You're actually a freak. What the hell?
Because you've brought up the same fucking thing. I'm operating using your standards, so you throw it and you can't take it? Is that what it is? You're that fucking pathetic? I mean, sure. I'm not gonna dispute the fact I'm a fucking loser. I'm a fucking loser, I'm a druggie, I'm a fucking dumbass. But look at you. This is what you do to get your fucking... You literally said it yesterday. If you don't do shit like this, if you don't hurt people, you start to feel like you're going insane. Do you know who else felt that way? Dennis Rader. The BTK killer. The bind, torture, and bind, torture, kill killer.
What the fuck is he?
He felt that way. Whenever he went long enough without killing people, he would just feel like he was going insane.
Honestly, that just goes to show how insane all of the glove shitters who got involved in the Jar situation really were. I promise I'm not that deranged. When I asked Jar about Himbleton, here's what he had to say.
Were you aware that Himbleton was recording your calls?
I mean, I expected him to, but I don't think people would have twisted my words so much, and I don't think he would leak them, at least not as soon as he did. Himbleton has, like, backstabbed me 3 times last I checked. He wanted me to, last I spoke to him, he wanted me to join him in a war he was going to start against Lyle Convoy, even though he previously said for me to stop talking about drama content, and I was like, okay, so you don't want me to talk about drama, but now you want me to talk about drama, which is it, man? And then I told him no, because I pretty much knew he was going to set me up as the fall guy if things went south. Himbleton is a guy I don't understand. I hear like a lot of people don't like him, and he's also not really all that relevant, so it's like, why should I even waste my time talking to him? So I just stopped chatting with the guy altogether. I didn't expect Templeton to get canceled, and he kind of like pulled himself back up, but like
yeah, he's still like collabing with people in the community from what I've seen, but I do criticize him a bit in the video.
No, that's fine. I don't really like the guy either.
So he's clearly not a fan. Well, I think that about wraps it up for the story of the Undercover Operative.
Black supremacy is fucking hilarious. Just look up Yakub. It's the funniest shit I've ever heard in my life.
I do know what Yakub is, but interesting.
So, what's left in the story of Jar? Well, actually a shockingly large amount, to be honest. That Himbleton coup was over a year ago now. Although I do not have the time to go into as much depth on the events that followed. For starters, Lyle Convoy decided to have an hour-long call with Jar in which he berated him while putting together figurines or something.
You made that entire video about how she's a lol cow and how you love being in this community because you feast on the autism. Welcome to the farm, Jar. The truth of the matter is, you weren't the farmer. You're just a slightly larger cow, and now you're learning that. You always thought that you were, what was the word you used? An anti-lol cow? You're not. Anybody is a lol cow. And I hate having to use that term because that is a term that takes away any nuance at any part of somebody's humanity and reduces them to a bunch of goofy things. But anybody can be one, Jar, if enough microscope is put on them. You, me, your parents, your pastor, if you had one, you need one, and a whole slew of other things. That's all that matters.
As far as I'm concerned, this was just an attempt from Lyle Convoy to get back into the good graces of the audience because he had been cancelled himself, shall I say, due to that aforementioned adopted adult situation. The next big development would be when the Twitter user Choco Latte came out with allegations that Jar had requested they drew NSFW art when they were 17 in exchange for an art role on the Discord. The screenshot is visible here, but essentially at the end of this long wall of text, Choco Latte mentions that they have friends in middle and high school, which does imply that they are a minor. Jar acknowledges the message by stating, "That was really sweet of you, thank you." And then 21 days later, he sends a Google search to Jaden Animations porn. Choco Latte would then respond with a drawing of Jaden Animations lifting her shirt. A year later, Jar would exclaim in DMs to Choco Latte, "Oh my god, you drew Jaden Animations porn for me." Choco Latte then clarifies that she was 17 at the time and that she did it for the art role, to which Jar would just leave her on scene. Now, Jar's explanation is that he did not read through the large wall of text, only the beginning, and then responded with a thank you message, and so he was not aware of the age, and he his best guess is that he was asking for the Jaden Animations porn for a thumbnail.
It was so many years ago, so like, can the testimonies of other people from something that happened 4 years ago even be like accurate? Because I don't even remember that happening, and it took me a while to figure out that this image was made around the same time I made my video about porn being drawn of Jaden Animations and Wolfie Chew, and then I remembered, oh, I had that image commissioned because I was going to use it as a thumbnail, but then I decided not to because, well, how stupid would I be to be like, you shouldn't draw porn of these characters. Anyways, here's a not safe for work image of these characters that I use for a thumbnail. That would be stupid, so I ended up not using it.
Right. You don't have a perfect memory of it. It's like sort of conjecture that you're assuming the reason you asked for the Jaden Animations porn is because you were making, like, you wanted the thumbnail for that.
Yeah, because you look at that, I looked at that image and I was like, that looks like an image you would put in a thumbnail, and it took me a really long time, but then I found out, wait a second, this happened around 4 years ago. I also made this video 4 years ago, so like the timeline does seem to match up, so I think that's why I had that image like not really commissioned because they weren't getting paid for it, they were just getting the art role.
Additionally, he did make this bizarre point to me about being thankful that Choco Latte was not any younger, which I thought was worth mentioning, if not only for how poorly he phrased it. On October 22nd, 2024, a YouTuber by the name of Given Ant released a call with Choco Latte in which she went into more details. In specific, she claims that Jar actually knew she was 17 before asking for the art because of a call that they were in. However, she does not provide any direct evidence.
I tried asking you, hey, is there a way that I can get a, art role by anything? Like, do I have to draw you with anything? This is where I made a big mistake. If there is anything you want me to draw in order to get that art role. He didn't ask my age. First, he made a joke by saying, oh yeah, you can just draw my OC raping Jaden Animations and I will give you the art role. Everyone started freaking out and they're like, bro, do you not know how old she is? And like everybody was just talking over each other and Jar's like, okay, wait, hold on. How old are you real quick? Like, I'm 17. And he then backtracked by saying, oh shit, I'm really sorry. I didn't know you're 17, but instead of unfriending me, I still don't know why to this very day. He's like, can you at least draw Jaden Animations, lifting up her shirt and like showing her undies to me and I can give you the art role. And I'm like, okay, I can do that. He then sends me a link of Jaden Animation porn.
Given Ant would later tweet out a corroborating story from an anonymous individual who claims to have been in the call at the time. To be clear, Given Ant is just posting the screenshots. It appears that the conversation actually went through Choco Latte. The anonymous source states that they used to play Super Smash Bros with Jar when they were 15 to 16, and that Jar was a better player but would always be an asshole about it. If true, this grown-ass man is out here battling for his life with children on Discord. That is certainly a way to live. The anonymous source additionally alleges that Jar would essentially just bully them up until the anonymous source got older and Jar said, oh my god, your balls finally dropped. At which point, Anon claims Jar began treating them as a human. Either way, Choco Latte begins asking the anonymous source about whether or not they remember Jar encouraging Choco Latte to draw Jaden Animations porn. They corroborate the story. What's notable to us, however, is the claim that the anonymous source raises afterwards, because they claim that Jar sent them fart fetish art when they were 15, and they even have a screenshot of it. Choco Latte asks if Jar knew the anonymous source was 15, and Anon states that they don't know if Jar knew they were specifically 15, but they did know that Jar knew they were a minor due to the fact that he had made fun of them for it. Now, Ja does go on to address this allegation, however, he does so in his response video, and so I'll address that when it comes up shortly. Moving on the timeline, the YouTuber Copen Seed would release his video that goes into more depth on the VidCon situations, including an interview from Melly Malware. Now, do you recall how 3.5 hours ago I said that's a story for 3.5 hours from now? Well, yeah, that's time for that story. Ja's beef, shall I say, with Melly Malware began when she criticized him for his Spocta thumbnail, which had the EDP cupcake joke in it. Ja reached out to Melly Malware and used his classic special move, that being asking if she wanted to join a voice call to sort out the issues. Even when this guy is in beef with someone, he cannot help but ask for a VC. The thing is though, even if Melly Malware was down to voice chat, which I highly doubt, this was right before VidCon, and so Melly Malware said that she was busy traveling and wouldn't have the time to voice chat during VidCon. This resulted in Ja asking if she wanted to meet up and go to his hotel room for some drinks, with a lol JK on the end, which, what in the actual fuck? Melly Malware says no way to meeting up for drinks, and Ja asks if she had read his last message. He just straight up did the just kidding, unless maneuver. Yeah, buddy, she definitely read it and she's definitely not interested.
Suddenly, DMs get leaked and people are like, and people hate me, so, and people don't like me, so of course they're gonna come to this conclusion, and there's nothing I can really do to like completely disprove it.
I don't think it's necessarily about people disliking you. It's just an extraordinarily easy conclusion to come to based on the evidence that's available. For example, I mean, this isn't even with Synnibear, but in the instance of Melly Malware with VidCon, I recall you saying that you did mention just joking at the end of the message where you asked her out to drinks, right? But you then followed the message saying, "Did you see my last message?"
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that seemed kind of like you, because she responded to what you said, and then you said, "Did you see my last message?"
Yeah, like, do you find it funny? Like, I understand now that, like, I have to be careful with jokes like this. That's why I have been trying my hardest, my darndest, to change and avoid another situation like this, because I knew not to say them at work. I would avoid coworkers to not make those jokes, and then now I have to be careful online as well, because of the conclusions people will come to. Like, I know you say it's an extremely easy conclusion to come to. I disagree. I think under different circumstances, I mean, just look at Kumo. Oh, he called her sweetheart, and people were sweeping for him left and right, saying, "Oh, well, that's a common Southern thing to say to women." And I was like, no, it fucking isn't.
No, I never. The moment that I saw fucking Kumo's DMs, I knew that guy was also simping. Okay, like I think you both are in the same boat, to be honest, in that regard. But
the difference is, I believe I'm innocent. Like, I don't. Like, I know people will say you're just making yourself look more guilty by saying you're not, and it does come across as me being defensive. I know it does. I just wish people believed me when I said no, wasn't interested in her at all, because the main thing that insults me is that, like, I love my girlfriend to death. Like, I was getting ready to move in with this woman. I love her to death. She is fucking hot, dude. I'm not gonna do better than this, dude. I'm staying with her.
Hi.
Well, that answered pretty much nothing other than, yeah, he denies flirting, I guess. I definitely didn't need to hear Ja fawn over his girlfriend though, but regardless, back to the story of VidCon. Melly Malware does indeed double down and says no again, which results in Ja responding with a caps-locked fuck and an insistence that he values her opinion as much as he does Hopeless Peaches or Lyle Convoy. 3 days later, Ja reaches out and asks Melly Malware if she wants to meet up at the fountain at 12. And she yet again says no, and that she isn't even at VidCon anymore. Ja then says he meant tomorrow and that he's also left, which I do not believe because Ja is sending this at 11:13 a.m. In my opinion, he's gotta still be at VidCon, and he's just lying about this for literally no reason except trying to relate or some shit. Melly Malware yet again says no, and then Ja asks what she looks like because he has a hard time reading badges and hearing people's voices when everyone's talking. He's genuinely still under the impression that she would be okay with meeting up, and on top of that, wants to meet up. This is bordering on harassment if it isn't already at this point. How many no's will it take? Well, apparently not the next one or the one after that, because Melly Malware states that she is not interested in meeting up 2 more times, with Ja insisting that he just wants to meet up and shake her hand and then leave. Following the final though, Jar states, okay, but please know I won't be like, bitch, you were too scared to join VC. Now you have nowhere to run and I got a gun. I really just wanted to talk for 15 seconds then fuck off. I mean, you did chat with Harley a little. I hope it wasn't about me. This might actually take the cake for the most deranged thing this little freakazoid of a robot has said. I mean, genuinely, what in the fuck? I don't think anyone was thinking that Jar would go fucking ballistic, but you know, now that he says it, I can't imagine him wielding a gun to get his sleepy time VC. As I said, unstoppable force. Oh, also for context, Harley is another one of Jar's old friends, but they ended up having a little breakup after Jar posted his Spoctor video thumbnail. Either way, Mully Moa responded with a completely reasonable message asserting that it was a freaky statement and that Harley is her friend, so of course she was going to talk to him. For the rest of VidCon, Mully Moa and her friends kept a lookout for Jar.
There's no way to describe this without it sounding uncharitable. Like, people describe this as he couldn't take no for an answer, which is just what happened, but that sounds like really sexual, and that's not what it was, I don't think. But yeah, he was kind of like just hunting for us at VidCon. We did the girly thing. It's like we have the protection squad, so if someone spotted like anything Jar adjacent, they sent a group message being like, stay indoors.
One of those lookouts was Ponna Sprocket, who, as you know at this point, got approached by Jar and shook hands with him. Her version of the story is that she did not recognize him and she could not hear what he was saying because there was a giant fan nearby, but she thought she read his lips say that he also had a channel, and so she asked what it was. Jar then squeezed her hand, smiled, and walked away, which honestly sounds fucking hilarious if it wasn't for the thought that he was quite possibly stalking an event looking for someone who repeatedly said they did not want to meet up with him. Any guesses as to what Jar's response is? Because Cope and Steve did indeed end up asking Jar about this.
From what I've been told, every woman within the ACC who you've interacted with has a story like this. And when I spoke to Lo about it, he said, well, I wasn't aware Jar was still doing that. My understanding was that Jar had a girlfriend now and had stopped.
Truly my sense of humor. This is how I joke around, and I really should have stopped joking around like this once I got a girlfriend. This is not my attempts to hit on anyone.
If I had $1 for every time I've heard Jar say this, I'd probably be about $20 richer, which would make up for how many times I've heard this pathetic excuse. Unfortunately, I am not $20 richer. Jar also ended up providing his side of the story to Beckett, and so here is that.
Let's talk about VidCon, because I've seen DM messages from you to Mally, and I've heard the stories of you sort of trying to find the girls at VidCon and your interactions with Ponder. I mean, do you recognize these as sort of quite abnormal things to do?
Well, at first I wanted to meet up with Mal and the others because I've interacted with them for so long. And then Mal just was like, I don't want to see you. And I wasn't looking for them. Like, I wasn't looking for Mal or the others. Like, I swear, first person I saw at VidCon was Harley. I think they were in a CVS pharmacy with possibly the right opinion. My roommate can confirm this for me. My roommate can. And I was just like, I don't want to interact with Harley. Like, Harley and the others are upset with me. I don't want to interact with them right now. And as for the thing at VidCon with Ponder,
do you want to give me your version of that? Because the version I've heard is you sort of approaching her and shaking her hand, telling her who you were, and then laughing manically while walking away.
Okay, yeah, I get that. So what actually happened was I sat down to eat some ice cream, and then I heard Ponder's voice, and I looked to my left and I noticed, that person looks like Ponder. And then I read the name tag and I was like, oh my god, this is Ponder. So I said, oh, are you Ponder Sprocket? She gave me a sticker. I shook her hand. I said, I'm also a YouTuber. And she says, oh, who? And I said, JustARobot. She yelled out, oh my god. And I immediately let go of her hand. She says I squeezed it, but I distinctly remember letting go, like just letting go immediately because I didn't want it to linger. And then I walked away. And then when I got inside, I kind of laughed about it because of her reaction.
So the one detail that is in everyone's story is the handshake and the fact that Ponna Sprocket yelled out, oh my god, when she realized she was talking to Jar. Now that's what I call aura. There are numerous other accounts from various other art women who have interacted with Jar, even from VidCon itself, but this Mully Moa Ponna Sprocket incident is definitely the most substantiated. It does seem extraordinarily apparent that Jar has a repeated pattern of making unwanted sexual comments towards women, and according to Mully Moa, just about every woman in the art community has a story about it.
You said this to me before, that basically my surprise was surprising, because I kind of forget not everyone is just kind of used to it. Jar asking about women's pussies is nothing new. He did it all the time when we would BC, like, oh god, back when Peaches was still around. He used to ask us all sorts of inappropriate shit, and people kind of just rolled their eyes, and it was like, it's just Ja. He's too stupid to be a problem, so like, just roll with the punches. I mean, look, Ja crying to get in VCs with people is really common. The cock joke is really common.
What do you mean
asking about? Oh,
what do you mean by crying to get into VCs with people?
well, I mean, my first ever interaction with Ja, the first time he ever DM'd me, he was like, hey, can you get into VC? I'm really sad and want to talk to someone. And I was like, what?
What?
I'm like, sir. And of course, this was, God, how many years ago was this now? I had forgotten about this exchange. I only remember, I just saw it because I went back into my DMs to find the other stuff.
If Ja is to continue making content, hanging out on Discord, or fuck, even be in a workplace, this behavior does need to stop. Also, for fuck's sake, he needs to verify people's ages and stop hanging out with children on Discord, because it is objectively weird, especially when this dude has a habit of talking about sexual shit. And if we're to take his word for it, he has a habit of talking about weird shit to everybody. I don't think he's a pedophile or a groomer or whatever, but it is unacceptable. Again, thank you to Copensteed for compiling a lot of this information. There is some stuff in his videos, especially to do with the VidCon, that I don't have time to address, so feel free to go check that out. As an example, he has some audio of a call between Melly Moa and Ja, in which Ja brings on Professor Dreadlock for backup in the debate and plays the race card for him.
No, don't put words in my mouth. I said any evidence.
You literally just said just now that sounds like something you would have said.
Hey, Jar, can I jump in real quick?
Sure.
Okay, so I just want to establish really quickly. You said that
Sorry,
your
could you just
primary
state who you are? Sorry, real quick.
Yeah, who is this? What?
This is Professor Dreadlock.
Roommate?
Why are you interjecting in a conversation between Jar and Mally?
Because I chose to.
And he's my roommate.
Yeah, my roommates next door too. They don't. That's not what we're. We're doing.
This is a little bit inappropriate.
Feel free to bring them in because that's what I'm doing.
No, that's not. The whole point is that's not appropriate. This isn't between.
We discussed beforehand. We discussed beforehand who's going to be in the call.
Who's the point? Who's the point?
This was never established as a rule.
Yeah, we never established any of that.
Yeah, we established who was going to be here. The people who were asked to be here were the people who were asked to be here.
Also, that you were going to be here.
I did.
Didn't know we were gonna be here until we got the group chat started.
That's how we established who's going to be here.
That's how you establish who's going to be here.
But I do not want to silence a black man's voice.
Are you actually fucking kidding me? You know what? Okay, fine. Go ahead. Sorry, Dreadlock, was it? Go ahead.
Yeah, so I appreciate that, Jar, but
Either way, speaking of race card, another thing that Cope and Steve covered in this video was Ja's racism allegations. So let's talk about that now, shall we? When Ja started YouTube, he had the bright idea to make an outro song. However, he had also recently watched American History X and was a bit of a fan. Well, American History X contains a white supremacist rewrite of the song Battle Hymn of the Republic from 1863. So Ja wanted to parody it for his outro.
My eyes have seen the glory of the cleansing of YouTube, debunking SJWs and feminazis too. We criticize reactionists in hopes they get the boot. JustARobot marches on.
Jew by Jew by Jew, the white man marches on.
This isn't just conjecture either. Ja has explicitly said in an interview with Cope and Seed that he did a rewrite of the American History X white supremacist version and not the original version.
The song you use at the end of your videos, the Battle Hymn of the Republic that you had for the way those videos ended, I heard through one of the people I spoke to, in fact several of the people I spoke to, that it bears a striking similarity to American History X. I sort of just wanted to ask whether that in any way was an inspiration, because the wording has similarities to that particular song in ways that it doesn't have to the original hymn.
Oh no, that's perfectly understandable, and that is accurate. I heard the song growing up, Glory, Glory, Hallelujah. Then I watched a movie, American History X, while I was actually creating my channel, and when I heard that racist rendition of it, I thought, oh, I'm gonna make my own rendition of this song. Like, it's a rendition of a rendition, and one of my friends, who's not my friend anymore, helped me come up with the lyrics, and yeah, that's where the song came from. By the way, highly recommend the movie American History X. My one problem is when the white nationalist guy is shooting, that gun had way too much ammo for a pistol.
Now, this would all be well and good if it wasn't for the fact that there is a lot more reasoning behind why people accuse Jar of being racist.
I mean, Cope and Seeth has already talked to you about all this stuff, but there's a lot of other factors that kind of contribute to the sort of allegation that you're like racist or whatever. I don't personally give a fuck, but yeah, like the what I call it, like digital blackface, I guess.
I decided to reveal my true colors. I, JustARobot, am in fact black.
Yeah, it annoys me because the video is making fun of black supremacists. Like, the character is a Hotep while being simultaneously a black Israelite. That's the character I'm going for. And I'm making fun of black supremacy. I'm not making fun of black people, I'm making fun of black supremacy because, dude, black supremacy is fucking hilarious. Just look up Yakub. It's the funniest shit I've ever heard in my life.
I do know what Yakub is, but interesting. So you made a video about black supremacy?
Yeah, because that's where the quote-unquote digital blackface is from.
Yeah,
and I didn't think
figured,
it was
right.
black. Yeah, and I didn't think it was blackface because it was like, well, it's not me putting black makeup on my face or even putting black makeup on my character. It's me having the avatar, my avatar be black, which my editor, well, not my editor, my artist thought that's what I looked like in person. And that was their guess, and I thought, I need to figure out what to use this for. And that's what I used it for.
So your artist thought you were black in real life? Is that what you're...
You would be surprised. A lot of people think I'm black, thought I was black in real life for the longest time.
Okay.
Now, obviously, I'm not saying that criticizing black supremacy is inherently racist. What's suspicious is the manner in which Jar does so, when combined with other factors such as his American History X obsession. And I mean obsession. Anyway, after all this information and more began making the rounds on YouTube and Twitter, Jar's channel went radio silent for a few months, until...
When I was 14, I did an unpaid internship for a ranger station, and one time this guy came by, and we were cleaning up the canyon together, and he showed me a whole bunch of porno magazines he found while cleaning up. He was an adult, I was 14.
Everything I've covered so far in this video came together on January 23rd, 2025, with JustARobot's first response video. Yes, there are multiple. The video has been taken down from Jar's channel at this point, but I found a decent quality re-upload, so we'll just use that.
Hey everyone, it's been a while. In fact, it's been a couple of months. These last few months have been very chaotic to say the least, and I know a lot of you have many questions. You're curious about my side of the story. Don't worry, I brought receipts. I know most people won't care for what I have to say. The tea has gone cold and they've moved on to talking about people like Mudahar and Nuxtaku. But at least you're here watching this unmonetized video of mine, so you don't have to even worry about giving me money by viewing this video. Or maybe you're just viewing this through someone else's live stream who's looking to farm a few more clicks off of me.
Straight off the bat, we got the 1 HP voice and the Mudahar Nuxtaku mention. Jar has truly blessed us. He is right about everyone moving on to other topics, and although I always had the intention of coming back and covering him, I'm not so sure everyone else did. In fact, I would say it was probably this response as well as the one following it that truly drew everyone back in. Why, you might be wondering? Well, as you'll see, Jar is particularly incapable of acknowledging fault, taking accountability, or accepting that he's wrong, however you want to say it. The closest he gets to this is right at the beginning of the video, but he cheapens it with the text on screen.
I'm not gonna sugarcoat things. I fucked up. I really dropped the ball on this situation. I can't even say that I was manipulated or enabled to get involved with the Synni drama, because both my roommate and my girlfriend and even my neighbor told me that what I was doing was stupid and reckless. Even I knew that defending someone from the ArtCC with allegations this serious would more than likely go bad for me. I, along with everybody who was close to me, expected me to get some backlash, but not this much backlash. They're not even telling me they told me so because they didn't even expect it to get this bad. But before I get into what's going on and all the allegations against me, I would like to apologize to a few people. I would like to apologize to my girlfriend, my roommate, and my neighbor for not listening to them. You guys know me best, and you were looking out for my best interest.
Holy shit, even this guy's fucking neighbor was telling him it was a bad idea. He does go on to additionally apologize to Eno, his fans, and his editor, but what's notable to us is that aforementioned blue text that he showed on screen initially. Within, he essentially clarifies that the reason for him apologizing to everyone is specifically because they warned him against getting involved in a years-long drama, and not because they thought he was wrong, as they hadn't watched the video. I don't know why he would clarify this unless at least a part of him still thought he was in the right, because what does it fucking matter if their advice wasn't informed by watching his video? They were was still clearly correct. I also have to point out that not even 8 minutes later in the same video, he says this.
If my roommate came home on time, he definitely would have told me, hey, this draft sucks and you need to change a lot of things about it. This is why I didn't ask my roommate to help me debate anyone. He loves debating and he's really good at it, but he only had superficial context as to what was going on, so it wouldn't have been right for me to ask him for help. Me asking him to jump into a random stream and help me debate a topic he didn't know that much about would have more than likely made things worse for me. On top of that, with a little bit of the situation I did explain to him, he told me it was a bad idea to get involved. Yes, I absolutely regret not listening to him, and I'm so sorry for it.
What, so it extra doesn't matter whether or not their advice was informed by watching his video, because they would have still thought it was fucking bad if they'd watched it, is what he's saying. All of this just seems like a piss poor attempt at playing semantics around why they thought Ja was wrong, to obfuscate from the fact that, yeah, they did think that Ja was wrong, and they told him about it beforehand.
I'm not upset with everybody who has made a video on me, because I can understand where a lot of them are coming from. Granted, there are a few people who have said some crazy things about me.
Jar could have raped you, and that's probably what he was trying to, like, that was probably his dream, his end goal.
This just seems dishonest. I mean, you saw my interview with him. He clearly holds a lot of ill will towards creators other than Kumo, such as Childlogical or CopeNC. Granted, that animosity could have not been present at the time of his response video and only arisen after almost a year of dwelling on the topic, but I certainly don't get that impression. Personally, it does come off as if Jar is claiming not to hold a grudge against the people who've covered him because he knows that his audience has watched those videos and in all likelihood fucks with those creators. Additionally, there is the point that he comes off as more reasonable or humble when he claims to take accountability. The issue is just actually taking accountability.
The biggest problem with my video draft about Synni by far is how soft I went on her. I regret that even more now due to the fact that new information has been released about Synni. I don't like being lied to, especially by people who wanted my help, but I fell for what she told me, being the gullible fool that I am. I didn't believe that Synni is a pedo, and I still don't believe she's a pedo. I don't believe she had a desire to get with the minor or exchange nudes with the minor. I never said what Synni did was okay. I said it was wildly inappropriate and an optics nightmare. Usually I would expect that if someone was grooming, that the groomer would intend to get with them. At least this was my thought process at the time, based off of all the other grooming cases I have seen. I didn't believe she did what she did out of malicious intent or to hurt anyone. I really believe that she was just incredibly socially retarded.
You know, I could say the same thing about you, Ja. Despite that, this segment does paint the image that Ja is blaming Synnibear lying to him as the reason for why he defended her, which is just categorically false. As we have established, Ja came into his conversation with Synnibear with the preconceived notion that she was innocent, which, let me remind you, was founded on the fact that she admitted to being a groomer, which generally groomers don't do. Ja also stated that additional information came out and changed his opinion, which I've also established is bullshit. The only additional information Ja could have received between the creation of his Synnibear video and the creation of this response video is what he gleaned from his conversation with Himbleton. And again, as I've established, there was already well and truly enough damning evidence to bury Synnibear.
Apparently, Synni told Enno that it wasn't a big deal that she had a rape fetish at 11, and she also got Enno, who was 14 at the time, to read out the rape comic. And that makes the whole situation way more disturbing than I originally was led to believe. When I was 14, I did an unpaid internship for a ranger station, and one time this guy came by and we were cleaning up the canyon together, and he showed me a whole bunch of porno magazines he found while cleaning up. He was an adult, I was 14, but I didn't feel disturbed by the situation. However, he did not get me to read out the porno magazines or anything like that. When Himbleton explained this to me, that was the moment everything hit me. Oh my god, I can't believe what I have done, and I'm so sorry for it. I should have done better research.
Why in the fuck are we hearing about this? I mean, it does explain a lot and very well could be why Ja's moral compass is so lacking, especially in regards to grooming or degeneracy in the art community. But it's crazy he's just talking about this as if it's normal. I see why people claim Ja himself was groomed. If I'm not mistaken, Ja essentially experienced one of the earliest steps in the process of grooming, or more specifically, being shown porn by some degenerate freak adult when he was 14. However, because Ja was not uncomfortable or traumatized afterwards, it's seemingly permanently skewed his perspective on what constitutes grooming. I don't think it needs to be said, but just because the victim wasn't uncomfortable in the moment doesn't suddenly make the crime okay. In the instance of grooming, it's actually explicitly the goal of the groomer to make the victim comfortable, or more specifically comfortable with sexual interactions. The issue is the victim is a minor and cannot consent to sexual interactions, reactions, whether they're being shown the comic or reading it out, it's all still bad. Anyway, I also have to add that it is fucking absurd he keeps referring to Synnibear's situation as an optics nightmare. It truly does just give me the impression that Jar does not see anything wrong with what Synnibear did. In fact, he doesn't see anything wrong with what anyone does. It's all just about whether or not you get cancelled at the end of the day.
I really wanted to believe that she wasn't as guilty as everyone was painting her out to be, along with the fact that she was encouraged to draw suggestive artwork when she was 14. That's why I took pity on her, because I thought what she did was out of stupidity and not malice.
Regardless, the video goes on quite a bit, with Jar subsequently playing the tried and true Pyro card.
I think we all know that if the Pyro drama started with Pyro immediately uploading a video saying, "Guys, I admit to it, I groomed a minor, and I knew what I was doing was wrong," that drama would have gone completely differently. And I believe that Synni was gaslit into doing that by her roommate who goes by it pronouns. When I saw Kumo coming to the same conclusions about Synni that I came to, along with witnessing him beating a few people in debates about it, I thought he might have been onto something, so I decided that I should help her as well. I now realize that not all the chat logs were released between Ivory and Pyro in the same way they were for Synni. Also, I believe Synni released the full logs herself, but I wasn't aware of that when I was working on my video. At least I don't think I was. On top of that, Synni is a repeat offender to a very disturbing degree. It would be like Pyro getting accused of everything he did, with the Call Me Carson allegations on top of that, along with a bunch of other things.
What the actual fuck is this guy talking about? The Call Me Carson allegations are a game, not even comparable. I need that fucking Quagmire clip again.
Nobody asked you to rate it on a scale against other internet dramas, buddy.
The next point that Jar needlessly obsesses over is the idea that he was going to get in contact with Birdie after he reached out to Synnibear. The reason for this obsession is because he is insistent on the idea that he was making multiple drafts of the Synnibear video, one that was pro Synnibear and one that was critical of her, which he even provides evidence for. As you can hear at the end of the full call I had with Synni, I said that I would be making a new draft in defense of Synni before I talked to Jack. But yeah, I'm gonna be changing my video a lot, and I'm also gonna have to reach out to Jack because, you know, for all I know, you're-
Uh-oh, have fun with that, oh my god.
Yeah, I'm gonna get the video ready because Jack, they're probably gonna panic and try to control the narrative. Like, I thought I was being fair by doing that because I only talked to Synni after I had a draft ready to upload on her, but now I can see that was an incredibly stupid move. I was planning for Saturday to be a day where I would @ Jack on Twitter, along with a day to look over a whole bunch of videos about Synni to make sure that my information was correct. Unfortunately, the last draft that I was still in the middle of adding stuff to was leaked by Kumo, and I panicked uploaded what I had. As you can see from this screenshot, which is of my Synni video, I uploaded it unlisted on October 10th, which was a Tuesday, and the actual Synni video was planned to go live on Sunday, but then Kumo leaked this version of the video, so I foolishly decided to upload this version because the other one still wasn't finished. I don't do YouTube full time, I have a job. I have Saturdays and Sundays off, that's why I was trying to do extra research on Saturday. There's just so much wrong with this clip, I mean, where do I even start? Why the fuck does he make multiple opposing drafts for one video, and what in the fuck does he mean that he made a completed draft before even reaching out to Synnibear? Jar's out here talking about saving time and spending it wisely because of his job. Meanwhile, he's making completed videos that never see the light of day. Additionally, why does he have a job when he's a 300,000 subscriber YouTuber who at that point still had a relatively successful channel? I mean, more power to him, regardless of whatever it is. His job is almost certainly more productive for society than his videos, but I can guarantee you if he had invested that time in his videos, he would have made a hell of a lot more money. I'm pretty sure he raised this exact point to Synnibear, which, you know, seems a bit hypocritical, might I say. I was mostly thrown for a loop when you said you were coming back from work. I'm not gonna lie, I thought you did YouTube full time. Oh yeah, if you thought we were done with that hypocrisy is the biggest sin argument, well, you couldn't be more wrong. Regardless, the massive issue really is his video production process. I mean, truly, that is one of, if not the most moronic process for video production I've ever heard of. Disregarding just AI generating slop or something. Either way, continuing the video, Jar pulls a double whammy and plays both the roommate and dyslexia card. My roommate was also on a business trip and coming home on Saturday. I was planning to look over both docs with him very carefully. I have the worst case of dyslexia in the world, so it's very hard for me to do that myself. And then he talks about all the various second opinions that he was getting for his videos, leading him into elaborating on why he reached out to Chud Logic. I agreed to do this, even though I didn't know that much about Chud. I just knew he did a video on me a really long time ago, and out of any video I've ever seen on me, I thought it was the best one ever made. Ironically, he was covering my video on cancel culture.
Never know for what or when you'll be cancelled.
Maybe you were live streaming and you suddenly screamed out the N-word. Maybe you lied about a drama which caused people to dig into your past about other dramas you have talked about. Maybe you're completely innocent and the allegations against you are false, but too many people are against you and they won't listen. Or maybe you don't have the evidence to prove your innocence. I know cancellation will come for me one day. It comes for everyone. It's not a question of if it will happen to me, it's when. Will it happen in 2025, 2022, or maybe this year? We won't know for sure until it happens.
Yeah, that video aged like a fine wine.
Indeed it did, Job. Also, his outlook on cancellation is quite bizarre. I mean, he paints it as if it's an inevitable force that claims every YouTuber. Oh, sorry, autistic YouTuber.
Me getting cancelled was never a question of if it would happen, but when. I was never foolish enough to believe that I would be the only autistic man on the internet to never get cancelled.
Sure, it was inevitable in the case of Jar, but it definitely isn't inevitable in the case of every autistic man online. Jar objectively says and does dumb shit, which is what made it inevitable for him. Yet he can't take accountability for that fact, and so he just blames it on dyslexia, autism, or fucking Kumo, whatever.
Kumo uploading my video ruined a lot of things for me. It kept me from reaching out to Jack and doing further research on the topic. Even if I didn't upload my unfinished draft, I still would have received a ton of backlash. Just not as much backlash as I'm receiving now. Because of my lack of research on the situation, I did not understand how bad Synni really was, until I had a call with Himpleton. Yes, I understand he's getting cancelled right now, which made my drama blow up even more, but he still explained the situation to me and helped me understand where I went wrong. So for that, I have to thank him.
I'm sure you're noticing already, but yeah, as I said, Jar's tour of calls, if you will, did nothing to change his mentality and only served to provide him what he deemed as outs. Any point Jar previously raised that was subsequently thoroughly debunked, he brought up in his response video anyway. On the other side of the coin, all of the points that were given to him by other creators, such as Himpleton, ChudLogic, CopenSeed, or Quagmire, additionally all made it into the video. Notably, next to none of their points of criticism though. It's like the drama equivalent of having your cake and eating it too.
I came across as very arrogant in that video due to past success of going against the mainstream commentary community opinion and coming out on top.
I don't generally care about view counts. I have plenty of videos that underperform or fuck, even have under 1,000 views. But I think it is notable that every single example Jar puts on screen of him going against the public narrative and coming out on top has under 130,000 views. Sure, that is a lot of people, but how many of them know the whole story with all of the context and on top of that actually have a platform to talk about it? I mean, even if someone outright disagreed with Jar's coverage, who would bother making videos defending these absolute club shitters who, as far as I'm concerned, made terrible videos? I'm not saying Jar was definitely wrong in his example videos, I'm just saying there's gotta be like 10 people max who can effectively criticize Jar, and then you gotta think about how many of them can even be fucked to do so. It's the YouTube equivalent of bullying a disabled kid, and it's comically fucking stupid to develop overconfidence from.
My entire Synni video wasn't terrible, but enough takes were so bad that I shouldn't have uploaded it.
What wasn't wrong with Jar's Synnibear video? The entire fucking thing was atrocious other than providing comedy at Jar's expense. Anyway, isn't that supposed to be an incomplete draft that he's disowned? Either way, Jar then moves on to addressing some of the other claims that aren't necessarily directly tied to his Synnibear video, and he decides to start with, any guesses? The simp allegations, because well, of course he does. I think just about anyone could have predicted that one.
Now, I've been called a simp for defending someone before. I've been called a simp for Peaches, Antunes, Mari, and many others. But because the DMs between me and Synni were leaked, the simping allegations actually have some evidence for once. However, the allegations of me simping for Synni are false. I can understand why someone would believe I was simping, especially if they didn't know me as a person. I'm gonna be real here. Me saying wanna see my cock, followed up by a picture of a chicken, or me commenting nice pussy when someone shows me their cat, are common jokes I've made multiple times with multiple different people. I can't believe I used the same cock joke on the same person twice.
As I said, what was it, 4 parts ago now? It does pay off. Jar actually went and did Quagmire's suggestion, proving that he truly is just a freak to everyone. Well, not really to be honest. All of his evidence is with inactive or deleted users, but let's just continue with the assumption that he didn't falsify these interactions. I mean, what did he really achieve here by giving evidence that he makes want to see my cock jokes or can I see your pussy jokes to everyone? It really is a Pyrrhic victory at best. Also, speaking of Jar's messages to Spocta, it looks as if Jar was trying to get in a sleepy time call before he sent one of the 2 want to see my cock jokes, so if anything, I just think he was trying to flirt with Spocta now. Hi. Either way, Jar proceeds to explain how he was not hitting on Synnibear.
The only compliment I gave her was calling her Mamacita. Here's the audio clip.
Alright, Mamacita, I'll hit you up when I get home.
As you can clearly see, I was making a race joke, not actually trying to hit on her.
And this guy is confused about why people might get the idea that he's racist. What the fuck?
When I do hit on women, I don't put on a voice like that. I can't believe people thought this was my attempt to sound sexy. I talk to both men and women like this. It's just how I joke around.
What the fuck does he mean trying to sound sexy? Does he think people put on a Riz voice when they're trying to flirt with someone? I mean, I guess Valorant e-boys or Discord e-daters do, but I'm talking about people who are capable of existing in a social setting. I mean, if Jar does think that people put on a Riz voice, then how the fuck does he explain the clip that FPS Diesel played?
Yo, you're all good. You can finish it up tomorrow, in fact. Yeah. What a cute little pussy.
Is that what Jar envisions as a sexy voice? He's just joking, guys. He's definitely not trying to flirt. Anyway, Jar goes on to present these bizarre voice messages that he sent to a Kumo, not to be confused with Kumo, as evidence that Jar is just a freak to everyone, and not just the people he's trying to flirt with.
For example, here are a few audio clips I've sent to a Kumo, not to be confused with Kumo.
Me and you, man, we're gonna make some magic together.
Kumu, trust me, our team up on YouTube is gonna result in yaoi being drawn of us. It's gonna be great. Yes, yaoi, boys and lover.
Disregarding those voice messages, this appears to be yet another example of Jar's inability to grasp nuance. Just because stating "let's make some magic happen" is supposedly more sexual than making "want to see my cock" jokes, which actually, hang on, let's think about that for 1 second. I understand this is subjective, but "want to see my cock" objectively, whether it's a joke or not, always insinuates that a dick will be shown, while the phrase "let's make some magic happen" is vague and really could mean anything, like, I don't know, a group coming together to make a project, or a film crew making movie magic, if you will. Regardless of this bullshit defense, the main point is just because category A is more sexual than category B, that doesn't make category B not sexual. I mean, it's literally in his wording. He stated "let's make some magic happen" was a lot more sexual, which still implies that the "want to see my cock" jokes were sexual.
I also have ship art of me and another YouTuber. It's Manga Common, who is a guy. It's Rule 63 versions of our avatars kissing in underwear.
Now, the whole world pretty much knows what I jerk off to.
I have no desire nor romantic interest in getting together with Manga Common. If I had art like this commissioned of me and Synni, oh my god, I would never be able to get out of this.
At this point, he's just self-exposing for the sake of self-exposing. What is the relevance of his gay gender swap commission art, and why is he making what I hope to be a joke about it? Is this not a response video to reasonably serious allegations of attempting to sweep or cover for a self-admitted groomer? Then again, I guess it could also just not be a joke that he jerks off to this image, which raises a whole host of other questions I don't even want to begin to address. I mean, I suppose he did say that he developed a gender bend fetish at a young age, whatever that means.
I also said this to her in our interview, which was the first time I ever had a call with her. Like, here's the thing, I'm way more sexist than I'm racist.
At least you're admitting to it.
What do you know, you're a woman. I'm gonna be honest here, being sexist towards women, even if it's done in a joking way, is not a good way to get them to fall for you. As more and more DMs between me and other women got leaked, people started believing that I didn't simp for Synni, but I was simping for every woman I've ever talked to. I heard some people saying, oh, maybe he just talks to every woman like this. The truth is, I talk to every person like this, both men and women. It's just how I joke around. Here's some friendly advice. Telling a woman want to see my cock and sending a picture of a chicken is not a good way to pick up chicks.
Please never say that again in that way, Jar. It freaks me out. Additionally, I feel like this is a repeating point, but whether or not Jar is sexist, or at least making sexist statements, is irrelevant to the claim that he was simping for or hitting on the people that he's sending messages to, which were primarily women. There are plenty of sexist people who still end up trying to get with the gender that they're sexist towards. Why are these clearly documented cases any different? But thank you for that advice, Jar. You might be the last person I want to hear it from, but maybe someone can use it.
If I truly believed it was a good way to pick up chicks, then I would have pursued every woman I sent this to romantically. But aside from one, I don't think I've pursued any of these women. Yeah, I did send this to my girlfriend as a joke, but we talked for several months before we actually got together. I didn't send it to her as a pickup line, I legitimately just thought it was funny.
Why would he say that? Is that not just more evidence that he was attempting to hit on Synnibear by sending the "want to see my cock" joke if it was a tried and true method he used on his girlfriend before they were dating? Either way, Jar goes on to address the audio clip that FPS Diesel played while they were on call together with Chud Logic.
One of my thumbnail artists even sent out this voice clip.
What a cute little pussy.
I think it's pretty clear from my tone of voice that I'm making a joke. I'm not actually drunk. But here's the context as to why I sent that voice clip. Cat the cat spelled with a K instead of a C. Next time you leak something out, make sure to edit your reaction. Saying Lamau implies you thought it was funny, not creepy.
Did he genuinely just state that his editor should have altered evidence by editing the message before taking the screenshot? Also, what the fuck is Jar talking about? This cat individual responded like 6 hours later with 2 question marks and an LMFAO. I think the extraordinarily delayed response and 2 question marks are pretty relevant to Cat's claim that they were uncomfortable with receiving the message. I mean, how would you respond to receiving this voice clip? Also, this raises the question, if Jar's suggesting that his editor alter evidence, who's to say that Jar himself hasn't done so at some point? Regardless, Jar then brings up the point that there are no Jar dick pics online.
Some people have accused me of sending the chicken image to get out of sending my dick when someone says no to me. Then why is it that out of all the examples I have found, is there no one saying no to me? Pretty much every single questionable DM of mine has been leaked, so there should be at least one image of my joystick. I'm not going to send a picture of my dick over the internet. Plus, I wouldn't want any of you males to feel inadequate. I'm also not gonna lie, people trying to hunt down an actual picture of my cock is a little bit creepy.
I mean, has he got any evidence that anyone said yes to the want to see my cock question and that he sent the chicken anyway? I can't imagine anyone's first instinct is to say yes to seeing Jar's cock, and as far as I'm concerned, he just gets left on scene until he sends the chicken image. So, yet again, this claim is worthless. And then he goes on to address the sleepy time call allegations.
But of course, the big one is me falling asleep on calls with her. I'm going to be honest, out of everything, this was the main thing that I didn't want to get leaked out. I have incredibly bad sleep insomnia. I have blackout curtains, and I often use different methods to help me sleep, such as melatonin, NyQuil, and more. I even have earplugs and use a fan as background sound. Talking to someone as I fall asleep, waiting for the pills to kick in, is one of the easiest ways to help me fall asleep. I could only call Synni near the end of the day, when she and I were both off of work. It's not like I fell asleep while the call was still going or anything like that. Professor Dreadlock has talked to me as I fell asleep numerous times. Unfortunately, he was on a business trip. Last time he went on a trip, I did this with someone else, and that person did not come to the conclusion that it was a romantic or a sexual thing. Because of my autism, I'm very blunt with the request I make. Falling asleep on call with someone was literally done to help me sleep.
Why does he keep saying that? The main thing he was afraid to get out? What, so he's not so concerned about the messages in which he implied that Synnibear was set up by a child, or the want to see my cock jokes? Also, nobody was denying that Jar has sleeping problems. It's just absurd that he came in with all of this evidence to prove so, when the claim was centered around the fact that he's getting in sleepy time calls with the woman he's making a video about, not some claim about how he doesn't have insomnia. Additionally, what is this text clarifying at least they didn't at the time? What, so the anonymous person that Jar is using as evidence that he has had sleepy time calls with someone who didn't think it was for a romantic reason has now reconsidered and does think that they were for a romantic reason? Kind of a self-defeating example to keep in, especially considering the person was fucking anonymous and the screenshots were already pretty worthless due to that. Speaking of worthless self-defeating points, Jar would also go on to cite the fact that Synnibear at least initially did not think that Jar was romantically motivated.
Even Synni herself admitted she thought it was just me being autistic.
You know, like, how could he get caught in a cheating scandal or dumped by his girlfriend if nobody will believe it ever happened? And now you're acting uncertain that that was the case.
I didn't think it was at the time. At the time, I thought it was just being, like, weird. I didn't think it was, like, an actual pass. Like, I was assuming that he was, like...
You're smarter than you're letting on.
Because I just thought it was strange to say, because it's just not something you say.
Because you thought it was a flirt.
Not really, it's just...
Well, then why would it be strange?
I mean, I don't know, it's just not, like, a thing I hear people say very often.
So what else could it have been?
Just him being autistic? I don't fucking know.
Did you actually stay on the phone with him while he went to sleep?
I thought I was being a friend. I thought he was trying to be me.
What was that statement Jar made about no evidence he actually passed out on call with her? Well, Synnibear's testimony seems to imply otherwise. Lie aside, it comes off as bizarre for Jar to be citing Synnibear's perspective on whether or not he was flirting when he's already called her socially retarded and claims that she was gaslit into falsely admitting to grooming. I don't think her perspective on any social dynamic is the most informed or experienced. It's even funny because Synnibear is explicitly stating in the call with Kumo that she didn't think it was flirting at the time, which implies that her opinion had changed at that point. And if Jar is to believe, her opinion has changed even more drastically than that.
Granted, she later changed her stance to the popular opinion, saying things like how she felt so violated by me. But I have to ask, where am I simping or cheating? I don't see this as simp behavior. I'm not constantly giving her compliments and money. At first people said this was cheating, then they later walked it back back to emotional cheating. Where's the emotion in saying I want to see my cock followed up by a picture of a chicken? If there was some more evidence, like me constantly giving her compliments or confiding in her emotionally, then I think this would be an open and shut case. But the thing is, no one has any evidence like that.
Even if we do grant him that, which I personally don't, what we do have evidence of is hours of unrecorded sleepy time calls that Jar is now lying about, in which any number of those things could have happened. In my opinion, it was already an open and shut case with the DMs, video, and call all combined, but as we know all too well at this point, Jar is pretty bad at leaving cases shut. Either way, speaking of those unrecorded calls, Jar isn't quite finished making excuses for them yet.
I was taking Adderall to finish up the Synni video, so that is one of the reasons why I had such a hard time passing out. I used to do what many people have referred to as sleepy time calls on Skype all the time. The only problem is Skype deletes your messages after 3 years, so I don't have the proof for that.
He fucking said it. He acknowledged the sleepy time call title. Anyway, Jar proceeds to bring in yet another witness testimony, except this time for the sleepy time calls.
Luckily, one of my old friends has agreed to give his testimony. Hey man, so we've been friends for like several years, right?
Yeah, so since like we were like 6 or 7.
Yeah, that sounds about right. And we moved in together. How many years or months would you say we lived together?
That would have been like 2016-ish, like maybe about like half a year or so.
And you told me that I was borderline asexual a handful of times, right?
You might have had a thing for Gonzalo.
Our 470-pound roommate?
He was that heavy?
Yeah, but you did say I was borderline asexual a handful of times, right?
I guess so, yeah.
What do you think about the way I talk to both men and women?
I mean, you just don't have a filter in general. That's sort of like, you just talk to people sort of like wild stuff.
Yeah, I got warnings from both you and many other people that this would bite me in the ass one day, but I never thought it would be this bad.
Yeah, this is like the hardest you've ever been canceled.
Yeah, but the biggest issue people seem to have with me is not the inappropriate way I talk, but the way I fell asleep on calls with her, and that's why I had to come to you. Out of anyone, I think you know about my sleep patterns better than anyone else.
Yeah, like you'll pace back and forth sometimes just thinking these times, like now and then.
Was there ever a time I talked to you as I fell asleep?
Yeah, sometimes, yeah, it helped me fall asleep too now and then. It's good and relaxing, you know, like ASMR. Just hearing a person's voice it's a good thing, you know?
Yeah, did you ever think it was a romantic or sexual thing when I talked to you or any of our roommates as I fell asleep?
I mean, no, that would be kind of weird if it was.
Yeah, I get that, especially when you consider the fact that we were all guys and I'm not gay.
I mean, maybe 1 or 2 times with, like, Gonzo, but...
Shut the fuck up!
Why did you know the exact weight of this Gonzo individual? Also, disregarding the obvious comedy of Jar bringing in one of his friends and asking this friend whether or not he thought Jar was sexually attracted to him, what value did this testimony provide exactly? There are so many parts of this video that are either points that Jar honestly didn't need to address or are just bizarre obfuscations from more serious allegations.
I almost did this as well with another person involved in this situation, and that is Romantic Goblin. I will admit, this is a weird and abnormal thing I do, but I don't do it in a romantic or sexual way.
Romantic Goblin? That actual club shit. Jar is not helping his case, especially considering it's another woman associated with art. Also, I have to point out that Jar looks upset in the messages when Romantic Goblin says that she can't join the call. He's like, just forget about it. Regardless, Jar then goes on a bizarre tangent about his attraction to Synnibear's avatar.
Yes, I do find Synni's avatar attractive, but 99% of the time, people's avatars look a lot more attractive than they do in real life. Even my robot avatar looks more attractive than me. I didn't know what Synni looked like in real life at the time. I'm not going to hit on a woman that I haven't even seen before. Hopeless Peaches had an incredibly attractive avatar, but in real life she looked like an Albinoric from Elden Ring. Not the hot ones that ride on wolves, the ones that look like frogs.
Really, bruh? Reusing the Albinoric joke twice and to bully someone in an attempt to beat your own allegations? You should take that shirt off, Jar. You do not reflect the values of Superman.
I don't want people to believe that I was simping or cheating, but even if I can't convince any of you, there's at least one person who believes that I wasn't simping or cheating, and that's my girlfriend. And honestly, I think I should care more about her opinion than the opinions of random people on the internet.
Well, at least he has his lowest lane. No, seriously though, while this isn't wrong, he really should only be concerned with the opinions of his girlfriend and not random shitters on the internet. Isn't this entire segment completely antithetical to that? I mean, repeatedly, he is coming online to defend himself from these simp and cheating allegations when realistically, he could just keep posting and ignore it, living happily ever after with his girlfriend.
Don't get me wrong, with everybody yelling at me and all the videos made on me, I started questioning my reality, asking myself if I really did cheat on my girlfriend. I was starting to buy into the negative hype surrounding me. I started believing that I cheated on my girlfriend, but after looking over things more clearly and talking with my girlfriend, I realized I didn't cheat on her, and I would never cheat on her. She's the most wonderful person I've ever been with.
So what I'm gathering is that Ja felt guilty for being unfaithful because the internet told him he was, and so he spoke to his girlfriend about it, which resulted in them both coping out of the idea that he had cheated on her. I mean, if it works, I guess, but why the fuck is he telling the internet this?
It's very odd that the main narrative around Synni was that she was a groomer but not a pedo. But now all of a sudden people are saying I rizzed up a pedo, or that I cheated on my girlfriend with a pedo. Seriously, who do you guys think I am, Monkey Jones? I didn't have any sexy roleplays with Synni, or any roleplays for that matter. I never requested her to draw me any lewd art.
Did you guys goon together at all?
No, what the fuck?
He didn't make it like in your phone calls with him. You guys didn't do anything freaky.
No, he mostly just talked about fucking like Star Wars and shit. And I mostly just talked about my cat. Like,
he keeps making this point about it being a bad way to flirt with someone, but genuinely, how else is the severely autistic man supposed to hit on people? He outright said he may want to see my cock jokes to his girlfriend, and I'm sure he spoke to her about Star Wars. That obviously inevitably resulted in a relationship, so how is this not an example of Ja flirting? Regardless, Ja then goes on to address his statements about wanting allies in the art community, with Synnibear being one of them.
Now I did admit that I wanted Synni as an ally, but I didn't elaborate on what I meant by that. I've been working with a Kumo, not to be confused with Kumo, who was slandered by the ArchCC. I was also slandered by the ArchCC, and I thought Synni was as well. I worked with Peaches, who was slandered by the ArchCC, and we did a lot of good together, but Peaches only went after people who talked about them. I knew I couldn't stop people from getting slandered by the ArchCC by myself. I needed help. But stopping commentators from slandering people, even if it's a niche group of commentators, is an absolute pipe dream, and I'm giving up on it. I didn't help people like Hopeless Peaches, Antunes, Mari, or Princess Elizabeth 013 with the expectations that they would return my kindness one day. Granted, I always hoped that they would join me and help me help out other people who were slandered, but it almost never happened.
So he didn't have the expectation that these random glop shitters he was defending would join up with him, but he was really hoping they did. I understand having friends or allies, as he puts it, is nice, but I don't understand why he was trying to make these social reject Avengers. I mean, he picked quite possibly the worst individuals. It all just screams incompetency, especially when you take into account the fact that, according to Ja, he was basically just doing this because he was too dyslexic to read documents, and so he needed other people to basically make his videos for him. I just have to add, it's fucking crazy to describe someone admitting to grooming as them being slandered. What was Synnibear slandering herself?
I'm not the best judge of character, and I think it's time I stop trying to be a little internet hero.
Yes, Ja, exactly. Now all we need is for him to actually follow through with this, which unfortunately he hasn't. Regardless, he then goes on to address the Choco Latte allegations.
But I know you guys aren't just here for this stuff about Synni. You're also here regarding the allegations involving the image of Jade Animations lifting up her shirt. First of all, yeah, I always had a thing for Jade Animations' avatar. I've never kept that fact hidden. I even asked her out on a date at the end of my first Afpina video, and then she immediately uploaded a video saying that she was asexual. Jesus, I've never been rejected that hard.
This is, as far as I'm concerned, a true story, and it's also the initial source of Ja's Jade Animations obsession. I mean, he was probably obsessed with her before this went down, but it is what made his name synonymous with the concept. Either way, that is just a side tangent. The most important part is Ja's response to the allegations that he requested NSFW art of Jade Animations from a child. As I've already established in my interview with him, Ja claims to not remember the exact details of what went down, which he does indeed repeat here.
After they made the art for me, several months later, they told me that they were 17 at the time they made it. When I saw this message, I didn't know how to respond. It was just before Christmas, so I got ready for the holidays and forgot all about her message. So as you can see, they told me their age after they made the art.
The issue is Choco Latte claimed that Ja was informed of her age before he sent the link because they were in a voice call together. I get that Ja may not remember what happened, but even if you disregard Choco Latte's testimony, the evidence is not in Ja's favor. I mean, for one, you have the long wall of text from Choco Latte stating that she was talking to other school kids about it. Additionally, there is nothing preceding Ja sending the link to the Jade Animations porn search that would indicate he was going to or prompt him to.
It seems a bit like you just send a Google link, like a Google search out of nowhere. after not having talked in like ages. So it does seem like you were in a call or something beforehand, which prompted the message.
Yeah, like I do think a call happened. I just don't remember when it happened, why it happened, or what we were talking about. And I did send that link because I was like, yeah, this is what I'm going to be talking about in my video. At least that's my best guess. I don't know for sure because I don't like really remember any of this stuff happening. But knowing myself, I am assuming I said, hey, this is like a link to the stuff I'm going to be talking about, like the stuff I'm going to be making a video on.
Either way, Jar does continue on the point in his response video.
After they got slight pushback, once they put this document out in the public, they deleted their Twitter. So they kind of just nuked themselves and me for literally no gain. However, the document was out just long enough to do lasting damage to me. Even Chud, Kuimon, and Himpleton, along with their chats, thought this was a bit ridiculous. Keep in mind, I'm public enemy #1 right now, so my reputation is at an all-time low, which means the charitability people will give me is not very high. She got interviewed and admitted to being overdramatic. However, there's a reason why I'm calling her K instead of her Discord name, and that's because I don't want you to send her any hate. Now I understand her name is already out there in other people's videos, but I personally don't want to send her any more hate for one specific reason, and that's because she acted completely differently in the interview than how she came across in her doc, which to me heavily implies that someone else wrote it for her, or at the very least, someone manipulated her into writing the document in the way she did.
What in the delusional fuck is he talking about? Choco Latte's document makes the exact same claims as she does in the interview. The only difference is that she uses the word rape instead of the word violate like she did in the document. And what does he mean she was acting differently in the interview compared to how she was in the document? How are you supposed to know the way that someone is acting through reading text on a screen? I mean, this guy can't even read. Did the text-to-speech say it in a sultry tone or something? Even if Ja could tell how she was acting through reading a document, whatever that means, everyone, and I mean everyone, presents information differently whether they are writing it down or presenting it in a live format. Just because a document was more concise, which is what I'm assuming he's referring to, does not mean that there's some third party pulling the strings and giving Choco Latte advice on how to present the information. I get that Ja needs a personal assistant to write for him, but that is not the norm. Oh, wait, no, actually, I guess it is with AI now. That was supposed to be a joke about his dyslexia, but I guess half of society is dyslexic now. Otherwise, yes, he is right that Choco Latte essentially just kamikaze attacked him. Kind of similarly to Kumo, now that I think about it. The issue is, I don't think this completely invalidates everything that she was saying. She had drawn the ire of plenty of people online due to raising such heavy claims with minimal evidence, and this resulted in probably the most online attention she had ever received. It's not like Choco Latte has an online career or anything keeping her around, so it seems completely reasonable that she would take her account down whether she was lying, exaggerating, or telling the complete truth. Regardless, back on to Ja's response video.
I can't believe that throughout my entire time on the internet, I've only requested 2 pieces of quote-unquote goon art, and one of them caused this much drama around me. Goddamn. Yeah, aside from these 2 images, there's no other piece of goon art that I have requested. I have one of them just to see if someone would make it just for a Discord role, and the other one was to fuck with Manga Common.
Again, obviously this could just be a joke, but the fact that he is referring to the gender swap image as goon art kinda implies that he has goon to it.
The only evidence that exists that implies I knew her age at the time was from this screenshot. However, I'm dyslexic, so I only skimmed her message and replied with, "That's sweet of you, thank you," just so I could be polite. I was talking to a lot of people back then. I'm not gonna read that much text from someone I barely know. That's way too much work. Reading gives me a massive headache.
So don't fucking respond then, is that so hard?
As for her age and birthday in her bio, back then I didn't really check those, plus it doesn't show up on my laptop for some reason. It does, however, show up on my mobile device, but I use Discord on my laptop 99% of the time. However, I still made a mistake here, because whether she was 7, 17, or 70, I should have 100% asked for her age beforehand. So for that reason, I have to apologize. Okay, I'm sorry for being an irresponsible server owner. You were 17, and it was my job to check your age beforehand.
Oh wow, so it's even worse than I thought, and Choco Latte's age was literally in her bio. Personally, I do try to check those before responding to a message from someone I do not know, and I'm not even sending them freak shit. I think it's quite a bit worse than being an irresponsible server owner. As a server owner myself, I don't send fucking Google searches access to porn to anyone, let alone people who could potentially be minors. I mean, if I find a minor in my Discord server, like it says in their bio that they're 17, well then I ban that person for a year until they're 18, because I know that especially with the shit that I cover, it is not impossible for them to be exposed to inappropriate content in my Discord server, no matter how hard I try to prevent it from being there. That's just the nature of Discord. On the other hand, if I am not mistaken, Jar essentially busted through 3 layers of Choco Latte expressing that she was a minor to send his Jaden Animations porn link. Kinda hard to believe it is just an honest mistake at that point, but whatever, we can give him the benefit of the doubt due to his crippling dyslexia. What is inexcusable, however, is the fact that this is not a one-off instance. He does address the other instance, but first let's finish on this point.
Now some people, like Ghost Cato, have tried to increase this allegation all the way to a grooming allegation. No wonder why JustARobot was so eager to defend Synni. Skullface, pedos of a feather, flock together, IG. Where did they get the pedophilia from this? Jaden Animations is the same age as me. It's not like I was asking for sexy artwork of that anime VTuber Shark Girl or anything like that. I have to say, if you actually believe this is grooming, then I must be the worst groomer in the world. I make them draw one picture for me, then barely interact with them for 4 years.
Jaden Animations' age has literally nothing to do with the claim that he was sending a link to porn to a 17-year-old. And unless Jar is even dumber than I thought, he knows that. To fixate on Jaden Animations' age is such a blatant and terrible attempt at obfuscating that it just makes him look more guilty. Regardless, onto that other instance of Jar sending NSFW content to a minor. First, we have to watch one of the most vile transitions I've ever seen used in a video. This man is incomprehensible. Why the fuck is he even addressing the fart fetish allegations? Yet again, the issue with that situation was that he was sending the content to a child, not the idea that he has some bizarre fetish. The way he keeps pulling out these distractions is like he just read the Dummy's Guide on Manipulation or something. I mean, either way, the segment is funny, but in terms of Jar actually defending himself, I think that the segment you're about to see is counterproductive, if anything.
The next big allegation against me is kind of like the first one. I sent this image to someone who was apparently a minor at the time. I sent it because I honestly thought it was funny. Like, I think you guys can see the comedic nature of this image. Here's all my DMs with this person. As you can see, we barely spoke, and they sent me some inappropriate stuff, like a video about Kronk judging the size of your dick.
Right, there is a clear difference between a voiceover and this fucking grotesque fart art that also doesn't even take into account the fact that Jar is the adult in this situation. And so even if the kid ended up sending straight up porn, it would still be Jar's responsibility to either not engage with it or discourage the behavior.
I acknowledged their age near the end of the chat because I just found out what their age was around this time. However, I did not check their age at the time, so to comedic autism, I am sorry for not double checking your age before sending you this image.
I personally find this extraordinarily difficult to believe. As far as I'm concerned, this is the kid that Jar was playing Super Smash Bros. With. And so unless they didn't get in a voice call together, which I think is unlikely, I don't see how Jar wouldn't have been able to tell that it was a child from his voice. Also, it seems hella petty and self-destructive of Jar to name drop the individual when they came out with this information anonymously. I mean, sure, they are accusing Jar of some serious shit, so it's within his right to unveil the individual, but it literally serves no purpose other than giving the allegations some validity. Either way, Jar goes on to refute the idea that he has a fart fetish.
Now, some people have accused me of having a fart fetish from this image, even though I think it's the only fart image I've ever sent, and I sent it because I thought it was funny, not because I thought it was hot. Some people have even said that the person in the box is me. I guess everybody forgot how to reverse Google image search. Not every bald guy is me. That's fucking dumb.
What in the nonsense fuck is that supposed to mean? Forgot how to reverse image search? I think he's trying to say that if you did, you'd find that he didn't commission the art, but that doesn't mean that Jar can't envision himself as the man in the box. I mean, he did pretend to be black at one point. My main issue is with that goofy as fuck straw man argument he constructed about how not every bald guy is Jar and how it's a dumb point to make, which, yeah, it is. No one was making that point.
I sent this image around the same time I requested the Jaden drawing, so it's clear to me that back then I wasn't very good at checking people's ages. But I have learned to do so, and as far as I'm aware, I haven't repeated this mistake. No one called me out for this back then, I just corrected it on my own.
I mean, disregarded the fact that he has repeated this mistake as it happened twice, once with Choco Latte and once with the Super Smash Bros. Fart Art kid, who's to say he hasn't? We can't read his DMs, but we do know that he's in contact with the 16-year-old Eno. Not something you want when one of the core points of Jar's argument is that he's a freak to everyone with no filter. Either way, he finally goes on to address the VidCon allegations, so let's get into that.
I think there's only one more big allegation against me that I think I need to go over, and that's the stuff surrounding VidCon 2023. First of all, I'm a little shocked that they held on to this for over a year. Yeah, the ArtCC wasn't planning anything against me, nothing at all.
This is so fucking stupid, it's almost unfathomable. Josh should be thankful that this shit only came up now, because I could assure you, if I was in Melly Melware's shoes, this shit would have been public the moment that I got around to making the video. As far as I'm concerned, the only reason it didn't come out sooner is because they saw Jar as too stupid to be a problem, and a dude that everyone already knew the antics of. So they couldn't be fucked to come out with it publicly.
Used to ask us all sorts of inappropriate shit, and people kind of just rolled their eyes, and it was like, it's just Jar, he's too stupid to be a problem, so like, just roll with the punches.
It's honestly kind of backhanded of Jar to act like they were just solely sitting on this information until they could use it for the maximum amount of damage. I mean, that is what happened, but they weren't solely sitting on it so they could do damage to his career. As far as I'm concerned, they didn't release it earlier out of kindness. The events still happen, they just interpret them differently when you suddenly have a bajillion allegations against you. Just because Jar is a paranoid freak who supposedly has a folder filled with dirt on people that he associates with doesn't mean that everyone else does. Also, as far as I'm concerned, it was Cope and C who presented the story and interviewed Melly Melware. Sure, they told Beckett about it, but it's not like Melly Melware made a video talking about it trying to go at Jar. Also, it's just an extraordinarily relevant story considering the context of Jar's allegations, but whatever, let's continue his explanation.
Basically, just before VidCon started, I showed off my new thumbnail for my Spoctor video. Obviously, it had an EDP joke in it because, well, I love making jokes about EDP. Bro is the most exposed man on the internet. And Spoctor had the nudes of a 13-year-old on his flash drive, and EDP went to go meet up with a 13-year-old. So that was the thought process behind the joke. People in the ArtCC had an issue with this, and eventually I came to the conclusion that the problem was that people would come across this thumbnail and immediately assume I was comparing him directly to EDP, so I decided to change it. Now granted, they don't seem to have the same problem with other clickbait titles and thumbnails about me, but I guess it's one of those rule for thee but not for me kind of things.
He really thought he was making a point there, didn't he? For starters, I want to make clear that it seems to me as if Jar is using the word clickbait synonymously with the word dishonest. Either way, I don't even care that he made the EDP joke in his thumbnail. It is kind of funny, but I can understand why people were upset with it. From my understanding, it does paint the Spoctor situation to be far worse than it is in reality. Now, on the other hand, let's look at the thumbnails that Jar claims are clickbait and that people should supposedly have an issue with. We got two thumbnails that are literally just screenshots of his messages, so I don't understand how that's clickbait or dishonest. We got the two Chart Logic thumbnails, which is just quoting Jar. We got Quagmire's thumbnail, which as far as I'm concerned is just making a rather apt Always Sunny in Philadelphia joke. We got these two, which depict Jar as calling Synnibear both innocent and hot, which yeah, sure, you could argue are inaccurate, but only barely. I mean, he called Synnibear's avatar hot, and he also tried to argue that she was innocent of being a pedophile or groomer. And then we have this one, which compares Jar to that furry he mentioned, Coyote Lovely. Now, I don't know next to anything about the Coyote Lovely situation, so correct me if I'm wrong, but from my understanding, there are genuinely some parallels between the Coyote Lovely situation and the Jar situation. Parallels like Coyote Lovely sending grotesque shit to people he shouldn't be, so this thumbnail also doesn't seem dishonest to me. With all that established, how exactly is this a rules for thee and not for me situation when you can easily argue that Jar's thumbnail is the most dishonest or clickbaity of all of them? Regardless, let's continue Jar's side of the VidCon story.
But I still thought we were on friendly terms and we would meet up at VidCon. I sent this inappropriate joke to Mal, and she did not take very kindly to it. I should note that I was a bit high at the time. Weed is illegal in Texas, but in California it's very easy to get.
Should note, or does he mean that he desperately wants to note that he was high at the time because he thinks that's actually a reasonable excuse? Bruh, I do not know how blasted you'd have to get off the Tsar to end up sending an unsolicited date invitation to someone, but generally people blame that sort of stuff on alcohol, just for future reference, Jar.
But the bigger issue was me constantly pushing to meet up with her. Eventually I told her that I'll leave her be because I had no more plans to meet up with her because she didn't want to see me. Now I did later apologize for this, but unfortunately it came a little bit too late. Admittedly, I should have stopped after she said no the first time.
Well, at least he acknowledges that, I suppose. Either way, Jar goes on to explain the Ponder Sprocket interaction, which we've already heard. However, Jar does add some extra
details for his own defense.
Ponder described this interaction as a lot more creepy than it really was, adding things like me squeezing her hand and other stuff like that, or that I was laughing maniacally as I walked away. I did laugh, but it wasn't until I was inside. She talked about this interaction literally a year later and drew me as a sexy elf boy for some reason. She kept me anonymous, of course. A bit odd that my anonymity was important until I was getting bashed.
Considering he's got footage of the video on screen and he's directly referring to its thumbnail and title, you'd think he'd get the story right, but apparently not. I don't know if this is just a blatant lie or if he never watched the video properly and just assumed that she said as much, but Ponder Sprocket never claimed that he maniacally laughed as he walked away. She did, however, claim something much more entertaining. So here is Ponder Sprocket's first-hand account of the handshake situation.
I mentioned that we were in this open gazebo area, right? But right behind us was this big industrial fan blowing bubbles from some soft drink booth or something, I don't know. Sitting right in front of this industrial fan sorta made it difficult to hear people. I was already really struggling to hear all of the conversation with that older woman, and she was sitting directly beside me. So this person comes up to me and says something that I couldn't hear, but then I look up at their lips and I recognize the words being said as Ponder Sprocket. Obviously, the first thing on my mind is, oh, they recognize the name. So the first thing I do is reach into my bag, grab a sticker, and hand it to them. When I did, they, in turn, grabbed my hand, doing a little handshake, and I really struggled to hear what they were saying, but through their lips, it was something like, I've got a channel too. So, taking a shot, hoping I read that right, I asked, oh cool, what's your channel? And they, whoo, like a creeper, clasped their other hand around mine, leaned in, and said, the name of the channel creator I was supposed to be on the lookout for. Before I could even properly process what this person had said, my mouth screams out, oh God! I don't know what that said to them in the moment, but after I yelled that, again, like a creeper, they squeezed my hand, smiled, and then walked away. And I'm just sitting there like, what the fuck just happened? Was that real? Did I pass out? Am I hallucinating? Paragon later told me that they were seated in a better position and could actually hear them. According to them, not only could they recognize their voice, apparently this creator was also putting on some phony accent.
Now just hold on one second. Did he put on a Riz voice? Well, Riz voice aside, where exactly did she claim that he laughed while walking off? That was just an exaggeration added by Kumo that Ja, for whatever reason, somewhat confirmed by mentioning that he laughed after he got back inside. He is right about one thing though. Ponder Sprocket definitely painted the event to be far more creepy than how Ja describes it to be, considering she would go on to say this.
And after thinking about it for a while, I think an event from later on in the trip helps to adequately explain what this experience elicited emotionally. It was like a cockroach crawling across your hand, taking you by surprise with a disgusting, probably disease-ridden creepy crawly that I'm specifically adverse to because I'm allergic to them. At least that's the best comparison that I could come up with.
Ooh, that is not how you want anyone describing an interaction with you, but nevertheless, let's continue with Ja's response.
I'm confused as to what the allegation is here. It's just a handshake. I didn't put my arm around her and say the N-word. Ponder has drawn my avatar in very compromising positions a handful of times without my request or consent. I want to make this clear, I don't really care how she drew my avatar. If the genders were reversed, what I did would have been seen as no big deal, but what she did would have been seen as a huge deal. The problem with this allegation is I don't know what people are accusing me of. It was just a handshake. People have claimed I cheated on my girlfriend by doing this, even though we got together after this interaction occurred, and I think a handshake is one of the most unromantic things you can do with a person. I don't think this is sexual assault, it's just two hands touching.
What the fuck is he talking about? Sexual assault? Also, might I add, did he really need to leak his DMs with his girlfriend to make this point? Ja must be getting the allegations mixed up, or he's intentionally being dishonest to obfuscate, because again, I haven't seen anyone claim that this Ponder Sprocket interaction was an example of him cheating or sexually assaulting someone. The issue with that interaction was that he was seemingly hunting the event for Melly Malware, and subsequently, Ponder Sprocket had been informed to keep an eye eye out for Jar.
I wasn't hunting the others down at VidCon. If I was, I would have just stayed there with Ponder. I knew she was friends with them, and I knew they were going to meet up.
Wow, what a defense. Bruh essentially just said that if I was hunting them, I would have been infinitely more creepy.
Basically, the allegation about me hunting the others down at VidCon has no proof backing it up. In fact, all the proof seems to contradict that claim. I sat next to Ponder by complete accident. I wasn't going to pass up on that opportunity.
No, I think the evidence is in fact indicative that he was looking for them at VidCon. I mean, sure, it's not without a reasonable doubt, but it definitely still indicates that. Either way, he goes on to address the VidCon 2024 incident, which I haven't even talked about yet. It's another situation that Copenseeth brought up in his videos, so here's the interview in which they explain it.
The kicker is he did it again this year. But another, I think 3.
Another 2 of our friends, yeah.
2? They told us he they tried to chase them down.
No, I think they were either in like a hall or a panel beforehand. Jar spotted them, started coming towards them.
Oh wait,
they started,
I was there.
Like, running away.
Oh, okay, good. Julie, can you just...
Yeah!
Okay, so we were literally in the convention hall. We were doing some fucking like Descendants thing. It was so dumb. And we spotted him. And so Jar didn't know what I looked like. He knew what B looked like. And so I was like, B, stand in front of me so that he can't fucking see you. And we were able to go through the thing. And then we started like making our way to where we could go up to the creator level because we had a panel that we wanted to go to. So one of the people turned around and was like, oh, he's following us. And he was like really fucking close. So we just booked it for the escalator and we're like, oh my God, we're running late for the panel, like very loudly. And we just ran.
Yeah, and these are people as well, the other 2 creators that we aren't naming, that have already told Jar, like, to fuck off. And the thing that, it's a Jarism at this point. He jumps up and down screaming about how no one is leaving him alone and everyone is, like, coming at him. But Jar's the only one that's, like, doing shit. Everyone else is like, go away. And he doesn't.
Well, here's how Jar responds to that.
Then there was another allegation about me hunting them down at VidCon 2024. From the video evidence I have seen, the video footage just shows them running or hiding from someone who is allegedly me, but they don't show me in any of their video footage. There's not one single shred of evidence that I was looking for them. Sure, I was keeping an eye out for Ponder. If I saw her, I was just gonna say, hey, did you see Akumu's new video on you? And then walk away. And that was about it. If there was video evidence of me running up the escalator to catch them, or chasing them around at panels, that would for sure make me look very creepy. But just for the sake of argument, let's take their word on it. Let's say I was hunting them down at VidCon and chasing after them. Then what was I gonna do when I caught them? Shake their hand again? Sorry, but I'm gonna keep going to VidCon. I'm not looking for you guys, and I hope you guys aren't looking for me. We can both enjoy it separately.
Based off the evidence, he's talking about the situation as if he wasn't there at VidCon and witnessed everything in third person. At the same time though, the way that he's saying it comes across to me as if he's saying, yeah, I did chase them up the escalator, but there's no evidence of it, so it didn't happen. Additionally, I have to note he responded pretty much exactly how Melly Melway predicted he would by talking about wanting to be left alone. It's funny because this segment is directly followed by him saying this.
As much as they say that I'm paranoid, I think they're really the paranoid ones. I just wanted to meet up with them at VidCon, and all of this happened. Goddamn.
So he is admitting that he wanted to meet up with them at VidCon, but it's of his opinion that they freaked out. Well, then why act like he wasn't even there then? He may be correct that there's no video evidence of him being at VidCon 2024, but there sure is a lot of witness testimonies, like this one from Quagmire.
You were literally there when it happened, and there are at least 7 other people who could confirm you were there. And this actually happened. In Harley TBS's video addressing Jar and the Synni situation, they included a clip from Ponder's upcoming vlog for VidCon 2024, which managed to capture the moment they literally locked eyes with Jar. And in that footage, look who's there. Yeah, that was me. I too was there to experience it firsthand.
So that's the first encounter with him, right? Well, what about the stuff with the escalator? Well, Quagmire continues her story and explains just that.
As we were walking around the convention hall and checking out the different booths, we got information that Jar was in attendance, and so everyone was like, crap, it's happening again. We were all generally trying to keep an eye out for him, and I happened to be in the group that had both Ponder and Harley in it. The former, who Jar had said he was looking for in his video, and the latter, who Jar blames as the reason his bridges with the ACC girls burned down, and not because of, his own tactless behavior and ineffable personality. As we were walking, we saw the big Descendants booth that was supposed to promote their latest movie, The Rise of the Red, and it was one of the more elaborate booths in the con. They had like this little walkthrough with a bunch of different sets for photos, and at the end of it, you got to do a little glambot shoot, which we did. The clip from Harley's video was when we were lining up to do said glambot shoot, and that was when Harley spotted Jar just literally standing outside the booth and clearly knows we're there because he made eye contact with Harley and he knows what both Harley and Ponder looked like. So I suggested that after we did the glambot shoot, we head straight for the panel that we were planning on seeing anyway, because the panels were held in the conference rooms, so it would be easier for us to get away from view and make it harder for Jar to approach us, because we'd be sitting and there'd be like a bunch of other people trying to watch the panel. And that was why we ran up the escalator, because the creator-only panels were held on the second floor. When we left the Descendants booth, we basically began speed walking down the convention hall to get to the escalators, and Harley started freaking out because, according to them, Jar was following us and it was a lot like being stalked by Mr. X. So I yelled out, "Guys, we're gonna be late for the panel," and just started booking it. And that's why we were also out of breath when we got to the escalator.
Update, we are still avoiding that creator.
Just made eye contact with him. We're not succeeding.
This is why you run. This is why you run away.
We walked right past him.
He's like the guy with like
the Captain America shirt.
Oh, that's what he's wearing? Okay.
I'm sure Jar would love for us to believe that they recorded that video at VidCon 2024 so they could use it against him to attack him later down the line, but yeah, that's quite a bit of a stretch in my opinion. It seems a hell of a lot more likely to me that he's just repeating the behavior of being socially inept at VidCon and subsequently stalking people. Regardless, returning to Jar's response video, he spends a couple minutes explaining why he was uploading the content of some random club shitter called Misanthropony, and also gives them some hypocritical advice.
Zaid, if you're watching this, you are a talented guy. You make great videos. Forget about your haters. You're always going to have haters. Just upload your great, amazing content and let them cope and see that you're a success.
And then Jar goes into the chapter where he bitches about Kumo. However, he also gives an explanation for how they first came into contact with each other, which includes the poorly photoshopped DMs he was talking about on the call with me.
It all started when I had to deal with the very poorly photoshopped allegations of grooming a 13-year-old girl. He seemed to believe they were real more than anyone else I talked to about them, and it took me a few minutes to convince him that they were clearly poorly photoshopped. You see, once Kumo is a little suspicious that you might be a pedo or a groomer, he's gonna hold on to that opinion forever. By the way, a lot of people have been commenting underneath my grooming a 13-year-old allegations video that it aged poorly or that Chaos 55T was in the right. I just gotta say, that's absolutely disgusting.
Oh, right. Yeah, you'd think that this would have been one of the videos I'd click on while researching, but I guess not. Well, anyway, as far as I'm concerned, yeah, that was an allegation that he beat. Here, I'll just play a clip from the video that best explains it.
So a Google Doc was made of me where it appears that I'm messaging a minor in pretty explicit ways, where I confirm her age is 13, asked for pictures from her, sent her a picture of my joystick, and threatened her and her family if she came forward and told anyone about this. Well, this is pretty hard evidence, everyone. I guess I should delete my YouTube channel and turn myself into the police. But there's a few problems with this. The text isn't the same size for a lot of them, the spacing between the Discord messages is pretty inconsistent, and anyone could easily fake to be on Discord. Just because they put up my Discord name with my tag doesn't mean they didn't Photoshop that in. That could have been easily inspect elemented. By the way, I want to thank everybody who knows me who thought this was something I would actually do.
Honestly, my biggest issue with this is the music. This video was uploaded in 2022. I feel like it was dated even then. Regardless, it seems that Kumo never quite let go of that allegation and has always held an issue with Jar because of it.
This is stupidly one of the main reasons as to why I thought he was onto something when it came to the Synnibear 03 drama. I thought to myself, if this guy has such a low bar to call someone a pedo or a groomer, but he doesn't think this person's a groomer, then he's probably right.
Wow, that's perfectly sound and reasonable logic, as we can see from the events that followed that decision. Anyway, after finishing up talking about Kumo, Jar goes on to mention a bunch of miscellaneous allegations. He just sort of quick fires them out.
There are some smaller allegations against me, like how my roommate isn't actually black, or that me and my roommate jack each other off, or that I make videos on a combination of cocaine, Adderall, and magic mushrooms.
Who the fuck was accusing them of jacking each other off? Because honestly, probably true. They do touch each other's asses, and more. whatever that means. Either way, moving on the video, Jar goes on to talk about how he meant to say that he didn't develop a rape fetish at a young age, and then laments about how the drama's gone for him to finish off the video.
I won't lie, this whole drama has not been fun for me to go through. I joined the losing side in a big drama, and the people I joined tried to sabotage me and destroy me. If it wasn't for my girlfriend's support, I don't think I would have been able to come back as soon as I did. I was thinking about giving up, but then she told me that plenty of other YouTubers have gotten way more backlash than me, and they haven't given up. Turkey Tom, The Quartering, Blair White, Seth the Programmer, Illumations, Tipster, Nostalgia Critic, Killer Keemstar, Vosh, Kraut, and even more. I've seen multiple YouTubers get less backlash than me and give up, but I think I'm going to stay. However, I'm going to take a long hiatus. I'm only taking a hiatus from uploading videos, but I'm going to keep on working on videos just as much as I always have. So once I come back in August, I'll have plenty of videos to upload. My channel hasn't been doing so hot all of 2024, so I think it's time I take a step back and re-examine everything. I want my content to be more consistent across all of my channels. I also think taking a break from YouTube would not only be a good thing for my mental health, but also because it has changed so much. It's not YouTube anymore, it's the gay love child of TikTok and Twitch. I've seen so many YouTubers say they're going to take a break, only to not do so, and then they mess up a lot. So I'm going to try to avoid making the same mistakes as them. Trust me, I wanted to make this video longer, I wanted to debunk more allegations against me, but if I make this video too long, well, people aren't going to check it out. The bigger I get on YouTube, the more haters I'm going to get. So I'm just going to have to deal with the fact that people are going to believe things about me that are untrue, just like a lot of big YouTubers have to deal with. Throughout my time on YouTube, I've dealt with false murder allegations that a lot of people believed, poorly photoshopped grooming allegations, rape allegations, grooming the groomer allegations, getting backstabbed by people I was trying to help, and so much more. I just need to take a step back and take a break for a little bit. I hate that people can literally say anything about me and it's treated as fact, even if they have no evidence for their claim. Someone told me that more videos have been made on me than Synni. I don't know if that's true or not, but it feels true. I know there are people who haven't made a video on Synni, but did make a video on me. Being more hated than a groomer is not a good feeling. A lot of YouTubers I'm subscribed to made videos on me. Not only did they make videos on me, but those videos did really well for their channels. It felt like even the algorithm was against me. That's why this response took so long. I had to gather so many receipts to prove my innocence. I don't think people were gonna let me ignore this. When you take every single mistake anyone has ever made and line them up in a row, we all look like monsters. This drama has shown me one thing: people for years couldn't wait to see my downfall. And it sucks to know that. But not everyone is against me. A lot of people want to see me make a comeback. And I understand that for the last couple of months on YouTube, I've been acting a little bit crazy. I should have taken a break a lot longer ago, but I'm going to do so now.
And a hiatus he would take until one day he uploaded an American History X review. No, I'm not kidding. That is his first upload after his response video. This guy truly is the gift that keeps on giving. I think about now is the point at which I should play that hypocritical clip that I said I would earlier.
Much like Hopeless Peaches, Synni rushed her response to everything, and it was not a good response at all. It did change a few minds, but for the most part, it increased the backlash she got.
If Jar's worldview is correct, with the amount of hypocrisy, or sinning in this video, I think Jar might be going to hell. Over the next year, several creators would end up covering Jar, although the large majority of the attention the situation was getting would die down. Jar himself would keep uploading random popular culture related videos and movie reviews. That would be up until August. On August 19th, 2025, I responded to one of Jar's tweets requesting that he sent me a DM. The same day, he did indeed shoot me a DM, or more specifically, a ginormous fucking paragraph talking about how his career is in the drain, followed by a message calling my Twitter dead as shit, which yeah, he got me there. Go follow that if you're interested. Anyway, he sends me a couple DMs here and there, but what's notable is that roughly 3 days later, Jar releases his 30-minute long second response video.
I found it interesting that I reached out to you and then like a couple days afterwards you ended up releasing your second response video. I was like, what the fuck? Was I like loosely associated with fucking motivating that? But I don't think so,
Well,
right?
you were a good argument for me for when people said, oh, Jar, everybody was done talking about this, and then you revived it, and it was like, no, people were still going to talk about it, you dumb fucks.
Yeah.
They're still going to, like, I just saw a video on Synni that was 2 weeks old. People are still talking about it. This whole only I'm keeping it going, bullshit. People are still talking about it. I could kill myself, and people will still be talking about it for the next 2 years.
Well, to be honest with you, bro, like, you just don't address that shit at this point. You're done with it. It is a year-old topic. Like, it's for us to milk, other creators, you know?
That is not what I want to hear. It is expressly the message of my video that he should not be making drama content if he is to continue being online. And I was shocked to see that he had made a second response video. To be honest, I barely even need to talk about this video because it's literally just a remake of his first video, but with all of the jokes cut out and some additional testimonies that I will play. Either way, here is how the video starts. You will notice that he uses a sort of Trap Nation audio visualizer for some reason. It is very unintentionally funny.
Hello everyone, it's me, Luke. No, not Jar, Luke. There's gonna be no voice filter, no gameplay, no fancy editing, no nothing like that. Just me trying to explain myself to the best of my abilities. My last response was far from good, to say the least. If it wasn't, then so many people wouldn't be clowning on it. I'm doing something I've never done before. I'm taking things seriously for the very first time in my life. I'm dealing with serious allegations, and serious allegations should be taken seriously.
Maybe he should have taken the Synnibear allegations seriously, but what do I know? Either way, he finally acknowledges that the Synnibear video is the worst video he's ever made. But then, as per usual, blames Kumo for releasing it early.
The version of the Synni video I uploaded was bad. I would go as far as to say that it was the worst video I ever uploaded. However, I do not believe I would have uploaded this draft of the video if Kumo didn't leak it out first.
Look, I told you it was a rerun. I just needed them to go into it a bit as evidence of that. But don't worry, we're not going to talk about this video for much longer. It's time we talk about those testimonials I mentioned before. The first one Jar brings up is some audio from a call to a guy called Vincent Skullman from before Jar had released his Synnibear video. Jar essentially just pulls it up as evidence that he was going to rework the video before he released it in the state that we saw it in.
As you can see from the timestamps on screen, I had this call with Vincent only 15 hours. I sent the last part of my Synni video to my editor, Lorenzo. Now I want to make this clear so someone doesn't claim that I lied. I did send Lorenzo a few more parts for the Synni video after this call, but they were very small changes. This was the last big part I sent to him. I've been interviewing people, I've been looking into this deeper, and I'm not saying Synni is innocent. I want to make that clear. It's just more people in this situation are guilty than you might think. The problem is I know this community. They're going to twist it into me defending a groomer, and I'm like, that's not what I'm doing in the video, and I don't want to talk about it too far anymore with you because, like, I don't want anything to get leaked because I've been working on this for literal weeks, but I have been gathering a lot of information. I have been going back and reworking on the video because I want to make it clear I'm not saying Synni is innocent.
This guy needs to change his video production process, but either way, I've already criticized this to death. It's not about intention, it's about what was actually done. But I was also trying to get into contact with Jack and Eno, and I'm tired of people, including you, constantly leaving that part out.
What do you mean?
Like, I was like, okay, Synni, here's the next draft of the video. Have I gained your trust? Awesome. Can I have the contact information of Jack and Eno? Thank you, Synni. Now I'm going to reach out to these people and get their side of the story. Oh, fuck. Kumo leaked out my video. Oh, fuck. I panic uploaded what I had. I've never even heard of someone else being in this situation before.
I definitely don't leave any of that out. I don't know what you're talking about, but...
Yeah, but you keep asking, like, would you have defended Synni? Like, you defended Synni this, you defended Synni that. The thing is, that wasn't, like, the intentions. Like, especially when you hear me talk to, like, Vincent Skullman.
Okay, you can say that, but, like, as I said, you've been pedantic about the grooming label, and also on top of that, there's the, there is just the fact that, like, you got rushed by Kumo, but the end product you did release was a very pro-Synnibear video.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
And so it doesn't really necessarily matter what your intention was, because you did end up posting that as the video. That is the video that went live to your audience, right?
I know. I didn't know. It was very stupid of me, because I just thought, okay, I'm just going to post this, and then when people ask about it, I'll just say, okay, look, this wasn't what I was going
in a post. Kumo did that, and now I didn't think I had any chance of like reaching out to Jack and Eno after he did that because I knew Jack and Eno were watching his video. Also, I thought when he posted that video, fuck, no one's like, I can't like walk back on this now. Like, no one's going to believe me. And if you don't want to believe me, dude, I'm going to be real here. If you don't want to believe me, that is fine, because like I can't 100% prove it one way or another. And you saying like it doesn't matter, to an extent I do agree with you. That's why I reached out to Eno, because of how my video affected her, and I apologized.
Yeah. Also, I do actually kind of want to ask, why did you want to reach out to Birdie? Like, what was the point of reaching out to them? I get you wanted to get their side of things, but couldn't you still make a like video that was negative them by just like looking into the story?
It's because people were complaining that I don't reach out to people enough in my past like drama videos. Are like, oh, you should have reached out to these people and get their side of the story. So I was like, okay, fuck it, I'm gonna start doing that now. And now I realize why. If you want to know why I didn't do it to begin with, I think this is a pretty good reason for it. Not doing that shit anymore. I'm done with it. I don't give a like, no other drama channel pretty much does that. So like you can't expect me when pretty much no one else is doing that.
Fair enough. Yeah. I mean, like I tend to.
You're reaching out.
Yeah, I tend to reach out to the people I'm talking about, but they rarely ever respond. So either way, he pulls up a bunch of audio clips of him talking, which I'm honestly not even gonna play because all it really achieves is prove what we already know. There is this one though that's kind of funny.
No!
No ordinary person would have been able to read.
No. Kumo sent me a friend request.
Kumo?
Mr. Everybody's a pedophile but me is contacting me.
No, the testimonials I am talking about are yet more evidence of Jar's sleepy time calls.
I have done quote-unquote sleepy time calls with other people, and yes, that does include my girlfriend. The problem is, she has an early morning shift, and she normally passes out long before I do. But here's 3 people aside from my girlfriend that I have also done sleepy time calls with.
Have I ever fell asleep on the phone while talking to you?
Yes.
Out of all the time you've known me, the several months, have I ever made it a pass or an advance or anything like that towards you?
No.
Have I ever done a quote-unquote sleepy time call with you where I fall asleep while chatting with you?
Yes, you have. I wanted to confirm if that was true or not. I think it's pretty obvious you do that. It's weird, but I can understand. I think I suggested ASMR for you.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So, VIII, I want to ask you something. You're a male, right?
Yes.
Do you think I have any romantic interest or attraction to you?
No.
Okay, have I fallen asleep on calls with you?
Yeah.
Definitely more than once.
Yeah.
And you never thought it was a romantic or sexual thing?
No.
And it usually just lasts a couple of minutes. We talk about random shit as I'm laying in bed, and then I say, all right, man, I think I'm gonna pass out now. And then you say bye, I stop the call, and then maybe I'll hit you up again, but usually I fall asleep, right?
Yeah.
Okay, are you positive I'm not just like leading you on with these responses?
Yes.
It's like pirate software, he just never learns, does he? I have no idea why he's still trying to prove this point. We get it, man. You try to voice call with everyone under the sun. The question is why you did it with Synnibear, the self-admitted groomer you were making a video about. All of the testimonies Jar just got were from his friends. They're worthless. Anyway, Jar decides that it's a great time to reveal some more embarrassing information, and so he expands upon why he needs to do sleepy time calls.
In my last response, I told you guys I couldn't explain why I do sleepy time calls. That was a lie. The true reason why I do sleepy time calls is quite embarrassing. Throughout the day, I distract myself from my thoughts, whether that's playing video games, going to work, hanging out with friends, or even going for a walk. But when it's time for sleep, I have nothing to distract myself with, and all of those bad thoughts quickly surface all at the same time. I can't look at my phone or the screen will wake me up, and I think about things that make me angry and things that make me anxious. The quote-unquote sleepy time calls are a good way for me to distract myself from these intrusive thoughts.
Why is that what's embarrassing for him? This guy can comfortably talk about his gender bend fetish of being shown porn at a ranger station when he was 14, but he's embarrassed by the completely normal activity of overthinking your entire life before going to sleep. What a confusing fellow. Anyway, the final testimony that Jar throws in is from some random woman that he's known for, and I quote, months.
So, mind if I ask you, do you think I'm the type of person who would cheat on my girlfriend?
No, I think anybody with a functional brain can tell you're quite the opposite. You get very worried about upsetting her, even the tiniest amount. There's no way in hell you would ever cheat on her. That's obvious to anybody who's spoken to you for even a couple of minutes. Having known you for months, in my experience, I can say no.
Listen to my voice. Listen to the way I talk. Do I really sound like the kind of guy who just sleeps around with women all the time? No, of course not. Obviously, I'm the type of guy who is so happy when a woman gives me the chance that I won't try anything to mess it up.
But so he's saying that he would cheat if he wasn't socially inept and sounded like a radio host? Yeah, I don't think that was the best choice of words.
My girlfriend is absolutely wonderful. She is amazing, and I'm so happy that she can love me despite my flaws. I never thought I would meet a woman like that. It's not okay for you guys to make statements about me cheating on my girlfriend with such flimsy evidence, or for a handful of you to try to gaslight her into thinking I cheated on her. I've been cheated on before. It's not a fun thing to go through, and I would never put someone else through that same pain.
I did not know why he revealed that information. It barely even supported this point, but regardless, he goes on to address Synnibear with that clip that I played all the way at the beginning of the video. This is because he's trying to refute the idea that he was fishing for photos of Synnibear.
As for me claiming that Synni's avatar, along with the avatars of other people, are attractive, yeah, of course they are. They're artistically pleasing to look at. If someone has an attractive avatar, that does not mean I want to get with them. That is absolutely ridiculous and silly. I can't even believe I'm having this conversation right now. This is such a weird and bizarre thing for people to focus in on. I've never even heard of someone else dealing with something like this. I never asked nor looked for an image of what Synni looked like in real life. Now I've seen what she looks like in real life, and I'm gonna be honest here, I'm not interested. The idea that I saw her avatar, fell in love with her, and then decided to protect her so she would get with me so I could do things to her unconsensually is an absolutely ridiculous and stupid idea.
Whoa, what the fuck? That's Kumo saying that shit, bro. No one else said anything about unconsensual. Also, the fact that he specified that is bizarre. What, so he was trying to get with Synnibear, just consensually? Nevertheless, the final notable point that Jar addresses in his second response video is a clip of audio from his full unedited call with Synnibear. Obviously, I never went into depth on the unedited audio, so here, I'll just play the clip now.
Like, can I tell you the worst part about being a guy? I'm at the pool, just relaxing. 16-year-old girl shows up in her bikini. I realize I have to get the fuck out of there right now because, like, I'm not going to be paying attention. I'm going to daydream. I'm going to look in her general direction, and then suddenly a situation is going to happen. So I realize, like, whenever I see a 16-year-old girl in a bikini while I'm at the pool, I'm like, whoop, time to go home.
Yeah, I see why he cut that from the video. Assuming he isn't lying and it's just a hypothetical, that doesn't make it any less of a deranged hypothetical to bring up. He does not do himself any favors with how often he talks about children and how he talks about children. The reason Jar brought this audio up was as a defense from someone who heard it and over-exaggerated what he said, so here's his response to that.
I never implied that I got an erection or any other form of arousal. If you get a boner in the pool, the last thing you should do is get out of the water. For obvious reasons, I think all the men in my audience already know the answer to this. The story about me and the 16-year-old was something I just made up to give Synni an example that it's harder for guys to deal with allegations like this. And with how people are reacting to this made-up story of mine, it kind of proves my point. But if you don't want to believe me that it's made up, alright then, how did I know she was 16? What, did you think I went up to her and got her ID? How old was I when this happened? For all you guys know, I could have been 17, 16, or even 12. In my hypothetical story, I said I didn't want to get accused of being a creep.
He always, without fail, manages to pick the worst line of defense. Like, what in the fuck are you talking about, Jar? Discussing how wet shorts would show his erect cock? Anyway, I think that's about everything relevant that isn't just a rehash in his second response video, so that brings us to the conclusion of it.
All the hatred I'm receiving isn't fun to deal with, but if I'm going to stay on YouTube, I just have to get used to stuff like this. I understand that I talk funny and say things in a very bizarre way. Don't lie to yourself. When you hear me talk, the only thing you can think of is how I'm an easy target. You think I don't know? I get it. It's funny to mock someone like me, and it's smart to paint me as much as an awful person as you can, so your hatred for me seems justifiable. Plenty of people couldn't wait for my downfall. They just lacked a reason, and now they have it. But all of this is a little overblown in my book. Moving forward, I'll be more careful with how I handle situations like this, and of course I'm going to be using a script more often. I'm not just doing this for me, but I'm also doing it for the people I care about. I can't control what everybody is saying about me, but I can control how I act from here on out. I'm going to get back to reviewing movies and shows I really want to talk about. I want to thank everybody who gave their lines for this second response. I hope everybody who has made it to this point in the video has a good day, and in case I don't see ya, good
Good morning, good afternoon, and good night.
While yes, Ja is undeniably an easy target, I definitely do not hate him, and it's not like I'm going out of my way to uncharitably paint him as a terrible person. What I am saying is Ja is absolutely terrible at making drama content, and he shouldn't have uploaded this video, instead sticking to the conclusion of it, or more specifically, continuing to make videos reviewing movies and shows. Unfortunately, that is not what happened, and instead, he decided to pick a path similar to Pirate Software. Just one more post, just one more video, and all of it will go away, Ja. Additionally, this guy needs to check the ages of people before he even considers responding to them, and he should cease all contact with minors, especially Eno. Either way, to finish up the video, I'm going to quickly go over some of my own interactions with the robot and cover some of the aftermath of the second response video.
Been working on it, of course, as you can observe from this call, but like people were even saying like I was trying to hit on like fucking what's his face, Bo Blacks, and that I was trying to hit on Hempleton and all these other people.
I've already kind of addressed it in the video, but I rather expectedly found my communications with Ja to be quite odd. It initially started in Twitter DMs, but on the 1st of September 2025, it moved on to Discord, where he immediately asked me for a voice call. I obviously declined, but would essentially just respond whenever he asked me a question or sent me something every few days or so. Speaking of which, 2 days later on September 3rd, Diesel Patches released his video talking about Ja, which Ja brought up to me. And he also gave his opinion on Diesel Patches in his interview with me.
As for Diesel Patches, he did a video on me when I said I think things are a little overblown, but the dude is funny as fuck. He did say what I did wasn't unforgivable and I have a chance to make a comeback, so honestly, he's kind of alright in my book. I still watch Diesel Patches from time to time. I just don't think he understood the full story.
Regardless, that's also the point in the DMs at which he told me that he got in a call with Eno. I realistically should have double-checked her age at this point, but I was mostly just questionable as to why Ja got in a call with one of Synnibear's victims in the first place. That would be the case up until the 24th of September, when Ja sent me his third new channel and requested that I mention it in the video. From what I can gather, is solely reviews on there with no drama content, so if you feel like supporting this guy, that is where I would do it. The following month, on the 11th of October, Ja would upload his first video on the new channel, which he additionally sent to me. I didn't watch it. This was followed 10 days later by Ja mentioning that someone had been threatening him with his girlfriend's docs. Now, I originally wasn't going to bring this up in my video because, well, I don't want to draw attention to docs, but I feel inclined to mention it because Ja reiterated it in my interview with him, and, well, because of who he's claiming did it.
As for FPS Diesel, he claimed my GF looked prepubescent in an attempt to make me look like a pedophile. He said he would face stalks her if I made another bad take.
What?
Bro's own chat, yeah?
That sounds crazy. Oh, sorry, keep going.
Yeah, his own chat turned against him for that, and I told you about that in private, and you said, oh, I think that he just means drama. Well, I made some more drama content, and by his own logic, I guess he agrees with every take I've made. Like, none of them could be bad takes by his own logic.
When you mentioned the doxing thing to me in the DMs, I didn't know you were talking about FPS Diesel. You just said someone was trying to blackmail you with your girlfriend's docs, and I was like, well, that sounds fucked up.
It. Yeah, like what else would you call that? If I said to you, hey dude, if you make another bad take, I'm going to release this personal information about your significant other, would you consider that blackmail? If you don't do this, I'll do that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's like blackmail to not make drama content or something, but I don't know. I mean, I would just recommend you do that anyway.
I've not personally seen this live stream or clip, so I reached out to FPS Diesel for a comment and I got no response. So I asked Ja about it, as well as whether or not he was still in contact with Eno, and he told me that he would respond after he finished his next drama video about internet anarchists. Roughly 9 days later, he responds with this message in which he says that he does not have a clip of FPS Diesel saying that he would dox him. Whereas in regards to his communications with Eno, he not only elaborates on them, but attempts to justify them to me. Specifically, he stated that one of Eno's friends claimed Ja gave her grooming vibes because he allegedly called Eno a lovely soul. Ja claims to not recall this and that they must have mixed him up with someone else, but he also additionally clarifies that he is still in a group chat with Eno and can talk to her. On top of that, he stated that he does not reach out to her and only responds to her when she does. This is despite the fact that apparently Eno has blocked and unblocked Ja out of the blue at some point. Either way, this led into a long-winded discussion in which I essentially just told Ja that regardless of the context, he should cease contact with Eno because she is 16. The conversation ended with him not exactly saying that he won't speak to Eno, just that he hasn't spoke to Eno in months, so make of that what you will. Now, in regards to FPS Diesel, as much as I could not personally get in contact with him, I did ask Hope and Seeth about it, and he managed to not only explain the context of the situation to me, but got in a call with FPS Diesel himself so he could provide his side of the story.
So, FPS Diesel, buddy. Recent claims have been made against you that you in some way threatened to dox JustARobot's girlfriend, I believe on the basis of if he gave any further bad drama takes, you'd release information about her. I believe that's a claim.
Wait, that's like the actual like blackmail. Okay.
Seemingly so. I dropped some DMs into the chat.
Yeah. Let me see what these say. Someone said they'll send out my GF docs if I have another bad take, which could mean anything. That's whack. Although I don't know what you're supposed to do about it. I mean, do they actually have her docs like they sent it to you? They could just be saying shit. Yes, they do. I know you don't care about me as a person. We never had a real chat, but I think things have gone too fair if her docs got leaked. I'm gonna read it exactly as written. Well, yeah, I agree things would have gone too far if her docs gets leaked, but I don't know, you had to explicitly tell viewers not to reach out to individuals on cover. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Let me just speed through this and read it. I think blacking people into things isn't cool, but I'm going to keep working on my new channel. I'll update you if something new happens. I assume you mean blackmailing people. Okay, no. So, first of all, I don't have her docs. I don't know what her name is or her age or anything for that matter, right? Also, she used to put out ACC content publicly on the internet and had her face on the YouTube channel because she did like a song cover.
Right,
Okay. But her face was on the channel. She participated in the ACC and she was a yapper in like some ACC circles, like in servers.
Yeah, she's like, I remember when the drama kicked off around this stuff and particularly around the sex pest claims, and a few people were like, oh, well, Jar has a girlfriend. And because I remember saying like, I don't want to know who she is. But a lot of people within the ACC were aware of her because she was friends with them. And I believe when this particular incident happened, it was right off the bat of her being in Cat's Lair. I think it was Cat's Lair anyway, and chatting to a load of people and being like, no, Jar's not that bad. I'm working with him.
Yeah.
And he's
being,
and he had to get a job. He had to get a real job. That was like a condition of their relationship. If I recall. I think she was like, yeah, he has to get a proper job and things. He can't just do YouTube.
Okay, yeah. So I was cracking wise on that because I didn't believe that he had a girlfriend, and if he did, that it must be. And to be clear, I was joking, right? Oh, you're like, oh, she must be like fucked in the head if she's dating Jar because he's such a dysfunctional lunatic, right? And I had found the channel with her on it, and I thought it was fucking hilarious. And Jar, I knew, was like very like, don't talk about my girlfriend. Ooh. And I had also known that she was like talking about it in like all these ACC shitter circles. So I cracked wise about it, saying, Jar, I'll show the world your girlfriend. But like her channel had like fucking like 200 subs on it. Okay, and ACC people already knew who she was. It's not like it was a dox. And yes, I did say that she looked prepubescent because she does. All right, she looks like a background character in Midsummer. She took the channel down after I talked about this. The channel went down, but she had like a big turtleneck on, and her forehead was huge, and she had a lot of pimples on it. Okay. So it was a mean-spirited joke. But I don't care where she is, what her name is, what her age is, any of that, all right? But to say that I had her face docs is ridiculous because it was publicly associated with all this ACC crap.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Okay, cool.
Before even receiving this clip in context, to be honest, I was fairly certain that Jar was exaggerating in some regard, but for him to describe this as blackmail was just too funny. Again, massive thank you to Beckett from Copen's Heath for getting me that clip. I did also ask Jar what he thought of Beckett because of the amount of quality content on Jar that he released, so here's that.
Might as well go through Copen's Heath, yeah.
I thought, like, I watched his video and he's like, oh, Jar's the real backstabber. He just projects that people backstab him because one time he got into a Twitter argument with someone, therefore he's the real backstabber. And I was like, what? Or when he brought on, what's his face? Toasty something, like Toastify or some shit. And he was like, oh, Jar always came across as a snake in the grass. And I was like, dude, why is this even in here? Like, I don't think I've ever spoken spoken to this guy.
That's why I hate ArtCC people. They're insanely backstabby.
But what does Jar mean by this? What situations has he been in that he just assumes everyone is out to stab him in the back? Well, this is most probably one of those cases where you just assume that others are going to do to you what you will do to them. Because if anybody is a backstabbing bitch, it's Jar.
He's very willing to sort of like put the knife in and twist it. And from what I hear, it's because like he'll hold a grudge for like 5 years, 10 years, whatever.
Yeah. I mean, let's say somehow his Synnibear, like, affiliation alliance succeeded. Let's say the video goes off amazingly, everyone's like, let's go, this is amazing. It's pretty likely that sometime in the future, when they have a falling out, JustARobot would forget all of that and then completely turn on his previous position just to go at Synnibear for whatever reason. That seems to be like what he's done, and everyone just kind of skirt past it because everyone just thinks like, oh, he's just got the right opinion, like, it's fine.
She leaked the DMs me and her had to Kumo, and he leaked it to ChudLogic, and ChudLogic leaked it to, well, everyone. And to me, that's a breach of my boundaries, breach of my trust. So I'm like, why the fuck would I want to help you after that? Yeah, so I'm saying, hypothetically, even if she is innocent, I don't want to push forward anymore. I'm tired.
And even Turkey Tom was like, I've never got that impression from Jar. The only, like, everyone said, oh, he's really charitable, but like, as soon as he got some backlash for that whole Destiny thing, he went right back to talk about me. He claims like, oh, if Jar talks about you, he's going to talk about you forever. Bro is still bringing me up in videos about like I heart Kim Possible a lot. I have nothing to do with her.
But what is interesting here is that KP just cannot help herself. She is basically a female JustARobot, unable to contain her vindictive rage against the people she feels have wronged her.
Yeah, I don't know
so
who that
I
is.
always kind of found it like his video on me to be ironic, and I don't know why every live streamer like promoted it as like the definitive video on Jar. It's like, oh, Jar seeks revenge against people, according to this person. I'm not going to provide any examples or go into detail. It was a lot of claims with like very little evidence in my book.
Okay.
But I don't know him as a person very well. I haven't interacted with him that much, so I don't really have it's really hard to have animosity towards people I've never met because I don't know what's going in their mind. I don't know what's in their heart. Maybe he was lied to, maybe he was misled. I have no idea.
Oh, also, as mentioned, Ja ended up getting in contact with the highly regarded individual known as Boblax, and they decided to have a conversation together for content. Truly a meeting of the minds. Interestingly, this call happened all the way back in February of 2025, but Boblax only posted it 8 months later, which triggered a fight between them in the comments, and also had a tipster appearance. Ja was planning on releasing as the first episode of a podcast, which he told me was named A Sleepy Time Call with Ja, but Boblax leaked it preemptively. How does that keep happening to Ja? It's the second time since Kumo. Anyway, he additionally claimed that he is working on a video on Boblax right now, but it's not motivated by the leak. The entire call is honestly nonsensical, as in it makes absolutely zero sense as to why it occurred in the first place. Like, over half of it is just awkward silence with them breathing on the mics. So I'll only cover a few clips from it.
Again, I was on a slight downward trajectory prior to that, so I don't know how much is that and how much is the other, you know?
Same, it's a fucking autistic genocide going on right now, man. So I have a quick question for you. What's your profile picture from? I recognize Shadow, obviously.
My Discord one is Urgot from League of Legends.
Yeah, I'm gonna be real here. I only know Master Yi and every character from the TV show Arcane, and that's it.
Other than discussing League champs, the call primarily focuses around, well, mostly Ja, but both of them complaining about being cancelled.
Boblax.
What has been the talk of the town?
Boblax.
What the audience is going to focus on at any given moment.
Boblax, listen. Me and you, we're the same, man. We're both Spurgs, so like, unlike everybody else, like I can actually like talk to you like a normal person.
Sure.
We're the same race. We're both white. Us whiteys gotta stick together, man.
Again, this guy is confused as to why people call him racist. Ja has seemingly recently taken up a bunch of white supremacists and alt-right talking points, for lack of a better description. It is quite bizarre, but I'll talk about it after this Boblax segment some more. At least he isn't prejudiced against non-binary people, I guess.
So, I hear you're trans or something. You go by they, them.
I'm non-binary, yeah.
Okay, that...
Any pronoun you want.
You know, I vibe with that. Like, a lot of my best friends are non-binary, but, you know, I am binary. I'm a robot. We're nothing but binaries.
Yes, of course. Yes. For sure, man.
Did you hear about the dream I had about you?
No.
So I had this dream where Nicholas Diorio and Turkey Tom and Augie RFC all contacted me telling me I had to talk to you because I was the only one who could reach you. And I think we jumped into a call together and I said, the difference between you and me is you suffer from autism. I enjoy every minute of it.
Jar is so terminally online, he legitimately parasocially dreams about online drama and being involved. Disregarding that, it isn't the only statement in this call that Jar makes in regards to Nicholas Diorio.
Nick isn't very good at admitting when he's wrong.
But he does have a baby face.
Yeah, that too, I guess.
Yeah, like, I'm not gonna lie, he has such a baby face. Like, he has such a cute little baby face.
He's probably lower in testosterone.
Well, to be fair, he's a man of size, and, you know, that fat cells can actually lower your testosterone levels.
I mean, if you recall, Jar claimed that people said he was flirting with Boblax, and I mean, so far, you wouldn't really get that impression until he goes and says something like this.
But you're doing okay mentally. You're not self-harming or anything, are you?
No.
Okay, that's good to hear. So you been hitting the gym lately? Because sometimes hitting the gym can, like, really let the bad toxins out of your mind.
Sometimes.
Like, Boblax, if me and you lived together, we would be such gym bros. I would get you a shirt. After, like, 2 weeks of going to the gym with you, I would get you a shirt that said sex machine on it, because that's what you're gonna be.
I mean, being gym bros is already a bizarre thing to bring up, but the comment about making Boblax into a sex machine is something else entirely. Regardless, they keep talking about nonsense and breathing on each other for several minutes until Jar decides that it's a great time to bring up his idea on how EDP-445 could have gotten away with it.
But yeah, I'm obsessed with EDP, like the cupcake line. And I'm gonna be honest here. I think there was a way. Now it's too late, but there was a way that EDP could have gotten out of it. You want to hear it?
Sure.
Okay. Just pretend to be the poachers and say that you have screenshots of me talking to the 13-year-old girl.
No, I'm not gonna roleplay.
Oh, okay, I'll just do it. They could have came up to him and he could have been like, oh, how are those pictures of my shit? Because, like, it almost seemed like he was, like, knew they were grown men. Sending, like, what kind of guy hits on a girl by sending her a picture of his shit? Like, if I was the poachers, I would have saw that picture of his shit and been like, he's on to us. He knows, like, we're not actually a 13-year-old girl. We're just trying to pull an op on him. It's over, guys. He knows.
I just have to say, it truly is a feat to make Boblax seem reasonable and normal party involved in the conversation. Either way, despite being possibly the worst person to come to for this type of advice, Jar does not stop talking about how he believes different creators could have beat their allegations.
What Vaush went through was absolutely deserved. Like, Vaush is someone I don't have pity for. Like, I mainly don't feel pity for him because it's like, you didn't even get exposed. Like, you did this to yourself. Who does something that stupid? And when he came to his defense, he said he was imagining himself being the fucking horse. Bro, say you were imagining yourself being the fucking lolly. That would have been way less bad.
Yeah, I don't know about that one, Jar. I think it's fucked either way, but I'm not going to expand on the topic. Strangely enough, though, this does somehow lead into Jar elaborating upon that story he claimed he made up of when he was at the pool and a underage girl showed up.
One thing I said was, I told this story about how I was by myself at the pool and this family showed up and there was this, like, young girl in a, like, very small bikini with the family. And I was like, oh, single guy, I know where this is going. That family gets in the pool. Small percentage chance that I get looked at as a creep. And I thought, you know, my swim is almost done. I'm kind of high, so I'm a little bit paranoid. I'm just gonna go home. And people twisted that into me saying, I just couldn't control myself around the 16-year-old and I might have done something if I stayed there. And I was like, oh, what the fuck?
Jar, buddy, I thought you said the story was made up. The way he's describing it here very much sounds as if it is a real story. He not only stated I told this story without additionally clarifying that it's made up, but he added a whole new detail about being high at the time. Was he lying about being high in the VidCon story as well? Or is that true and he's also high in this story, but he just lied about it being fake. I don't know, Jar's crafted so many conflicting narratives that I cannot tell you. And so I asked Jar to see what he said, and this was his response. He essentially says the story is made up, but because he doesn't want to be called a liar for saying it is, he just goes along with the idea that it's real. He additionally stated that he's going to be answering no more questions, which wasn't true, and that the only reason he answered this one is because he was working on the Boblax video right now. On top of that, Jar attempted to make clear that he was sick of people twisting the story into it being about him not being capable of controlling himself around people. Make of that what you will, but I personally believe the story is real, and the reason he claimed it was fake is exactly that, because he was sick of people misunderstanding his original intent and telling the story. Regardless, this leads on to Jar talking about even more drama situations, or more specifically, a person I still need to make my video about, Destiny. Now, Jar's opinions on Destiny, shockingly, aren't what's of interest to us. What is of interest is how he transitions out of the topic.
Hey, no, it's probably my fault for not explaining it well enough. I mean, at least we can have this conversation. We're both autistic, so we can like take a step back and explain things in more detail to one another.
Yeah, sure.
By the way, are you actually really into Sonic?
Yes.
How into Sonic? Because like, I'm gonna be real here. I've seen every episode of every Sonic show.
I haven't seen any Sonic show made before Sonic X.
Yeah,
I'm not really like, the shows, like, they're fine, but I'm really more into the video games, right?
What the fucking hell? I thought Boblax would be styling on him with the Sonic knowledge, but I guess he's just a fake fan. If anything though, using Sonic as a scale, it is just more of an indication that Jar is somehow more autistic than Boblax. Either way, this Sonic conversation leads into Jar's next favorite interest.
So you're high right now, right?
Yeah.
Any particular brand you're smoking, or you don't know?
I know when I buy it, but then I like forget.
Have you tried Skywalker?
I just know for a fact he only gets the Skywalker strain because of Star Wars, which is just so fucking funny to me. Weed isn't the only drug they talk about though.
Have you tried anything else aside from weed or nah?
If I'm offered a drug that isn't weed, I try it. So I've done some other drugs, but I've never like partaked heavily in it or done it in my personal time or like my solo time, you know?
Have you tried magic mushrooms?
Yeah.
Spiritual experience, right?
Yeah. I did like 12 grams.
Oh, nice.
Okay, I think that's confirmation he actually just laughs like that. Anyway, other than Jar offering to make content on Boblax's channel, there really is fuck all else in this conversation, so let's go talk about him suddenly peddling white supremacist / anti-Semitic talking points. While I was working on this video, Jar released a video about the Cruel Mind Happy World video on H3H3. I honestly don't think you need any more context than that to understand what I mean just watching this intro.
My name is JustARobot, and today we're covering how Cruel World Happy Mind went from a woke socialist to a national socialist. Alright, so before you ask, no, I am no longer just a Chudbot. I am now just a Jewbot. I did convert to Judaism after my last video. I got my foreskin cut off, I flew to Israel, and I kissed the Wailing Walls. So Shabbat Shalom, Daddy's home. What I'm trying to say is that if you don't like me for any reason, you are doing another Shoah, and I will be reporting you to the ADL so that you are banned from Israel, and I will have your bank account taken away.
Now that is a piece of media I never could have imagined existing before seeing it, but it does remind me of another tweet he put up once. That isn't all though, of course. There are other comments throughout the video which raise questions about what sort of spaces Jar has found himself dwelling in as of late.
I think pretty much everyone can agree that multi-level marketing scams are just kind of objectively evil and offer no value to society whatsoever. Like, if a genocide happened but only to the people at the top of these scams, not the lower rungs who are actually all victims, but the people at the tippy top who knew exactly what they're doing, nobody would fucking care. We'd basically feel the same way about an MLM genocide as the Europeans would feel about a gypsy genocide. That is to say, not at all. Rest in peace, sweet prince. I will never forget leaving your videos run on my second monitor while I was gaming, or watching them while I take a dump, or watch them while I eat goy slop in my car. I disavow all of it, even though he was right. And that motherfucker, Chris Tyson, was actually a total sex pest that did factually indeed become a nightmare for Mr. Beast. I mean, a trans person making everyone around them look bad and being a weirdo to kids? that just doesn't happen. I'm as shocked as you all are. Barbie made this exact same mistake when she attempted a hit piece on Ethan and Gila Klein. I don't think she got the memo that you can't outsmear the smear merchant. The Goy simply doesn't have the brain power to outsneak a Jew.
Now, I'm sure some viewers will see that as a highlight reel, but it does seem to me as if Jar has adopted a lot of alt-right beliefs in a very short span of time. Is this an attempt from Jar to grip to the right because he knows that's a generally successful move for people who are facing serious or lots of allegations like Russell Brand or Rape Tone, who I'll make a video about soon? Well, apparently not, because Jar pretty much outright states that he's attempting to criticize Cruel World Happy Mind for being anti-Semitic. But considering what he says and edits into the video, much like with his Black Israelite criticism, his approach is just as, if not more extreme than what he's criticizing.
Her and Chris basically talked about Jews in the exact same way that the alt-right did back in 2016. I mean, like, I'm pretty sure these guys were saying the same shit you hear a character in a Murdoch episode say. If you don't know what that is, then look it up. It's made by self-proclaimed National Socialist, but it's really funny. The difference is that when the right talks about Jews, that's all conspiracy theories and Nazism, but when the left does it, they're just pro-Palestine and the Jews are actually the real Nazis. Okay, I'm going off script for this point, but I really need to say this. It is so funny to me that not too long ago, like maybe a year ago, leftists were constantly complaining about Magneto and other villains like him, saying things like, do you seriously think all people who were oppressed are just destined to become just like their oppressors? Magneto is a Holocaust survivor, and you made him into a Nazi? And now they're saying that the Jews are just like the Nazis. And they don't see the irony of this. Leftists literally did a complete 180. They are literally arguing against the point they made a year ago. It honestly makes me wonder if you could recommend one of those old Hitler books 4chan used to tell everyone to read. Like if you told them about Culture of Critique by Kevin MacDonald, The International Jew by Henry Ford, or maybe even Siege by James Mason. Would they actually pick it up and read it? Would they like it even though they are the same books promoted by the far right less than 10 years ago? Honestly, the way they are talking about Jews during this livestream has me thinking that if I asked them if they thought the Holocaust actually happened in private, they'd have more to say than just yes. And maybe I could even get them to watch The Greatest Story Never Told. I condemn all of this, by the way. All of this stuff is terribly anti-Semitic, and I absolutely love Jews in Israel. If you see Barbie and Chris in the wild, though, maybe recommend them one of these books, just to see if they'll actually read them. I actually forgot this video was about Cruel World Happy Mind for a second, and I just wanted to talk about red pill shit I found on Poll.
It really is only Jar who can push and say some of those anti-Semitic shit on the planet and then simultaneously claim to disavow it. Like, what the fuck? How did it not cross your mind once that that might be a bad idea? Anyway, on the 18th of December was when I finally felt that I'd researched the rabbit hole enough to be comfortable interviewing Jar, and so I reached out to him. He stated that he was down to do so on the 22nd of December and requested that I send the questions to him beforehand. Realizing that I actually did not have that many questions, I sent what I had and then wrote a shitload more down before the call. Speaking of the call, I will be uploading the entire thing on my new second channel, which goes by Crosslord, or its handle Lord O'Crossed. One thing I want to note is that almost directly after the interview concluded, Jar requested that I lie about the timeline and claimed that it happened way earlier than it did. I obviously flat out refused, but inquired as to why, and he told me that it was because he'd been telling people that he wasn't doing interviews anymore, and the only reason he did one with me was because he agreed to do one all the way back in August. So there you go, I guess. Either way, the last part of the interview that I want to draw attention to is the last part of the interview, because I think it wraps up the story in a nice little bow.
What shocked me was just how much it blew up, like how quickly, and like the amount of videos, how everything was spinning around me, and I thought if it happened a little bit sooner, like 1 year ago before it happened, when I had a lot more goodwill, I think I could have handled it pretty easily.
I mean, maybe, but there is a reason this drama blew up, okay? It is, and there's also a reason why my fucking video is like fucking the longest I've ever made. It's because, especially if you're watching this live at the time, it was just day after day of just like crazy fucking shit happening with every single person involved in this drama, and it was all circling you, and you just like kept getting involved in these ridiculous situations and have all these fucking crazy social interactions. So it's a captivating story, I must say.
I guess so. I really just want to have have at least one more chance just to make drama content again, just to like chat with people again.
You ain't got the pass from me, but whatever. Like I'm not gonna be able to single-handedly stop your career, so if you want to make drama content, you do that, I guess. But that is explicitly what the whole message of my video is. I think you actually do cause harm if you're making drama content, whereas if you're doing like reviews and shit, I actually can't see how that can cause harm. So like if you give a bad take on Star Wars Acolyte or whatever, or it's not gonna hurt anyone.
Well, I agree with that. That's why I started like moving towards it. It's just, I think I've talked to you enough. My laptop's almost dead.
Oh yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, you have a good day,
You too.
Lord Crest, and
And thanks for having this conversation. It is much appreciated. As I said, like the only credit to do so.
yeah, well, that's because I'm not a pussy like the others. Or maybe I'm an idiot.
I mean, either or.
The story of JustARobot is an interesting tale that shows what happens when one's ego is left unchecked. Regardless of whether you think he was simping for Synnibear or any of the other numerous women that have been discussed today, it is clear that Jar thought of himself to be invincible in terms of his online reputation. Despite some clear amount of apprehension, Jar believed that he could indeed single-handedly bring back people's channels from the brink of annihilation, and so he used this perceived gift to attempt to try and start a sort of ACC old guard. This did actually work somewhat for a while. I mean, not really. He didn't accrue any allies other than a Kumo, but it did end up garnering him some support online for approaching dramas from a different angle. Granted, that different angle was in a lot of cases laid out for him by someone else, or even directly force-fed to him by someone else, but it was still a different perspective from the mainstream. This is what built his overconfidence though, and it is what brought him to the point at which he believed he could defend a self-admitted groomer. Despite the fact that this pretty much destroyed his entire career, Jar has not learned anything, and he still holds on to the vain hope that he can return to the heights he was at before he released that fateful video. It very well could have been possible had he not rushed out his Synnibear video when Kumo pre-released the draft, or had he not rushed his first response video, or had he not rushed his second response video. But alas, that is not what happened. Now he has unfortunately reserved himself to making dogshit drama videos about trending topics such as H3H3, Hassan, and iDubbbz, which of course has only made him the center of more drama. Finally, I am free from my robot-shaped prison. Can you believe it's been half a year since my last upload? I mean, the hair growing throughout the video probably reveals that. I can assure you the next video will not take as long. I've been pretty busy outside of YouTube, and this video was actually ridiculous to research with how many rabbit holes there were. Thank you so much for watching. Like and dislike the video depending on how you felt about it. Subscribe and the notification bell hit to be notified of my future uploads. Feel free to leave a comment with feedback and criticism, and thank you to the many big dogs who have generously paid for a membership to my channel. Miss Fox McCoy, Doodoo Head, Falcon Ass Suck, Coma Vigilance, Happy Duck 2461, No Dose, Frisky Flareon, Mercury Loves the Moon, and R. Lewis. I have you to thank for my continued existence.